Welcome, welcome. As we continue to let a few more people join, I got an update on what's going on outside here. As we let a few more people join, I always check to make sure we can hear me, so we can. Okay, perfect, perfect. There we go. All right, here we go. As we continue to talk about what's going on, I'm going to make sure we can get this pushed out. All right, perfect. All right, so now that a few more people are joining, I'm going to have an update on what's going on here as we have an impending tornado watch for many areas as you are hopefully enjoying your Easter Sunday with friends and family as we continue to start the update. Here's what we're dealing with here over the next several hours, and I'll do a couple of things here. First and foremost, weather impact meteorologist Gary Frank with an update here as we continue to talk about some of the storms that are tracking our way. And it's all part of this complex that we've been talking about here. It's all part of this cold front that's settling in. We've been kind of timing you out on what to expect most of the day. And I hope you enjoyed most of the dry day after some of the early rain. This is what is going to be responsible for producing potential tornadoes as we have this go throughout the next several hours. And I want to point this out here. First and foremost, I'll put this on. You can text your questions. I'm going to do my best to answer them here as I have all devices on. I've got the Facebook stream on my phone. I'm going to look at that. I've also got, hopefully, my computer will be charged at some point. No guarantees. We might have to plug that in, but you know how these things go. But I do want to talk about what's happening here, at least in the short term. I'll try to figure out my computer later on. If not, I can just go over here and plug that in, and while I keep talking to you on the fly. First and foremost, let's look at the temperatures here, because as we look at some of the main threats that we're expecting, you'll see that we're up to 76 degrees. And that was one of the things that, if you followed along with the streams the last couple of days, that was in question. I provided two scenarios where if we stayed closer to 70, we didn't get that instability, then perhaps we would see that rain kind of hang around till 9 or 10 o'clock. Well, it didn't, and it's warmed up pretty nicely here. Even if I want to zoom in a little bit more, you know, temperatures are pretty mild right now. And you also have, you know, we also have our dew points. I'll zoom in just a little bit more here. You can get to some of these spots close to 80 degrees locally, right? It hasn't been hard as we've seen some breaks in the clouds. And I'll even pull this up here where you can see a better idea of where those breaks in the clouds are. We've seen plenty of that, but look at that convection that is out ahead of that front. We've seen most of that through halfway through the state, but leading up to it, you know, that's where we have most of those storms that are developing right now. With temps in the 80s here behind it, we have one area, one county in our area specifically, and it is Phelps County with a tornado watch until 7 o'clock. I want to point this out because we are going to see this extend further. So I want to point out, maybe let's see if we can get to where we can show you this here specifically, because I want to be able to show you what we're seeing here in terms of what the Storm Prediction Center has said already for us right now. And it's going to require me to zoom in just a little bit. So I want to position this here to where you can see, you know, what they're talking about specifically. Let's see, let's go this way, and I'm going to zoom just a little bit more. Actually, I'm going to reset all this. I want to show you what they're talking about right now and following along. And this is kind of some of the stuff that we look at, especially when we're providing updates on some of these warnings. So as you're looking at this on your phone, this is what the Storm Prediction Center is talking about. This is the warm front that is already lifted north, and the tornado threat is increasing. And this was posted at, let's see, this was posted at 2:20, so about an hour ago. And really the nuts and bolts of it, as I've read it and we're following along with our emergency management partners, is the fact that we have an increased risk for tornadoes once again, and they are going to issue some sort of tornado watch for the rest of our area that will probably, if I had to guess, last until about 11 o'clock or midnight, because it will encompass further areas. But that doesn't mean it's going to be extended. It will be a new tornado watch for a lot of these areas. So that's going to be something that we're going to pay close attention to. So I want to bring that to your attention right now. Now, that being said, we have no imminent threats for tornadoes here at the moment as we continue to look outside. And we're still a ways away from this here as I show you this radar, as I go find this computer charger, because, you know, I want to make sure that I can get your guys' I want to make sure I can get your guys' texts while we are at least doing some of these streams, at least in the short term. When we got tornadoes, I probably won't be able to have you guys text me quite as much, but I can do it for now, and I think it's going to work out well. So that way, let me get this charged so that I can text you when I get to the text portion, because I'm going to go through what I expect to happen while we're doing this here, and so that way we're doing the 5 o'clock news. I can talk to you a little bit more about this here and flash this back on for you as my computer's back dialed in. So here's where we are right now with this. We have this wide area of this frontal system, and you'll see this here as it's looped. That was the first part of the morning. We had a few loud rumbles of thunder, but no severe weather. But look how quickly that was out of here. Behind it, we've had some clearing, and that's what we've been dealing with out ahead of it. There's been no rain to kind of tamper the environment, and so now we have this line, which is going to be in a very favorable environment, and that's what's racing our way. We've already seen a couple of areas with a tornado warning right now. You'll see a very large severe thunderstorm warning. Let's plan for a lot of weird stuff like that, where you're going to see mixes of a severe thunderstorm warning where it's going to be pretty large, where we have the 60 to 70 plus mile an hour wind, and then you're going to see a couple of these start to rotate. That's what we want to plan for, because I think you're going to see that pretty well along the line here. Now, as you look at where this is still not even into Columbia, and even as I tap out where some of this radar is right now, looking at the Springfield radar, these storms are moving at about 35 miles an hour. So they're not racing at any point, but what they're doing here is they're going to continue to bring in a lot of wind. There's some wind above the surface, and you can see there's only one single tornado warning right now, and that storm has already pushed through. So that's what we're looking at here in terms of what it looks like at the moment. Let's show you what a future radar may look like, so I can bring some of the timing things into question that you're probably going to ask anyway, and I'll try to answer them from that perspective, but also I want to bring in some of the timing things. Right now, it's past 3 o'clock, it's dry. Let's accelerate this to about 5 o'clock, because I think at that point we're probably going to see a tornado watch that's going to be in place. And it's not there yet, but it may be popping up here at the same time you're on the stream, or I might find out about it just ahead. You know, that's what we're looking at right now. I don't have any new updates on that, so that's what we're going to deal with right now. You'll see the line of storms here as I log into my computer, so that, see, it said my battery was low yesterday and I wasn't paying attention, so that's on me. I should have plugged it in. So now I'll have to sign in and do all the two-factor authentication. You guys know how that stuff is at work. But let's talk about where this thing settles in. After 5 o'clock, we're probably going to see a line of storms that's pushed through Columbia and Jeff City, and it's right on the edge of our area. You'll see that it's getting closer to Raleigh. This is what we're going to pay attention to, and very closely, because when this line pushes through, this really lines up pretty well with the timing we talked about yesterday as well. When this line rolls through, at the very least, we can expect a lot of this is going to be at least 60 mile an hour wind gusts. But we'll start to see this go into a favorable environment. And you'll notice where the wind is at the moment. And I'll see if I can pull up the wind here in a second, but I want to just point out the direction here. Anytime we see a southeast wind or a south-southeast wind out ahead of it, and then of course we have the northwest breeze and westerly breeze behind it, that's where we start to see the twisting of the wind that we so often talk about at this point. And so when we're looking at that, those are the things that I point out in terms of where are we going to see rotation and favorable rotation along the leading edge of that line, right? There are a couple of things that can happen here. One, we can see these storms that develop on their own, they rotate, and then they create that larger hail, and those are the supercell thunderstorms that we talk about so often at that time. But not all the time do we see that. Sometimes we see the leading edge where those lines start to interact with their environment, and then they start to twist, and that's what I think we're going to see more of today. And then as we go through 5, 6, 7 o'clock, watch how that line holds together, right? This is moving in an environment that's been pretty favorable because we're already in the upper 70s in most cases, and it's still, the sun's up still. It's setting, but it's still up at this point. This is where we're going to see more of this interact, and that's where we still continue to see that tornado threat increase, right? And so even as we go into 7, 8, 9 o'clock, watch that line hold together. This is a little bit better, right? This is holding together better than yesterday, and I'll show you the updated specific tornado risk for this area from the Storm Prediction Center. So those of you, I know we have some similar followers along, and I want to point that out so that way you guys can see the differences in some of these videos that we kind of do. But look how that still holds together, its shape here. Southeast breeze, we may start to see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and multiple tornado warnings embedded within that. So those polygons are going to get so weird at times. Fortunately, our local National Weather Service office does an excellent job of trying to do their best to where we have one concise warning, so it's not as confusing as you, and they're not as confusing for you, and therefore we can message it a little better and tell you where to be safe at that point. This is at 8 or 9 o'clock, right? Watch how this pushes through 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock. I still think most of us are in the clear by 11 o'clock, but there may be some updated timing, and I want to show you once again here. Let me sign in while I can, and so I can think about this and get some of these messages here. Let's see, as we talk about, let's see, I got to type this in. I want to make sure I get your guys' text questions here in, because I know you guys have some of them, and most of them are going to be, the reality is most of them are going to be, when does it hit my house, which I've got a graphic for you here shortly, so I try to answer that. But you know, for the most part, you guys are all going to fall under a blanket of some of that in just a second. So we'll talk about that here. All right, cool. I'm logged in, we're dialed in. Let me show you what the Storm Prediction Center has us under now that I can kind of load this up here, because, you know, yesterday, let's see, this is today. None of the colors have changed. I'll pull this back out on me real quick. None of the colors have changed for the most part, right? Like, we still have this big orange area that we so often talk about. This is an enhanced risk of severe weather. This is category 3 of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll save that so that I can pull this up and compare it. And now I want to get to this thing. So when we talk about this, for those of you that are new, following along, and we talk about this a little bit more, what level 3 is from the Storm Prediction Center, known as enhanced, which you can see at the top, which this is not on the right day, so I'm just going to pull it back up to the correct day so that it just all lines up with all this stuff here. We've had so many severe risks lately. You can pull that up here and save that, and now we're good to go. This is kind of what we do on the fly. We're always trying to do things. I want to show you how it lines up to where your area is, right? And so where this orange means is that enhanced risk here. That's numerous persistent storms with a few intense storms, and there may be a few tornadoes with several reports of wind damage. That's how that lines up when we show you the Storm Prediction Center's thing. Also, level 2, you'll see how it wanes as it goes further off to the east, more so for the fact of the timing. But I do think that we've seen that increase a little bit, and there have been some products within this that the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, produces as well in terms of tornado risk, wind risk, and hail risk. And I want to go through those right now as well, because I think it's important to talk about this. So let's get back to this here. Like I said, I'll try to answer all your questions, and then I'll look at both the Facebook stream and, of course, our text question stream that you can take a look at. Let's zoom in right now, and I want to show you some of the areas that are in that enhanced risk specifically. That's Washington, Missouri, that's Sullivan, St. Clair, Cuba, Rolla, Viburnum, really areas into Millwood, Truxton, even in Montgomery City. I know we got a few people that watch the 5+ stream here as well. So, you know, I know there's some, maybe not necessarily our viewing area per se on TV, but you're following along online. We appreciate that. So we'll try to keep you posted as much as we can. But let's do this in the sense, let me pull up the hail risk here. And there's not, let's see, that went to the wrong day. Let's look at the hail risk, right? There's a 15% hail risk. This is not something that I'm telling you imminently to go and hide your cars, and you need to, we don't want you to ever park on the overpass, but I know a lot of people are traveling. People try to park under the underpass because they think they're going to get hit with hail. This is not some big baseball size hail. I think upwards of golf ball size hail, not out of the question, but that's very isolated to me, the way these things are setting up and the way that we've seen them kind of set up behind. Here are the two main risks for me right now. It is a wind risk, which we'll get the right day on there. The wind risk, which you can see, which is pretty much the core of where that enhanced risk for severe weather is. And it's that same area where you have that wind risk that is much higher, where you're talking about the potential for damaging winds, and then even the tornado risk. And that's what we're going to continue to look at. You'll notice the biggest difference for me at this point is the fact that we have seen this expand. And one thing that I'll point out as well for some of you that I know this is kind of an ugly map in sense that we have these black lines. What the black lines indicate is there is a greater chance for an EF2 or greater tornado within a 25-mile point on this, right? So anywhere within a 25-mile point within that hatched area, which has been deemed by the Storm Prediction Center, that goes all the way up into northern Missouri. That also includes areas in Bowling Green, Pike County, Washington, Innsbrook, Herman, Sullivan, Steelville, and Salem, right? So this goes all the way to the south, right? If you're talking about our areas specifically, that's not only a 10% tornado risk, but it's also that greater risk for a strong tornado, right? So when we compare it to 314 day, that's in a similar breath, right? The potential for stronger tornadoes is there. And to me, it is, a lot of it is realized because we have more of the heating of the day there. And you're right along this line that settles in. As it goes off a little bit further off to the east, you're not seeing quite the ingredients. And also maybe sometimes these storms run into each other, the boundaries, and they kind of, you lose the capability of what these storms once had when they first developed. So we're going to look at that, right? Those are the things that we're monitoring throughout the day. And I think you're going to see plenty of that here as we look at that over the course of the next several hours. Still don't have any texts that there's a tornado watch involved for most of the area. Let me check with our emergency management partners if we have anything. Okay, so there will be, first and foremost, the rest of the area now is going to be, and I'm just going to go ahead and change this graphic. It's not up there just yet, but I'm going to change this graphic on the fly. This is going to be a new tornado watch until 11 p.m., right? So I'm going to save that. It does not have the whole counties settled in just yet, but if you're watching the stream, and I'm going to update some of my friends here at work here. Let me see what we've got from a text line standpoint. We're good to go here. So let me update some of my friends inside the office to let them know that we're dealing with tornado watch incoming until 11 p.m. So that lines up. And if you look, and also if you look at our weather impact graphic that we've been talking about, you know, this is one that I've kind of had. Look at the timing that we have right there, right? 5 to 11 o'clock. And I think that's kind of what we've been mentioning the last couple of days. That's lined up pretty well here. So we're going to continue to look at that here as we get closer to the 5 o'clock show, right? Strong wind, tornadoes, and hail, all possible. Keep your devices charged. And one of the reasons that we'll say that just because we do have the potential for maybe a little bit more if the wind is an issue. We have leaves on the trees now. The ground is very wet. It will not take much for some of these trees to go down. So let me, let's see, I pulled up the tornado threat so we can go back to that. Let's show you what the main threats are. These are the main threats that I have, and then I'll start to try to answer some of your questions here as we look at the live radar. The main threats we have are 60 to 75 mile an hour wind. We have up to golf ball sized hail and a few possible tornadoes. I put localized flooding. I don't think it's too much of an issue. We'll put that all the way down. I do think these storms are moving quick enough, but I'll at least keep that threat in there just because it is so wet, but I'm not quite as concerned about that at this point. Like I said, a few possible strong tornadoes are still there as we look at what is expected. Let me put the radar back on and see what our current warnings are at the moment. And let's see, we don't have any active tornado warnings at the moment, but like I said, this is where we're settling into this at the moment. And let's see, I started with, I try to always do these here. Let's see, I started with the text line yesterday. So let's start with Facebook today. Try to go back and forth so that way everybody gets a little love here at the same time. Let me look at some of the text questions you guys have right now. And there goes our tornado watches are starting to come in now. So I've just got those texts. So we'll see how quick that populates for me. You can start to see, right, some of the counties are going to fill in just a little bit more. This is going to be until 11 o'clock. So that is what you'll see, and I don't know if it's going to populate on the fly, but anyway, that's an automated thing. So let me look at some of the text questions here. And actually, I was going to pull up some of our, I have some, what's the storm timing, and I'm going to change this here. I still like the storm timing for these. And so I'm going to change the last updated time to reflect what's going on. I still like these storm times. But I'm going to change this, let's change this to 3:30. That way, I posted this last night, and hopefully you guys enjoy this. This is, to me, this still works out pretty well in my eyes. So, as I start to answer a majority of some of your questions, which probably involve this, what time your storms hit, let's see. Jason asked, did I say what time it's going to start in our area? This is my best guess on most of these, right? Depending on where you are, and we can pull up some of these specifically, but Tina asked, what about Effingham, Illinois? I think you're probably closer to between 9 and 10 o'clock there. Park Hills, you're somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock. Let's see, O'Fallon, Missouri, you're somewhere closer to between 6 and 7 o'clock. That would be my guess there. That is, Taylor asked, what's the time for Jeffco? I would say around 8 or 8:30 in Jeffco, Taylor. Granite City, let's say about 8:30, 9 o'clock there, Adam. Those are my updates there for the text line or the chat line. Let's look at what's happening there, and I'll flash this back on. Let's see if my tornado watch graphic is continuing to update as we get more of those days in there, right? Okay. So this is the tornado watch right now until 11 o'clock for most of our area. Let's see. We've got a couple of messages here. Let's see. 636-255 said, I'm very anxious about these storms today. Is this a 314 again? I'm really, really scared. I think a lot of people have this anxiety, and I think we shouldn't have the anxiety in the sense, I know it's easier said than done, but we're going to get you through this here. But I do think that we're going to have multiple areas of tornadoes and wind damage. It's hard to say whether or not we're going to see a 314 day. I don't think that we're going to see it in that sense because we had really a lot of ingredients came together for multiple really strong tornadoes. I'm not sure that we're going to see that, but we do have the possibility for multiple tornadoes, and one or two of them could be strong, I think, with this environment, just because of the way things are being realized. Let's look at the wind. We had a southeast wind that day, and that's always something that I look at least in these times. I can show you where our dew points are. You can see that, obviously, I don't need to tell you that it's very humid outside, right? You have our dew points. They're in the low to mid 60s in many cases here. So it's pretty sticky. Let's see what it is. Let's see what it is at the airport as we look at our temperatures. I know I saved that thing the other day to get it to the top. Let's see what our temperature is at the airport right now. It's 76. We have a southeast breeze. That to me is a little concerning when you look at some of this, because anytime we have a southwest breeze historically, or southeast breeze historically, it has lent itself to better environment for rotation at the lower levels of the atmosphere. It doesn't mean it's going to happen all the time, but that's something that I kind of look at a little bit, right? And we have our dew point at 62. It's plenty of fuel. Temps at 76. So those are the things that I look at. So, from a standpoint of whether or not we can replicate something from 314 day, there's a possibility that we'll have a couple of strong tornadoes. And I think that we're going to see this situation be realized pretty quickly within the next hour or two, right? This tornado watch has gone up in place, and that's what we're settling into at the moment. So let's look at, let's see, we got another horse person on the line, 314-442. Hopefully you can answer the question. Forrestal, Missouri does have a high risk as a person who drives that way on 70 quite a bit. Forrestal, Missouri does have a higher risk, fellow horse person. I am curious if you can text me back what you do, which is when we get to that situation. We got them, obviously, and we end up, we're kind of always torn because, we want to make sure that they can get out, but also, if there's something that fell on the barn, God forbid, but, I'm curious. Horses all react a little different to obviously some of these, the thunder and the wind and everything. So there is a good risk. Have a plan in place. We try to have a plan in place for all our animals and stuff like that as well. 314-537. How about St. Charles, Missouri? Yeah, you're absolutely going to see an impact. I think that the tornado threat is just as high there in St. Charles as many other locations, specifically as you're under that tornado watch right now. Like I said, we are still a couple of hours away from realizing any of this potential. I think 5:30, 5:45, it may start to work its way into areas off to our south and southeast. And you're probably going to see, or southwest, you're probably going to see the leading edge of this, probably in spots like Rolla first, right? Phelps County, that would be first. What's the expected rainfall volume? I think most of us are going to get less than an inch. 314-277. 314-914 said Wentzville. Wentzville is in this, let's not call it a bullseye, but higher threshold for tornadoes and stronger tornadoes. As I get back in here and I'm going to pull up the, let's see, tornado risk day 1. You're in that, like I said, you're right on the edge of that there. And Wentzville, not necessarily in that, but let's just say, because I don't want to get hung up on yellow versus orange at this point, right? I think if you're on one, I've mentioned this on a couple of streams, if you're on one side of this or the other, you're essentially in the same risk, right? This is all nominal. I want you all to be prepared for this here. Is it different in Warrenton versus Carlisle? Absolutely. But just because you're in between, right on the edge, if you're in Troy or you're in O'Fallon, Missouri, don't think, oh my gosh, well, I'm in the yellow, it's okay now. No, let's all be prepared because these storms are going to be on the stronger side. It really has to do with more of the timing thing than anything. But I think, once again, know that we're going to get you through this. We're going to be on for a while here talking about this here. And I may not talk all the way through 5 o'clock because I'll probably get a little reset here before, but hopefully that answers your question in Wentzville. Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you for the update, my fellow horse person. Good idea. ID tags and they're braided in their mane. That's a good idea. How long will we have to be down in the basement this evening, and when do you think it will be clear, even though we are in the 7 to 9 o'clock? I think it will be clear pretty quickly. These storms are probably going to be in your particular area for at any given point between about 30 to 40 minutes. So you're probably going to see at some point, now that we have this tornado watch that's in place, and you're going to see that's probably in place for, you're probably going to be in your basement between 30 and 40 minutes. I think you're going to be able to go to sleep in peace tonight. We're not going to have an issue in that regard. Whenever we have those tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings that maybe have 70+ mile an hour wind and we want to get you inside, we're probably going to be able to send you inside for 30 to 40 minutes, and then I can give you an all clear pretty quickly. This is going to come to a close once the line passes, but we have to get you there at that point. What about O'Fallon, Illinois? Is it going to be bad? O'Fallon, Illinois has a lesser opportunity for perhaps stronger tornadoes. Let's say because of the colors, right? We use this color as a metric from the Storm Prediction Center, but I don't want to use it as a full stop. Because you're a little bit further off to the east, your likelihood for one of those stronger tornadoes is a little bit lower. That being said, the wind damage risk is still high and the tornado risk is still on the higher side, simply because the ingredients are still in place there. So that's what I want to pay attention to as well. Let's see. Wentzville said time to lower the flags. Good idea. 971 said, what should people do driving back in town around 7 or 8 o'clock who don't know about and can't see the tornadoes? Is there a radio station or electronic highway signs to let them know? That's a good idea. Hopefully you're not driving alone. If you are in that case, my best suggestion would be the MoDOT signs typically do a really good job of telling us. You can also, we're going to be streaming here. If you want to plug that into your Apple CarPlay, and I'm not saying watch it, but you can still hear the audio, right? You'll still be able to hear the audio because we'll be streaming the whole time. So even if you get on ksdk.com, plug it into your phone, whether or not it's wireless or not, or just, honestly, if you just have your phone in the background, keep it on your seat, you can hear it. And we'll give up specifics and road signs and things like that, or just things like that, or mile markers, the best of our ability as we're kind of going along with it, and we'll keep you posted. Or perhaps have a friend or family member that knows your route call you to give you an idea. Hey, I want you to pull over at the Quick Trip, or pull over on the side of the road, stay there for 20, 30 minutes, let this thing pass, stay safe, and then move on, right? I think that's probably the best idea. How likely is it Highlands sees a tornado? From a percentage standpoint, as likely as anyone else, but still, I do think it's the opportunity is there, right? Technically, Highland, if you look at it from a percentage standpoint, is in the 2% tornado risk, so you're on the lower side of things, but I still want you to be prepared of this, and I'm going to keep this up just in case like I said, the further off into central Missouri you are, the better opportunity you have. 314-304 asked, is North County supposed to get hard with the tornado risk? You're still in that 5% tornado risk, but I do want you to be prepared for a tornado just because of the way that these storms are moving. I think you may not see one of the stronger ones. We may get to the point where it is on the weaker side with still 70+ mile-an-hour wind. That threat is still there. How bad do you think this will be specifically near Jefferson Heights, Shady Valley, and Jeffco? Anywhere in Jeffco, I think we need to pay attention to this. We really do need to pay attention to this. I think, there's still a good possibility that anywhere in the yellow or further off to the west has a better likelihood of a tornado. Like I said, I think that the threat for tornadoes still exists here, but because of the timing, we'll see how they hold together. The last couple of storms they have, and because of that southeast wind, I'm at least interested to see what goes on in that regard. So that's an important thing as well. Let's see, almost done with the text questions here. How do I feel about Arnold? I still feel the same way that I did. Anywhere in the yellow, I think we at least need to pay attention for the perhaps stronger tornado is still possible there as well. 314 said, what about damaging winds? And I'll pull this graphic up again for you here. Our damaging wind threat is still in play. I think 60 to 75 mile-an-hour wind is still very possible. At the very least, we're probably going to get, at the very, very least, 60 to 75 mile-an-hour winds are going to be possible as some of these segments maybe bow out. And that's not out of the question here. That could be something that we look out for ahead. But like I said, this is the main thing. And a lot of people asking some of these questions are, let's see, make sure that I'm getting all these questions here. Cool. Let's see. Do you think Arnold will get tornadoes? We don't have a basement, trying to come up with a plan. Tiffany and Kevin asked for that. Arnold very well may get tornadoes, right? I can't say for certain right now that Arnold is going to get a tornado and therefore you should make a different plan. But I do think the likelihood is there in Arnold as it is in St. Louis and all these other spots. That being said, come up with a plan, maybe think of a friend or neighbor that you can go to really between that 7 and 9 o'clock time frame. And I think, go to a neighbor's with a basement, watch the stream in there, kind of keep you posted, and then we'll be able to hard pan time. And, you got kids go back to school tomorrow, you're back to work tomorrow, and you can say, hey, we're good to go, And I think really in Arnold, 9:30, 10 o'clock, this will be out of here. So that's hopefully helpful information. St. Charles County severity, like I said, let me pull up this timing once again. I think these times are still, and just because if you don't have, I can't put every city on this graphic. I try to do my best to jam as many in here as I could. But, I think really the further west you are, it's a 5 to 7 o'clock time frame. Right down the middle, if we're going to segment our whole viewing area from St. Louis to, Fallon, Illinois to Jerseyville, Millstadt, Alton, 7 to 9. It's 9 to 11 in Breeze, Vandalia, Chester. That lines up with what we said last night, and that lines up with the tornado watch that we have right now. Some of the text questions: will Belleville in a stronger risk for a tornado? I think you're pretty much, to me, you're still in that about 5% risk, but I still want you to pay close attention here. The stronger risks right now, as you see this hatched area, that is deemed from the Storm Prediction Center as if EF2 or greater has a better opportunity of developing in that specific location. And that's where we are right now. Let's check in. I haven't checked in with what our emergency management partners are saying right now. And we're still pretty good in terms of the time here. So we have that tornado watch that's in place here until 9 o'clock. And, as we continue to keep you posted for this, right now, Belleville is right on the line here, you can see. And like I said, don't get hung up on the line. That part of the city is in the green. let's just be prepared here. The further, let's see, anywhere from breeze off to the west, let's just be prepared for the potential for that tornado. And then after that, you'll notice that, you know, Clay County, Illinois is really out of it. That's the only spot that, and it really has to do with the timing. So that's one thing that we're going to look out for as well. Hopefully that answers the question. What does it look like in Glen Carbon? That's 314574. You know, overall, I still want you to be prepared in Glen Carbon somewhere between 7 and 9 o'clock, give or take 30 minutes, right? That's where we are at this point. 618, I'm using the wrong mouse there. 618 asks, do I anticipate a tornado threat in Wildwood today? You know, it is possible. Anywhere in the 270 loop or even outside of it is there. You know, technically Wildwood is right on the edge of where that hatched area is, and I know that there's a lot of trees down still in Wildwood and a lot of cleanup still to be done. It's not out of the question that that could be an issue later on today. Let's see. Yeah, and Caleb's making a good point, right? You know, a lot of people asking, and Caleb says no meteorologist can dictate whether your town is going to get a tornado until the storms are actually here, right? And that's a good point. I know he's doing me a favor on the chat, and we appreciate that, Caleb. Right, like the only thing I can do, the best thing I can do is give you where the ingredients are better, and a lot of it has to do with the timing at this point, right? So, you know, really, it doesn't mean that Breeze, Vandalia, Nashville, Sparta, Chester won't have a tornado threat, but if I'm picking because of the time at this point, if I'm picking something, that's because between 9 and 11, it's obviously past sunset. So we lose a little bit of that instability, right? And so that's helpful in a sense of it gets rid of our tornado threat to some degree, but I'm still curious about the southeast wind, and I still look at this, and historically the southeast wind, a southeast wind has always been a better favorable environment for tornadoes for us, right? And I want to look at where the wind speed is right now just to give us an idea of, let me see if I can find some of this here. I've got 1,000 graphics in here, no surprise. So let's look at where this wind speed is right now. Even without thunderstorms, we still have gusts up to 37 miles an hour. And so you'll notice more of this is out of the southeast still. Gusts to 36 in St. Charles, gusts to 37 in St. Louis. So, you know, this is what we're going to continue to see. Now the front is right here. You'll notice the wind shift is behind it. That's where we start to see that twisting of the wind. Now, one thing while I got you on the stream, and I can bring you a couple of updates here. Of course, if you guys are just joining us, we have this tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. You know, for the most part, we're still going to be dealing with this tornado watch, and we've got a 5 o'clock newscast coming up here shortly. See, 636 asked, do I think we will get a tornado this time? I don't know where you live, so I'm not sure. But I think everybody has a possibility of a tornado. That's why we have a tornado watch. So let me give you an idea of what we're looking at here in terms of, right? So as we kind of bring you some of these things, right? So this is just a preparation, right? Normally on your phone, you're automatically going to get, anytime there's a tornado warning, get the wireless emergency alert system, which obviously in 2025 is a lot better than the sirens, right? So, but we look at what constitutes a severe thunderstorm warning, and at the very minimum, it is 58 mile an hour wind gusts that are usually detected by radar or indicated by one of those stations, and 1 inch hail, which is quarter size, right? That's the very bare minimum, right? It is possible that we'll see one of those considerable ones today with 70 mile an hour wind or golf ball size hail, which is just shy of 2 inches. And then sometimes, but not all the time, and I'm not saying that this is going to happen this time, but it's not out of the question. If we get some of these Boeing segments of wind, when you see these destructive winds of 80 plus mile an hour wind, that is not a tornado, that will sometimes set off your emergency alert system. So that's important to know between the two of those. And right now, all we have at the moment are some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, and right now a tornado warning in northern Arkansas. So the closest one to us right now is this severe thunderstorm watch or severe thunderstorm warning that is in Osage Beach, the Lake of the Ozarks, until 5 o'clock. So at the very least, looking at that, I can tell you that it's not getting here till well after 5 o'clock. But, you know, these areas off to our south and southwest still, you know, this whole line of storms, we also have some rain out ahead of it. And so you're going to start to see these things, even if I loop them, you'll start to see how they have a little bit of a movement in terms of they're starting to take some of that shape where they are rotating a little bit. The other thing I want to point out too is let's have a little bit of a maybe a lesson on what we can expect and when we're talking about some of these things on the air, because you know I can talk to you a little bit more about this. When we look at these wind, and I'll pull this back out to myself real quick. When we look at this wind here from away from the radar standpoint and toward the radar beam is able to see where the wind is blowing in both directions, right? And most of the time, if you have straight line wind, it's blowing just one way, and you're just going to see one color. But when we start to have these areas of rotation, that's how we determine where the rotation is, and if it's tight, that's where we see the potential for a thunderstorm. And that's what I want to look at right now, because we're seeing that right now in Sedalia, and these are not tornadoes just yet, but when you start to look at how these are starting to come together just a little bit more, that's what we're going to be watching for later today, because we have plenty of those throughout the rest of the day. Somebody asked if my son's in Bellefonte neighbors for dinner and we'll take 270 all the way to 159 around 7. What are the risks, or should he wait out in North County? I think 7 is probably okay, but just be prepared to leave 15 minutes early if you need to. How does this system compare to the one that hit us on March 14th? I think there's less wind overall. There were better ingredients, but there are still some ingredients that lead to the fact that we could have a couple of strong tornadoes. I don't know that it's the widespread amount of them, but we'll have to watch out how this plays out. I think the fact that it's timing out into the evening a little bit later. So that's what we're going to look at the moment. Can you show the radar to see where the storm is, to see damage so far? We don't have any damage yet. And somebody asked if we will get a power outage, 636-254. It's possible that we may see power outages simply because the ground is still pretty wet. And we have leaves on the trees now that carries a little bit more weight. So when you see the wind on that, those are the things that I want to look at this point. Leading edge of these storms right now, still settling into Springfield, Bolivar, right up 44. So areas in 44, if we're going to just kind of put a track on this in terms of how soon this particular line could hit somewhere in Rolla, I'm going to keep it at 30 miles an hour, and I'm going to just go the leading edge of this. Let's just go the edge of Phelps County, very edge of Phelps County. This is 626, something like that. Waynesville, 611, maybe a little sooner than that. That's the timeline that we're looking at. I want you to be prepared. 618-500 says, is Bethalto at risk for tornadoes today? Yes, you are at risk for tornadoes today. So let's prepare and have a plan. Let's see. I'm going to leave this part on here as well. Timing still works out for me right now in terms of what we can expect. So that's where we are at the moment. Okay. And yeah, that's where we are at the moment here for now. So let's see. I will probably get off here in just a little bit so that we can be more prepared. And I've got this 5 o'clock show coming up here as well. So I want to update you on that, get a couple things up to date on the web so I can send you guys another update as well. And let's see, I make sure that I still have Max 3 looping radar. I do indeed. So we're going to do that. All righty. And yeah. So that's what we're going to do. And like I said, I'm going to, I think that for now, I'm going to go and I've got most of you guys updated on what's happening here. So like I said, I'll leave this storm timing thing up for a second, and I'll put this on a full screen. I think that still lines up pretty well with what we can expect here over the next several hours. So I will have more updates for you over the next several hours. I probably won't do one before 5 o'clock, but I will probably update you here. Of course, we're going to be streaming on here anyway at 5 o'clock for the news. And no surprise, half of the 5 o'clock show is me talking about this, right? So we're going to have plenty of time to chat and have updates for you. But, you know, I'll update the web and be prepared so you guys can share these links with your family and friends that may be traveling for this Easter holiday. Right now, like I said, this tornado watch is in place until 11 o'clock as we continue to keep you posted about this potential for tornadoes here as we head into the weekend. This is still the tail end of this as we look at this tornado watch. So, like I said, 5 o'clock, we're streaming. Right after the 5 o'clock, if we have an update, we'll bring it to you. And then I would bet that once we're on, some between 5:45 and 6 o'clock, you're going to see a lot of us because we'll probably see multiple warnings. And of course, we'll stream and have updates on the air as well. So wanted to prepare you for that, and I will just let that go, and I will talk to you guys shortly.
This is 5 on your side and 5. Focused on you.
And we're under weather impact alert as we look ahead to a stormy Easter Sunday night. A line of strong storms is pushing into our area and it has a chance of causing some major damage. Thank you so much for joining us here at 5. I'm Diamond Palmer in for Mike Bush. And we want to get right to this, what we're expecting. We are expecting some damaging wind gusts, large hail, and possible tornadoes. Let's get right to meteorologist Gary Frank with the latest for our weather impact forecast.
Yeah, good evening. This is the threat that we've been tracking for the last couple of days. Anthony just days ago talked about the potential for stronger storms, and we've been mentioning flooding. And now our severe weather threat has increased, specifically for today. And you'll see a good majority of the area is under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. Now, as we continue to talk about our threat for severe weather, this is the #1 thing that we look ahead. And we talked about this for the last couple of days. And this is what we're going to look at. You see this wide area along this front and multiple tornado warnings all along that. Of course, they're not in our area just yet, but it's all along the leading edge of this system. As it pushes off to the east, you'll see the just amount of severe thunderstorm warnings and a couple of embedded tornadoes. And that's what we're going to look at here. It's all part of this warm front, which is lifted north. Behind it, the cold front. And we see enough instability as a result of the fact that we've cleared out through most of the day. Now, one thing that's for certain right now at this moment, it's been pretty calm and quiet, although calm is a relative term because we've had gusts upwards of 35, 40 miles an hour without these thunderstorms. But we want to look ahead to the leading edge of things here in our first severe thunderstorm warnings. And right now, you'll also see that one for Rolla until 6 o'clock. That's an hour ahead of this. Now, this is moving about 35 to 40 miles an hour at this point, and you're going to continue to see throughout the rest of the next several hours. So from now through 11 o'clock, strong wind, tornadoes, and hail are all possible. Let's keep those device charges and stay aware, because I do think that we're going to see a few issues in regards to maybe some power outages because of what's going on at this moment. We have wet ground, we have this line of storms that's moving in, and I think that you're going to see, just from a standpoint of your city, and I last update this at 3:30, but you know, if you're the further west you are, say Troy, Warrenton, Herman, Rolla, this is a 5 to 7 o'clock thing. If you're in the city, 7 to 9, Chesterfield, Edwardsville, Jerseyville. If you're in the Metro East, you're not seeing that until about 9 to 11 o'clock, but I'm going to be able to send you to bed with severe weather free. We're going to get to that point here into the overnight hours. We'll talk a little bit more in depth about who's most likely to see what hazards, show you the future radar, and update you on the latest warnings here in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you so much, Gary, and we will continue to track that. We'll keep you up to date on the latest from our weather impact forecast when you text the word weather to 314-425-5355. And of course, we are always going to be streaming all night long on 5+. Gary will have a live extended coverage of tonight's storms as they happen. Just download the free 5+ streaming app on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. And if the power does go out, you can always stream on your phone. And right now, police are looking for a missing 14-year-old boy last seen in Jennings. James Huddleston IV went missing yesterday afternoon around 1:30 at the Goodwill off West Florissant Avenue. Anyone with information is asked to call police. And a few hours ago, St. Louis welcomed another child from Gaza coming here to get much needed medical care. His name is Mustafa. He lost both of his legs when a bomb dropped on his home. That same bomb killed his sister, who was 7 years old. Now Mustafa is going to get the treatment he needs in St. Louis with his mom and older brother by his side. Humanitarian nonprofit Heal Palestine helped raise the funds to get him here. Organizers say it wasn't easy.
Finding a physician and a case and somebody willing to offer the care here, and the host family is also involved in whatever care that they're going to need. If we do one every day for the next 100 years, we haven't touched the surface. The slaughter has got to stop.
Mustafa is the third child we've seen flown in from Gaza to St. Louis by Heal Palestine. Most recently, a 7-year-old girl came here in January. Heal Palestine says she's now walking and riding a bike after getting treatment for multiple congenital issues and an amputated leg. The organization currently has 30 injured children from Gaza getting treatment here in the United States. And this week, the University of Missouri announced a deal to build a new nuclear research reactor. The billion-dollar project will help advance the school's critical role in the fight against cancer. Our Mercedes McKay has more on the impact it'll have across the country.
Earlier this week, I took y'all inside Mizzou's current research reactor known as MURR, where they're producing life-saving medical radioisotopes for cancer patients everywhere. Well, now they're working on building an even bigger reactor that'll have the capacity to make a difference in even more people's lives.
Our goal is to raise awareness for this very important work and raise support so that we can build the next generation nuclear research reactor at the University of Missouri.
That goal just got one step closer, with the University of Missouri signing of the first contract for a $1 billion project they're calling NextGen MURR.
It'll be the biggest project in our history times 4, but we are committed because of the importance of the work that comes out of MURR currently.
Matt Sanford is the executive director of Mizzou's current research reactor, MURR. He says the new reactor will be faster, stronger, and twice the size of the current one.
The MURR reactor is wonderful, and it's been producing thousands and thousands of treatments per week. However, it's aging. The new reactor will give these new technologies a steady and reliable stream of isotopes to treat the increasing population of patients.
The nearly 60-year-old reactor treated 500,000 cancer patients just last year through its medical radioisotopes that attack cancer cells and help patients live longer. Mizzou's president Moon Choi says NextGen MURR will not only save lives, but be an economic boost for the entire state.
It'll be a one-stop shop where we can have nuclear research innovation with radiopharmaceutical manufacturing and clinical trials all in one place, and to be able to ship it to any part in the United States within 5 hours.
A project everyone can get behind.
It's not a partisan issue, it's an issue of making a difference in the lives of people. If you can do that with something like this.
And one that has the range to transform lives miles away.
MURR in the United States is truly the best, and it's something everyone in Missouri should be proud of.
The university has about $200 million in funding, and the school is hoping to get state and federal funding along with donations. The project could take up to 10 years to complete.
All right, and coming up, it's time to clean out those cabinets where you can safely dispose of any unused and expired prescription drugs. The time now is 5:09, and SSM Health is holding a take-back drive tomorrow through Sunday. The hospital system hopes this will provide people with a safe way to dispose of prescription drugs. Last year, SSM Health collected more than 1,000 pounds of expired and unused meds in the St. Louis area. You can drop off your drugs at SSM hospitals tomorrow through April 27th. Disposal is free and anonymous. No screening or check-in is required. Arnold and Hazelwood police departments are holding their own drug take-back events later this week. Members of the Arnold Police Department will be in Arnold City Hall lobby to collect and dispose of unwanted meds from 10 to 2 p.m. on Saturday, April 26th. Hazelwood officers will be in the front of City Hall complex that same day and same time. Illicit drugs, needles, and vape pens will not be accepted. And St. Louis officials are turning to GPS ankle monitors to reform the city's cash bail system. A New York Times investigation recently showed a growing number of defendants are seeing adverse impacts of this policy, despite still being legally innocent. Some are saying the monitors can upend lives, strain jobs, and raise questions about equity and accountability in the court system. Reporter Taylor Tiamoho Harris wrote an in-depth look at what critics are now calling digital shackles. She says some may face stigma in the workplace because of the monitors.
So if someone has a monitor on and they go and their employers and coworkers are looking down at their monitor, you don't know if that creates a factor. We had an example in the store. We had a contractor who said, you know, hey, they don't want to hire people who they're scared of. You know, people see the monitor on my leg, but you're expected to be in society, be a productive member of society and, you know, maintain employment, but sometimes it is a barrier.
And Harris is seen there with our political editor, Mark Maxwell, on this week's episode of The Record to break down her article. Catch more of that conversation tonight after Sports Plus. And Easter collides with America's unofficial marijuana holiday. We take a look at how business is booming for dispensaries 2 years after recreational sales became legal.
Tornado watch in place until 11 o'clock for this entire line of storms that continues to race off to the east. Myself and Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell are tracking impacts and when this storm arrives in your area throughout the next several hours.
Welcome back. It's a rare holiday crossover this year, Easter Sunday and 420. While some are filling baskets, others are stocking up for the nation's biggest cannabis celebration. Our Travis Cummings takes us inside Hippo's dispensary in Chesterfield, preparing for a weekend of record sales.
Today, people are celebrating the bunny and the bud.
Just got some flour here, some sun-dried flour.
Christopher Wozicki hopped on over to Hippo's dispensary in Chesterfield on Easter Sunday.
To try to get away from the family for the holiday to come out here for a little bit, but yeah, it's definitely gonna be a fun day for everybody.
Whether for medical or recreational use, demand is high across the Show Me State. General Manager Joe McNamara says the dispensary is well stocked and staffed to handle the double holiday rush.
Give them, the good old happy 420, happy Easter, and yeah, just spread the cheer, spread the joy, and spread the deals.
From buds to infused beverages and yes, sleep gummies that are flying off the shelves, the team has filled its basket with crowd favorites.
Sleep's important, so we definitely try to get them there, and we can't keep those suckers on the shelf.
Missouri's adult use cannabis program isn't even 2 years old, but it's already the 5th largest in the country, surpassing states like Colorado and Arizona this year.
If it's grown here, it's sold here, so it definitely, helps on that direction, just, creating jobs, and just helping out the communities for sure.
At Hippo's, the bud tenders are teachers.
You might get the person that comes in and they've been to 100 dispensaries and they know everything about weed, and you might get someone this is their first experience and they're looking to know about weed. So we like to definitely be informative and keep everybody, up to date with protocols and just, products that are coming out and coming in. And
a day celebrating tradition and growth. Travis Cummings, 5 on your side.
Missouri dispensaries rang up more than $1.46 billion in cannabis sales last year, with the vast majority coming from adult use purchases. That puts the state among the strongest cannabis markets in the country for our population size. And we're back with meteorologist Gary Frank with another look at those incoming storms. He's, of course, tracking your weather impact forecast. Gary, we know you said you've been tracking this for a couple of days.
Yeah, myself and the rest of the weather impact team have continued to update you on the potential for flooding and the lower threat that we had Friday night into Saturday. But now the ingredients are starting to come together, and we're seeing the better opportunity for storms. And that's why we have a tornado watch that's in place until 11 o'clock for everybody but Clay County, Illinois. But right now, what we're going to mainly focus on is this line of storms. I want to talk about what has changed and where we are with this right now. You'll notice that we're at 77 degrees. We also have a southeast breeze feeding into this line, which it's almost 30 degrees cooler on the other side of the state. And you'll see this from just a temperature standpoint. We've seen the ingredients. We didn't have the rain stick around as long this morning. We got clouds out of here and it warmed up. And that's one of the things that we first looked at. We also look at this larger system that still you can see that spin where that's going to settle in. That's the surface low that's in place. And you see the leading edge of that. That's the cold front where storms are developing along that line. We also have this warm front, which is lifted north of 70 in St. Louis. And anywhere north of that, you're really not seeing as much of a severe threat. But this is increasing that instability. And we have all the storm fuel. We also have a southeast breeze ahead of that line of that cold front. And that's where we're starting to see the rotation at that. And let's zoom into some of these storms and talk about where we are with these right now. Because there's not much going on locally here, but it's a matter of time before we start to see one of them. And you'll see these lines of storms, which has one big line of severe thunderstorm warnings. And I think this is probably something that we're going to deal with a lot today. So let's talk about it if you're just watching us here or you watch the replay of this before we talk about live, because I think we're going to see a lot of these large severe thunderstorm warnings and then embedded tornado warnings within them. So we're going to see at least 60-mile-an-hour wind from some of these, and then you're going to see circulations like this, which are out of our area at the moment. But I did want to point out where they are and what they're going to look like. You'll start to see these little areas of rotation within them. That's where we have these specific tornado warnings. Once again, out of our area, but it's a sign of where things may be able to at least look at and realize that environmental ingredients that we have with these, right? So if we're just talking about some of the leading edge severe thunderstorm warnings, some of them right now, as we look to the south, the leading edge of this, it's not even raining there barely, but I want to talk about where the leading edge of these are and where we're going to see maybe closer to our area. Let's say Viburnum, the leading edge of those. It's still Edgar Springs about 6:15. It's going to take some time. These are moving about 35 miles an hour along that main line. So as we look ahead, you'll also notice where the Storm Prediction Center outlined the greatest risk for stronger tornadoes. Most of it is out of our area, and I want to point out where the colors wane between a 5% and a 2% risk. Most of that has to do with the timing of this, right? If it's going to be moving in later at night, as I show you this future radar, you don't have the instability from the heating of the day quite as much. So we watch this line of storms between the next hour or so. It's starting to work its way in our main viewing area. You'll see areas like Herman, Bowling Green, Rolla. You've already seen that. And then the backside of things, you're in the clear. It's going to be cool. We're going to be able to say, hey, you're finally able to go to sleep without severe weather. weather problems. But watch this line in the metro, somewhere between 7 and 9 in the 270 loop, or very close to it in the Metro East. And then as we go into further, watch how that line continues. Whether or not we see embedded areas of rotation or just 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, that remains to be seen. We'll watch how things set up. Sometimes these storms create their own boundaries. It'll be out of here by 11 o'clock, thus the tornado watch that goes through 11 o'clock, right? So our main threats tonight are 60 to 75 mile an hour wind. We have up to golf ball sized hail, although hail is not as great of a concern for me at this point, but a few possible tornadoes are there, and I'm not expecting much flash flooding. I think an inch or less with some of these storms. I know it's wet outside, but these storms are not going to create as much rainfall. And over the next few days, I want to put you to rest so we don't have to deal with this for the next few days. You're fine tomorrow. The cold front moves through. We have some rain by the end of the week, but really the main story as we look ahead is the fact that we're going to continue to see our main threat for severe weather into the overnight hours. Myself and Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell are here. We're going to be tracking these storms and have an update here. I think maybe we'll start to see our first set of warnings continue after 6 o'clock, and we'll either break into coverage or we'll be on 5+ or both.
Certainly, Gary, we appreciate you so much for tracking this, and we will continue to check in with you. We've got Frank here. What's coming up in sports?
Well, Diamond, New York may be a nice place to visit for some, not the Cardinals this weekend. And we will hear from the Blues as they get ready for Game 2 against the Jets.
What does it take to be the
The Cardinals should just pull a Kurt Russell and escape from New York. I mean, they go in there feeling good about themselves after back-to-back series wins against the Phillies and Astros, and wham, they're in 4th place, 4 games under 500. Sonny Gray has been really good lately, but the first error he faced, Francisco Lindor, hit it 400 feet, and it's 1-0 Mets. You know who's really improving? Jordan Walker in right field. Another outstanding catch in the 2nd inning. 7th inning, Cardinals down 3-1. Now Mason Wynn is coming back, but Thomas Saggese is not going down. He knocks in 2 with this RBI double. We are tied at 3. Saggese is now hitting 400 on the season. The bullpen struggled again. Tyrone Taylor with the hit off Phil Maton for the first time since 1986. The Mets sweep the Cardinals in a 4-game series, the final 7-4. The Cardinals may struggle in New York, but the Blues have actually had some very good moments in Winnipeg. Do you know in the 2019 playoffs, they won 3 games at the Canada Life Center? Last night in Game 1, the building was louder than a Rolling Stones concert. The joint was definitely jumping early. And for a change, the Blues had a rough 3rd period. They managed just 1 shot on goal. Alex, I followed to tie the game at 3. And with 1:36 to play, the great Kyle Connor will unleash a one-timer that proved to be the game winner. The Jets take a 1-0 lead after a 5-3 victory. Game 2 will be tomorrow night.
We had the lead, and obviously they're going to press a little more, and that's just the game of hockey. But, I feel like we played a hard game. A lot of good things to take away from this game for sure. And it's just back to the drawing board for the next game. It's one game at a time, and we know that. It's whether you win or lose, you got to focus on that next game.
I didn't like our how tight we were defensively in the third. I thought we gave them a little bit too much space after we had dominated for quite a bit.
Game 1 of the NBA playoffs, Celtics and Magic. Kristaps Porzingis can't finish the alley-oop, but Jason Tatum does. Later, Tatum will try to get the dunk, but watch closely. Wendell Carter and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope will not allow it. Tatum was banged up, but stayed in the game, and Boston goes on to win this game by a convincing score of 103-86. Tatum had 17 points.
This 5 on Your Side St. Louis City SC coverage is sponsored by Together Credit Union.
Let me take you back to last night at Energizer Park. Coach Olaf Melberg thanking the fans for coming out to watch them play Vancouver. It was a similar type of story for City SC. They actually scored a goal, this one by Marcel Hartel. It was disallowed. It was a scoreless draw. City is winless in their last 5 games with 4 losses and just 1 goal. Be with us tonight on Sports Plus. We talk hockey with former NHL goaltender and analyst Mike McKenna, hitting with the Cardinals' new hitting coach Brant Brown, and we sit down the legendary basketball player LaFonso Ellis. And that will do it in sports.
Thank you so much,
All
Frank.
right.
We have Gary Frank here with a look at
Yeah,
the
we're still
forecast.
looking at that line of storms as we continue to look at additional tornado warnings just off to the east of Columbia right now. You'll see that one near Phelps County to the south. That's one that we may see for first here if they extend that further into our area. And of course, we'll jump in online, on air, and on 5+.
Alrighty, thank you so much for joining us here at 5. That's all the time we have. We will continue to keep a look on tonight's forecast.
Continue with
All right, everybody. Good evening. We're going to get you caught up on what's going on here. We just had a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's all part of this big line of storms that's coming in from the west. Pretty impressive line, too. So we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. That one is going to be for Warren, Franklin, and Gasconade County, parts of Warren, Franklin, and Gasconade County. That's the big picture you see in St. Louis. We are right now still sitting at 77 degrees. All right, so this new warning, let's look at it. Let's take a closer inspection here. These storms have had a history out to our west, and now even into Montgomery County. We've got a, looks like the northern parts of Montgomery County got a tornado warning on there as we continue to see this thing spinning. So you're kind of looking at this line of storms right now out to the west of St. Louis, continuing to move on towards the northeast. And so that at this point is going to be sliding west of us for the time being in the metro area. But you still have pretty intense thunderstorms out here that are coming out of Osage County, coming out of Callaway County, and pushing into Gasconade County, into Montgomery County. They're going to get into Franklin County as well as into Warren County here shortly. So just kind of looking at that off to the west of St. Louis. And another one, you still have that warning down there in Dent County, especially as you go into southern portions of Dent County. That's where it looks to be the worst at this point in terms of intensity so far in our area. But again, you know, we're primed this afternoon. All the ingredients seem to be in place for some of these storms to spin some tornadoes up across the area. So here's the broader picture. Warning-wise right now, we have Phelps, we have Dent, we have Gasconade, Franklin, and Warren counties, severe thunderstorm warnings here. Then you have this tornado warning coming out of Callaway County, it looks like, and heading towards Montgomery County. So again, that's off to the west of St. Louis, out along Interstate 70, but there's a couple of circulations in here that, you know, one of them is up close to Mexico. You got another apex there on the line that's streaming in. And again, these storms have a history of wind damage with them. And you can see that as you kind of just look here. If there's a tornado with that storm that's coming into Montgomery County, it's right just to the west of Danville. So Montgomery City would probably be in the path of that, considering these storms are racing off to the northeast. So they're moving in that general direction. They're flying off to the northeast at this point. So that's where our tornado warning is. Technically not in our area, but we do know we have some folks out there that stream, watch us on the streaming in Montgomery County. Warren County, the northwestern quarter of Franklin County, the northern half of Gasconade County, and Phelps County, all in that severe thunderstorm warning. And again, we're looking at winds in here that are going to be 60 to 70 miles per hour outside of any twisting that we're dealing with. This line of thunderstorms moving off towards the northeast, doing so very quickly. This is going to be something that we're with you here for a while through the evening hours, because these storms are not going to let up anytime soon. The other thing, too, is even though it's not a tornado warning in Warren, Franklin, and Gasconade counties, the thing you need to watch for those areas is that, you know, you're still looking at the potential that Frank's with me here. You're still looking at a potential that you can spin it up because of the environment that exists across the area. You can spin something up pretty quickly. So,
yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
So that's what we're looking at. Frank's working on Sports Plus right now. You know, so he's trying to get that out of the way. Well, the NROD's showing up too. So just looking at a couple more things over here off screen as we continue to mitigate this situation and try to keep you updated here as we go through the evening hours. Here's our story. So we have a tornado watch. It's in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. The cold front's coming in from the west. The warm front's lifted north of St. Louis. Anybody in the warm sector subject to seeing severe thunderstorms with the potential of tornadoes. And that pretty much includes most of the 5 on your side area. Most of it. right? So we're looking at that line right now, and this notch that's off to the west of Danville that's going to be approaching Montgomery County, that right now probably does have, at the very least, a funnel cloud associated with it. Maybe hard to see because of the rain that's in there. But this is also, this whole line is producing wind gusts of 50 to 60, maybe to 70 miles per hour in that area as it's racing off to the east. So that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning out here into Warren County, out into parts of Franklin County, as well as Gasconade County. We're keeping all of our eyes on those storms as they're moving in from the west. Down here across Phelps County, that little nudge there that's down towards Ninth Way, that's going up Highway 63, up Highway 44. You're going to be dealing with that as we continue here through the next few hours. All of this will get into the metro area by 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight, 7:30, passing through. And it's going to bring with it strong winds, maybe some hail, but I think so far it's been wind and tornado threats that we've been dealing with. And so anywhere along this line, you've got circulations that could easily drop a tornado. And we have that stiff south. Gary's talked about this a couple of times today, streaming with y'all. We've got that stiff south to southeast wind, so that's at the surface, and it's a stiff one. And then as you go up in the atmosphere, we're already doing the twisting of the winds, and we're increasing those winds. They get very strong as you go up in the atmosphere. So that combination is a combination that is in fact favorable for severe thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes. So these are the storms we're watching. If you're in Warren County, Gasconade, Franklin, or Phelps County, you do have, for much of those areas, a severe thunderstorm warning. Our main threat at this point is going to be from the wind, strong winds, and we're going to see some power outages. We've already seen power outages reported as this system has been going through mid-Missouri. You see those brighter colors where it goes from green to almost a whitish blue? That's where winds are over 60 miles per hour. On the red side of things, that's going away from the radar, but once you get into those really light colors, that too is where you're looking at winds over 60 miles per hour. So they're keeping that tornado warning going out there in Montgomery County. If that storm and that circulation would stay together, it could impact the area of southwestern portions of. We'll let Frankie do this. All right, so Frankie's done with that. This is that potential tornadic storm out over around the Danville area in Montgomery County. It's moving northeast. So just that little circulation, if it keeps going, that is going to end up going into northwestern portions of Lincoln County and southern portions of Pike County. So that includes the area around Ashley and Eolia. Certainly it includes Bellflower here very soon. And, you know, Stillhouse Ford, we're talking that area north of Hawk Point where we may have some circulations. And there's no guarantee that, you know, farther down to the south along this line that we won't have some circulations developing here. I got to tell you, that's some strong wind along the Missouri River here that's approaching Herman right now. Very strong wind going to be in Herman within the next 10 or 15 minutes. So you're going to be dealing with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Same sort of thing heading down towards Rolla, a lot of gusty winds in that area, although it looks like it's more in southern portions of Phelps County. But that's already starting to spread into Crawford County. And these are the areas we will continue to monitor here over the course of the next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, however long it takes for these storms to get through here. I think in St. Louis, it's by 6:30, 7 o'clock we're looking at this coming on through. Now, I will say there are some signs that, you know, you got a couple of areas here that we're kind of watching. One, with these 2 tornado warnings up here, yeah, that part of the line looks really intense. And then it's not as intense as you go down southwest of Herman and down towards Vichy and then down towards the Rolla area before it picks back up in intensity again. We don't know exactly how these storms are going to interact with the environment that we have. Kind of the question that we have going into the next few hours. It's a favorable environment for storms to spin. The ingredients appear to be there for tornadic thunderstorms. We've seen wind damage in central Missouri. We've seen wind damage back into portions of the Ozarks. Okay, so that storm now very close to, you see the circulation showing up there, the mesoscale kind of spinning on there. That's one of the storms that we're watching. That's in between the 2 tornado warnings at the moment that it's giving us that. We also have some indication maybe there's a little bit of hail there. I want to see, just looking at the local storm reports, we just plotted some on there. We've had 70+ mile per hour winds around Columbia. Jeff City gusted to 66. So we know these storms have the capability of tapping into some of those stronger upper level winds. As you go down here, down towards Rolla, that's where it picks back up again in intensity over towards Salem. So again, I think we're going to get some pretty large severe thunderstorm warnings as all of this kind of advances onto the east here over the course of the next hour to 2 hours. And occasionally embedded with those large severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll also see some potential tornado warnings. And right now I'd say it's leaning more because we're more linear rather than individual cells. It's leaning towards more of the quick spin-up tornadoes versus the supercell type tornadoes. But having said that, as we look farther to the south, those storms that are down to the south of us, they're certainly, they have more access to better ingredients, and the potential that they could produce damage certainly exists as we head into this evening. So I don't want to scare you, don't want you to be worried about this because, I mean, the storms are going to come no matter what we do. So it's up to us to make the good choices, to stay weather aware, make sure we know our safe place, we're ready to go if we have to. And I don't think, you know, in the metro area, from what we're seeing right now, I think it's more of a wind threat than anything else. But that can quickly change as we go through the course of the next few hours. Right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning for Warren County, a severe thunderstorm warning here in Franklin County, and a severe thunderstorm warning for Gasconade County as well as Phelps County. The strongest part of this storm that has the most wind, we're going to pop that on here, and then we're going to track that out. What are these moving, about 50 miles an hour, Gary?
I don't think they're moving that fast. According to the radar, they were only moving like 35 miles an hour.
Okay. I'm going to put it on 40.
Yeah, they're up to 40 now.
Yeah. So the leading edge of the strongest winds, I know you don't have a warning in Lincoln County yet, but the leading edge of those stronger winds, you know, that's kind of where the leading edge is. And that means, well, you're getting it about now in Herman. The strongest winds are about ready to really whip up in Herman. So you're going to get some wind-whipped rain there. Warrenton, timing on this is about 6:25. Troy, about 6:34. Into Moscow Mills, about 6:41. Give or take a little bit. Wentzville, about 6:49. So before 7 o'clock, this line looks to be advancing into the metro area. And as you see the wind field with this, now as it gets closer, and I'll take that timeline off, as it gets closer to the radar, we see the winds actually going down somewhat. That's because we're sampling lower in the atmosphere. So it's closer to the ground. When we were sampling the radar over mid-Missouri, that was much higher. It also appears that there may very well have been a bit of a weakening trend with some of these storms. Let's look at that. And it does look like they've weakened a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. And, you know, anything we can get at this point, given the spring we've had, if we can get it to weaken a little bit, we'll take that. So Warren County, Franklin County, Gasconade County, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Down here into Phelps County, especially from around Rolla, along Highway 63 going east, We have the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we think wind is the main threat, although it is going to be a drenching rain. And if we had to say where a tornado might be with this, I'm going to say that right now, south of Middletown, let's see if it's going to give me that. We'll go up there. This looks like it's just a little bit south and southwest of Middletown. So you're over the farm fields here, up in Montgomery County. But there's definitely something, you know, right in this area that looks like it might be rotating. Now, it's not overly significant from this vantage point, but it's certainly the potential's there. And when you see that little notch in the radar echoes, it always makes us pause just a little bit and wonder what's going on. So the metro area, still okay. We're just under a tornado watch now in Metro St. Louis until 11 o'clock. And I think once this line of storms goes through, that's it. This is your severe threat. It's right along this leading edge. Once it's in and out, your severe threat will drop off. And so will the temperatures. Out ahead of this right now, let me show you the tornado watch. I'll work my way down through what I've got here. Pretty much all of our area, with the exception of Clay County, under this tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. Again, once we get through this, slides off to the east, the line, then the back edge of the severe thunderstorm threat goes away. New severe thunderstorm warning now. Looks like that's going to be for Pike County, an extension of that storm here that's coming out of Audrain County and coming out of Montgomery County. I will take the radar off so you can see that that is all of Pike County in Missouri, severe thunderstorm warning. Okay? And why? Because you've got this line of thunderstorms that's out here west of Vandalia down to the southwest of Middletown. That's coming northeast bound. And so that is going to push in. I mean, it's going to rain ahead of time, but the heaviest part of this storm will be into Bowling Green at about 6:30. So in about 20, 25, 30 minutes, something in the next half hour. Eolia, 6:42. Right at the Mississippi River by, 6:48 to 6:50, 6:55, something like that. So these are the areas we're watching. You just want to make sure you're staying inside, away from windows and doors at this point. Now, in the event that we do have additional tornado warnings issued, and that's certainly a real possibility, where's your safe place? Most of us are pretty familiar with this drill, especially after the spring we've had, but you really want to try to get into interior hallways and closets. If that bathroom is on an exterior wall, if the tub is over by the wall, maybe you want to get into the hallway if you've got, space on either side, and that's, still putting additional walls between you and the outside. A closet is always a good spot. We don't want you standing out on the deck looking for the storm to come get you. That's not a good option. We want to keep our shoes on, and if you've got a bike helmet, maybe you take that with you into your safe place. Obviously, the basement's the safest place that you have when that's available, but not all of us have a basement. Now, if you are in a mobile home, given the setup that we see tonight, if you're in the metro area and you live in a mobile home, I would say, for the next couple of 3 hours, maybe you invite yourself over to some friends or some family who have a more substantial place that, you're not going to run the risk of it. Not that, there's a great risk, but there's a risk here. I'm looking at this down here to the south and southwest of St. Louis, Gary. Look at that cell south of Rolla. That's kind of spinning, and we also have some spin there that's
I look at that one north near Warrenton right now, Herman.
Yeah, the one up towards Herman.
It's that leading edge. I think we're going to start to see that QLCS.
Yeah, you're going to get those brief spin-ups bulging out. If this interacts with, depending on how it interacts, that's where we are. I mean, this is what's going to happen this evening. So it doesn't look like we've been able to confirm a tornado. And there's
no, but we just got a big, wide, severe thunderstorm warning for that same spot.
Yeah.
And they've upped that to 70 mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, with the potential of a tornado too, probably. So here is this new warning. It's a big one, really big one. Covers the rest of Gasconade and Franklin County down into Crawford and Washington and Iron and Reynolds County. That one's going until 7 o'clock.
There's the first one. Here we go.
Which one?
Eric, if you're listening, Pike County,
Eric,
Lincoln County.
Pike County. and
All right,
Lincoln
call
County.
the hub. Let's. Yep.
Yeah, okay, so Eric's on that.
Yep.
So we have a new tornado warning here. Point. So here's the tornado warning. All right. Well, good evening, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell here along with Gary Frank. We continue to track our potential of severe weather, and our first tornado warning in our area just issued by the National Weather Service. It includes northwestern portions of Lincoln County as well as southeastern portions of Pike County. Now, this warning does not include Troy, but it does include Bowling Green. It includes Eolia. It includes Cyrene. It's that storm near Middletown right now that's showing circulation. I'm going to stop the radar for you at this moment, and we're going to track that storm for you. We're thinking it's moving about 40, 45 minutes. I'd rather give it a little extra nudge on the time to get you in your safe spot. Bowling Green, the timeline on this, about 6:27 or so. This is the leading edge. It's that little area, that notch you see there. Clarksville, 6:51. So it's what's happening right now in Montgomery County that's prompted this tornado warning. You need to be in your safe place. This is on the leading edge of the thunderstorms, all right? So at the very beginning of the line of storms. You've already had some rain that picks up ahead. The winds start to pick up, and then you go into this circulation when you get the main line of thunderstorms that comes rolling in and across the area. So as you're looking at this, if you're north of Troy, Silex, up towards Eolia, Cyrene, those areas, Ashley, you're in the path of that, along Highway 54, along Highway 61, going north out of Troy. It's up here in the northern and northwestern portions of Lincoln County and into the southern portions of Pike County. This is in Missouri, and it's because of this notch right in here, we're seeing some rotation in that area at this point, and that is why we have our scenario playing out with a tornado warning here for this storm right here. Now, this storm, and this whole line, as it's been coming through mid-Missouri, has been producing wind damage. And we've seen potentially some tornadic damage. We don't know, but it's strong enough winds, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. That'll do damage in and of itself at this point. Okay, so here is what we're looking at right now with that storm. Let's pop on the winds, and you can see there's a lot of red, a lot of green. We're going to see that all along that line. Looks like there might even be something else trying to form there north of Vandalia, but it's this little surge close to Middletown that's moving off to the northeast. From Middletown, just south and east. This is up in the reaches, far reaches, where the Quiver River is much, much smaller. But going up here into Silex, Eolia, up Highway 61. Here's Highway 161, going out of Bowling Green through Ashley down to Middletown. Again, this area, you should be in your safe place now, inside, away from windows and doors. Now, I don't expect, based on looking at this radar imagery here, that you're looking at a really large, intense tornado. You're looking at a rain-wrapped spin-up that's embedded within an area of strong, gusty winds in and of itself. We're pulling it back just a little bit more here because this isn't the only storm that we're dealing with right now. We have a multitude of them.
There's an additional tornado warning now for Pike County as well.
Okay, for the northern, right? That was the one up in, yeah.
That's the one you just mentioned.
Yeah, that was the one coming out of Vandalia. So there's two tornado warnings. So now you've got two circulations moving in one for northern Pike County, one for the southwestern part of Pike County. But you also have severe thunderstorm warnings from Warren County into Franklin County, into Gasconade County, down into Crawford County. That severe thunderstorm working its way through Rolla right now and then down into Dent County. The warning also includes northern portions of Reynolds County into Iron County, because what is in Dent County right now looks like it's producing some wind damage. So 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in the strongest part of these storms. They're moving off to the east. Keep in mind, in the last 2 weeks, our trees have really started budding out. When we had the storms back in the middle of March, the trees, they were still bare. Now we have at least some foliage out there adding extra resistance to those stronger winds, which in turn means we're more susceptible to seeing wind damage and power outages as these storms work on through. I want to kind of put this into motion so you can see how it's moving over the last couple of hours. Clearly, the strongest part of this storm is where we have the tornado warnings. That's where the most intense weather is on the northern side. It's not quite as intense, but still worth watching, and still 50 to 65 mile per hour winds, Gasconade into Franklin County, going down into Crawford County. And then those storms from Rolla southward down towards Salem, those storms are maintaining intensity. And here's the thing, if you've been outside in St. Louis, you know it's warm, it's a bit muggy, and it's awfully windy. Those winds are stiff out of the southeast around the metro area. And aloft, those winds are coming out of the southwest and more to the west. So any of this air that's getting lifted and drawn into these storms immediately starts spinning. So it doesn't take much in this kind of environment to spin up a tornado. And this is what we're going to look at as we go through the remainder of this evening. So we're going to be tracking these storms as they move off to the east and to the northeast, individual cells. Let's go in here and look specifically here at these two cells up here that have us with our tornado warning. We've got that one bulge there that's gone right around Vandalia, and you have the other bulge that's coming out around the Middletown area. So just a little bit tighter in there. Here's the one that's coming out of Middletown. That's going to move right along Highway 161 towards Ashley, and also potentially we'll see something spin up here in this far northwestern portion right here along that Louisville area, Hopkinsville. These are very small communities. There's New Hartford, southwest of Ashley. And then Bowling Green, you're kind of splitting the difference between the circulations, but you're still in that tornado polygon, as anywhere along this line, if it gets a nudge, if it bulges out, you immediately start twisting and quickly spin up tornadoes. So inside, away from windows and doors, as these storms are approaching, we want you in your safe place. If you feel more comfortable going to your basement, I don't think we're looking at huge tornadoes again. I think we're looking at those smaller spin-ups, but they still may have 90, 100 mile an hour winds. So you go where you feel safe, and that's inside, away from windows and doors. The basement, obviously, that's always the best safe spot that you can get to. As we work farther to the south, still strong storms here coming out of Montgomery County along 70. That's pushing towards Warrenton. You see it out here along Highway 94, along Highway 100. Herman, you've had the gusty winds. You've had the torrential rain. That's now pulling onto the east. So this is going to roll right along Interstate 70. It's going to roll right along the Missouri River and right on into the metro St. Louis area. Farther down to the south, we keep tracking. These storms are packing strong winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour, locally higher gusts can be expected, especially now around St. James and over towards about 5 minutes from now in Steelville, and then going farther to the south. That area that's down here into Dent County, when that gets over here into Iron and Reynolds County, it's going to create some gusty winds. So Gary, just kind of broadening our view back out here.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, we've got obviously the two main tornado warnings that we're on with you for are this specific line to the north, right? And you'll see that here, and I'll zoom in just shortly. There is going to be a little bit of a gap in between these, and you can see that thin red line as we have that southeast breeze out ahead of it. That's where we're going to start to see the twisting of the wind, and until we know how that interacts as it gets closer to this spot. Now, this is what we've been mentioning over the last couple of days, specifically today with our streams that we've been doing consistently, is the fact that it's 617. The sun is going down, but it's still very warm and humid and windy. But as Scott mentioned, as this continues to work its way into the St. Louis Metro, into the Metro East, that's why your threat wanes a little bit as it goes further east. We'll see how that holds up, though. I do want to point out a couple of these spots here to the south, and you'll see them. These maybe look a little bit different than the one to the north that's in a straight line where we have those leading edge, some of these spots. And right near Rolla, and I know that not necessarily any of these are tornado warned right now, but still, we're looking at some rotation. Maybe it's broad at this point, but it's still one of these areas that we want to mention, even as I show you up where this line is right here. And you'll see that here as this kind of this bow, and you'll see that that's where the straight line wind of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind is perhaps there, but you're also seeing these circulations out ahead of as well. North of Bowling Green, north of Troy, through Montgomery City, right around Herman as well. But I want to see how this particular line works its way. That includes O'Fallon, Missouri. That includes Innsbruck. And I know you're not involved in any tornado warning, but I want you to at least get inside at this point here as I start off with some of the velocity products. And I'll show you what it looks like from south to north as we look at this ahead. As I point out, even as we switch different radars, notice just right about here, that's where we see these areas of circulation. And they're not as tight as they could be. That's why you don't have the tornado warning. This radar product tells us that we have the wind that goes toward and away. You'll see it in one direction, you'll see it in the other. That's where we see the twisting of the wind, and that's what the radar indicates for us. When we don't see those reds really tight and greens really tight together, that's where the circulation is broad. So it's something that we monitor, but it doesn't mean that necessarily we have a tornado at that point. That's why you don't have the tornado warning. What is a little bit more, at least concerning from that standpoint, is we start to see these little notches, and they're tough to see, at least at this point, right about here, and you also see maybe right about here. So there may be multiple times where over the course of the next hour or two, we run into this, where we watch this line or another line, that even as we go further back, and you're starting to see that, even as I pull this back out. So we're going to watch how this line interacts. The other thing that's going to be interesting to note is we have rain out ahead of it, and you'll see that it's obviously raining in Troy and Innsbruck and Washington, and you may start to see the wind pick up a little bit, but in terms of significant weather, it's not there just yet. Normally we see that line of storms and immediately it's incredibly windy and gusty, and we don't have that just yet. Will this line of storms out ahead of it, or at least the rain out ahead of it, weaken or lessen our instability that we were already starting to work on at this point? That's one thing that we're going to check on for as we watch this whole line of storms that settles in. You'll see that up at 44. Now it's starting to get where we're able to maybe see some of these MoDOT cameras, but I know that a lot of people are on the road because it's Easter, and you know, we're going to start to see if you have anybody that's driving on 44, anybody that's driving on 70 right now, give them a call if you kind of know where they are or thinking about it, and just wait this out for a brief moment. This is the part of the storm that I want them to wait out. They can drive through the rain. The rain is okay, but it's this part of the storm where we're going to see that wind gust that is going to be at a pretty good clip here from 60 to 70 miles an hour. And there's another spot that's even north of this right now that I'm watching for an area of circulation. And I got this on a different spot here, and I want to pull this up to the north here. You know, this is in between radars. We so often do that, where you start to see these little areas where they're not as tight. But you're also starting to see this spot near Herman. And that's maybe an area that I want to watch here as we get into this over the next 15 to 30 minutes, just right about here between Herman and Warrenton. Those are the kind of things, Scott, I think that we're going to see here, even though they're not tornado warned. We're going to watch things like that, I think, over the next hour to 2 hours, and how they maybe develop those brief tornadoes on the leading edge. And that's what we're going to be watching here over the next few minutes.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's a concern because this is all coming right into the metro area, and we are primed for this to cause problems for us this evening. So just recapping here, if you're just joining us now, it's 6:21. Long as we have tornado warnings and there's this threat with this storm, and I think we're going to be on probably for about 2 hours. That's my guess. I know you probably have something you wanted to see on NBC tonight, but as long as these storms are threatening, we're going to be here with you. All right, tornado warning is up in Pike County. You have 2 separate storms that are warned on, and northwestern portions of Lincoln County. Okay, there's a couple of circulations there. Now, as we head farther south, we now have this new severe thunderstorm warning that extends into St. Charles County, the rest of Lincoln County, and into western portions of St. Louis County. That was just issued. And then along this line, going down into Franklin County, much of western Washington County, Crawford County, Iron, Reynolds County, you're looking at this line of storms. And as Gary just mentioned, the area where we've got the two circulations here where we're kind of bowing things out, or you're seeing those little nubs spinning out, is up to the northwest of St. Louis where we have our tornado warning. So right now, it's a lot of wind-whipped rain, and you may have some spinning where these storms, where the intensity of the rain is nudging out ahead of the line, it automatically starts the spin. And because you're in a favorable environment, you know, you're just taking something that just started and it's just like giving it a little boost and boom, it's very quick. So we're not going to be out of the woods with these quick spin-ups here for a while. If you're in Bowling Green, still in Ashley, Curryville, it's on top of you now. Frankfort, it's almost there. This is going to be into Louisiana in 10 minutes. Calumet, and then Paynesville, the Bonsall School District folks up here. This is where you should be in your safe place right now. Now, northern portions of Lincoln County, you still have that tornado warning in effect here for this circulation that was nudging out. We're thinking at this point it's more wind, but even a 60 to 70 mile per hour wind at this point is going to be enough to cause problems in those areas. So again, look at that line as it's coming in from the west. Very intense. You've got several areas where it's spinning. The storms are trying to tilt and nudge out that air, and as they do so, they're pulling in that southeastern and southerly wind, and that potentially kicks up a couple of tornadoes. As we go farther to the south now, severe thunderstorm warning, including the western parts of the metro area. This is basically from about St. Peter's westward, Harvester westward, down to Wildwood. It includes Chesterfield, goes down here just to the Jefferson County border. And don't feel left out down here farther south of St. Louis. You're going to get your warnings too. While this isn't imminent that it's going to produce a tornado, the potential is still there because the ingredients appear to be ripe right over St. Louis for something to start spinning. Now you're getting the rain out ahead of the main line of storms, but you see how intense that storminess is as you go here off just to the west. So we'll pull this up, kind of go back down. This is an area Gary was just talking about a few minutes ago, down towards Cuba to Steelville and between, along 44 between Cuba and St. James. I'm going to add on the wind fields in here. And while nothing immediately screams I've got a big circulation in here, when you're seeing blue, even light to dark blue here, that means we have a tremendous amount of wind that the radar is sampling. So it's telling us that the raindrops are being whipped around in that storm. And in many cases, we're talking 60, 65, perhaps 70 miles per hour. How much of that's reaching the ground? Well, that's a good question, honestly. You know, we're pretty confident at least 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. We think now we're going to be looking at some tree branches coming down with this. We also are anticipating, as the tree branches come down, some scattered power outages. That's going to take us into this evening, so be prepared for that. And as Gary mentioned just a minute ago, if you've got friends that are getting ready to travel back home from, you know, Easter dinner this evening, you want to kind of wait till this leading edge gets through. Once the leading edge and the gusty winds have pressed onto the east, then the severe weather threat dies off. But that right now down here into Crawford County, down into Dent County, that's going to move into Washington, into Iron, and into Reynolds County. These areas down here, very primed, and then this area up to the north, still showing some pretty intense reflectivities there. In the metro area, right now, we expect some gusty winds, 50 to 65 miles per hour, and that severe thunderstorm warning extended into the metro area to include western portions of St. Louis County. So not to 270 yet, but close. And then back out to include Cottleville and O'Fallon and about to St. Peter's. So Gary, while it's not there yet, it's coming towards the metro area, and it's coming quickly.
Yeah, this is not going to be something that we're going to get missed by. It's a matter of what parts of the area are going to be impacted the most. So we're going to see a couple of 70-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts, not out of the question. We've already seen something similar in central Missouri, even though that was where we kind of have been talking about the prime area for ingredients, right? And as we're an hour or so away from sunset, you'll probably start to notice this weaken just a little bit, especially it goes in the Metro East. So it's important to notice what's going on over the next 30 minutes or so, because that will let us know if things are weakening a little bit. I do want to point out some of these spots, and I want to zoom in on this specifically because I found it to be interesting in the sense that we've kind of talked about where some of this is weakening or there was a gap. Well, I've actually seen this from Morrison to Herman along 19. Watch how some of these reds north of Gerald fill back in just a little bit. And that's something that we're going to at least watch for to see if there are any trends with that as well. I did want to put a track on this for you here as we look ahead, because we are going to see this specific area right about here. We are going to see that area along this line where you see that bowing out that stretches all the way south of Washington. I do want to look at where there are some of these little minor kink areas here. You can see where some of them, and those are the things we're going to watch for specifically, because as we have right now essentially a southeast breeze that went too far so I couldn't draw on it, a southeast breeze coming in this direction here, and we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County. We have this southeast breeze that's feeding in ahead of this, right? So that's where the wind is coming in from. Well, of course, the leading edge of this line is coming here, and so that's where we start to see these little areas that twist right there. That's what we're watching for, and at the very least, you're going to see, like Scott mentioned, 50 to 60 mile an hour wind, some higher wind in some spots. And then you look at this where it's not as defined, but there are some areas where we're starting to see that toward the radar or away from the radar. That's what we're watching for here in the short term. And then when you look at it and compare it to the storms that are currently tornado warned, which is why we're on in place of Tom Hanks and Nature. We're sorry, we'll get back to you. It's going to be on there. But we're going to get you through this here, and we're talking about some of these spots. Watch where it's brighter here, and that's where we've seen the more well-defined, and that's not out of the question that north of our area, that's where you have the 70+ mile an hour wind gusts. And then even into Bowling Green now, you're starting to see those areas where it is impacting you a little bit more near Eolia. You have that line where some of these spots right there, that's what it looks like. And that's what we're going to watch out for specifically here. But as we get back to the one in Warrenton, you can see how that shifts and continues throughout the area right now. As we're just looking at the leading edge of this, and I know Scott's been tracking this as well, just the leading edge of this from a standpoint of how quickly it's going to move at its current pace. Let me take it to Jerseyville and Alton, because you're going to see this here about St. Charles at about 7:20. So right now it's moving about 40 miles an hour, but that still lines up with our 7 to 9 o'clock time frame that we've given for the metro. That puts it in North County by about 7:30 here, Scott. So even as we look at some of those spots, still filling in at this point. I think it's going to be interesting to see as we get to sunset in the next hour or so whether or not the ingredients are realized. But like you said, 50 to 60 mile an hour wind, really wet ground, more leaves on the trees. At the very least, we're probably going to see something from that.
Yeah, and I did not check the power outages just yet. I'll get there in a few minutes and take a look and see what we're going there. But let's look at this broad perspective here. I just have the warnings on here so you can see that we have the tornado warning, far northern portions of Lincoln County into Pike County. Now, the new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Pike County over into portions of Calhoun County, that's basically the extension of that storm. Then we go down into the rest of Lincoln County, much of St. Charles County, West St. Louis County, into Franklin County, and then going back to Gasconade County, Crawford, Washington, Iron, Reynolds, all down this line. That's what we're looking at. And it's just like we said, we saw this kind of ease up a little bit, but now, Gary, as this is coming into the metro area, we're seeing some of those intensities ramp up, and that's despite the fact that we actually have rain out ahead of the main line of the strongest part of this. Now, I want to watch these storms that are down here along and south of 44 for the next little bit. And I know this area has had some really rough times. We've really had a rough spring going down 44 into parts of Franklin County and Washington, Crawford County with tornadoes. These storms look a little more impressive, just looking at it, and they don't have quite as much well, let's say contamination, if you will, across southeast Missouri. So in this area, the air feeding these storms is more pure, it's full of the better ingredients, and so that helps to drive these storms and keep them going. As we get closer up here, farther to the north, we start to mix in the ingredients, and the fact that the rain is almost now to Weldon Spring, running out ahead of this storm, that may be limiting some of that intensity there. Even so, we got to watch these storms. There's definitely been some spinning along there. We've had reports of damage from mid-Missouri back into the Ozarks. It's been going on most of the day. As you see from the traffic cameras right there, we are really picking up the heavy rain. That is west of St. Louis. Where was that? Yeah, that's out in Warrenton right now. So it is pouring out in Warrenton right now. And you can see the flag is really whipping in the breeze there too, which is slowing traffic down. So you're right here looking at that. That's the traffic camera that you see right there. And that's the heavy rain. That's the wind. It's coming our way, moving towards St. Louis right now. Again, for the tornado warnings, that's up here, northern portions of Lincoln County into Pike County, right on top of Bowling Green. Spotters in Bowling Green just a minute ago did not report anything circulating, but they did not have any good visibility because of the wall of rain that's moving into those areas. So, you know, that's going to be the other part of this. Even if we spin up a tornado, it's not going to be one that you can really see, and that looks very suspicious up there. Let's go right up into there and take a look, because, you know, this is up just north of Bowling Green. That's going to be this area north of Louisiana towards Reading. There's Ashburn. This is right along the Mississippi River. The way that's nudging out right there is very suspicious. Now, again, we look at the winds and we see that, does it show any big circulation up there? No, not necessarily, but it's showing us some pretty intense wind. And just based on the way the storm looks, its appearance, it has us concerned. Now, as we come back farther to the south, what we're seeing out in Warrenton on the cameras just a second ago, gusty winds, but it doesn't necessarily look like it's severe there. But closer to the Missouri River and then going south, we do see stronger winds in this area. All of that light blue, indicative of winds that are greater than 60 miles per hour, perhaps 70, 75 miles per hour. And see how well defined that leading edge where the winds really ramp up. So you've got just the generic winds, if you will, that we've been dealing with all day long out here in the first shield of rain. And then once that line comes in, then those winds really whip up and get gusty as the rain and intensity increases. All right, so going south from Bowling Green back into Lincoln County, this is where our tornado warning is right now. I suspect they're going to let this expire for these areas. Best I can tell, the one that's up north, almost up there out of northeastern Pike County, that's the one that they're going to keep going because that circulation looks a little more impressive. But then we come back down Warrenton, you have the torrential rain as you see from the MoDOT camera there, and just kind of going farther south here. These storms, they just blew through Steelville. They're blowing through the Cuba area right now. So if you've got somebody that's ready to leave Easter dinner and they want to go down 44, tell them, hold on. Let's not do it just yet because we need to get this line of storms through, and that way you're not driving into something that you don't want to drive into. The winds down here, especially south of Steelville, looking pretty impressive here. We were looking at spots along here that had more bursts, if you will, of gustiness to them. We're not seeing that as much, but again, as this is pushing east into Iron County, into Reynolds County, those are the areas we will continue to watch as the winds are strong with these storms, and there's the potential that we'll spin something up. These storms, again, down to our southwest, those are the ones that we have the greatest concern with going into the next hour or two because this air over southeast Missouri, more unstable. You know, the warm front has lifted farther to the north, but just looking at this, you know, you've got this little area here off to the southeast of Steelville, going along Highway 8 as you kind of travel from Potosi back towards Steelville. That's got a little wonky look to it, and so a wavy look. That sometimes raises suspicion. For any of these storms, as they're coming into the metro area, while they're producing winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour pretty easily, there may be gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour. Because the winds are almost straight out of the south, if not a little southeast over the metro area, and then as you go up in the atmosphere, we start to turn them, we're already twisting that wind. Any air that's being ingested, the inflow into these storms, as it's going up, it already automatically starts twisting. So it doesn't take as much to get a tornado in that kind of scenario. Once again, we're talking about this whole line advancing east at about 40 miles per hour. The individual storms are racing off to the northeast. So we think in the next 2 hours, most of this will be through the metro area and to our east, and hopefully by 9 o'clock or so, completely out of the 5 on your side area. But at the moment, it is not. And at the moment, we're still tracking this whole line of potentially severe thunderstorms and occasionally some that spin with the capability of producing tornadoes. So Gary, our safe place inside, away from windows and doors right now.
Yeah, and as we continue this tornado watch until 11 o'clock with the power outage update, there's about 3,300 people without power. I would expect that a majority of those are in central Missouri here, and we'll give you the most recent update here shortly. So just keep that in mind. That's one of the reasons we talk about this so much, because of the history of the storm. Sometimes we can look at what storms did off to the west and say, well, it's not as bad, and then it gets into a more favorable environment, or vice versa, and that may be the case this time. But the fact that these storms have created damage, that's why we continue to talk about it. You can see through 11 o'clock, the tornado watch, it remains in place. I would expect that most of us, especially on the Missouri side, will not have to wait that long for this to continue to push out of here. But as we look at, like Scott mentioned, from north to south, as we look at some of the areas that these circulations still remain in place, and even these spots that are not in the current tornado warning right now, you still get these circulations from Cuba up to 44, and a lot of this is not something you're going to be able to go out and see. This is going to be rain-driven, rain-wrapped, the wind out ahead of it. So even if we do have one of those brief tornadoes that causes damage, we're going to likely see wind damage in association with it, as well as a wind-driven rain as we get closer to sunset. So it will be interesting to see whether or not this forms into a congealed line, or it's all messy and then eventually ends its threat for being not only a wind threat as much, but a tornado threat. I did want to put a track on the leading edge. It's obviously starting to rain in Chesterfield right now, as well as O'Fallon all the way past Richwoods. You're dry in Festus, you're dry in Arnold right now, and in the city in the 270 loop. Now, just from a rain standpoint, I'm going to give you a heads up that the rain is starting to pick up here, at least in the city of St. Louis here, right now about 7:15. Now, that's just the rain. I want to track the line of where this wind is, and you're seeing that right about here. I'm going to give you a good heads up here, because this is moving at about 40 miles an hour. So we're talking about Colville at about 7:15. We're talking about the city downtown at about 7:45, 7:50. So we'll just give you a few minutes extra heads up on that. That's where the leading edge of that wind is. Does that mean any of this is likely to produce a tornado at this time? That remains to be seen. We'll see if that weakens. But one thing that we've pointed out, and Scott has mentioned, is the fact that it is obviously raining out ahead of the main line. Not all the time does that happen. And because of that, sometimes that limits a little bit of the instability. But sometimes, as we look at the radar, that's really not doing that all the time. So as we look at where some of the most recent wind is, you'll still see that there are some of these areas where we're probably looking for a better notch. Once again, if you just kind of follow along for the first time, I know we've been busy here this spring season, generally you see the red, which is away from the radar. That's the radar picking up the wind away. And then you have the toward the radar site, which is around in Weldon Spring. And so we're looking at for areas like this, which not necessarily all the way, but we're looking for areas like this where one area is pushing toward the radar and one area is pushing away from the radar. As we start to see that little area of rotation, that's where we may find those little spin-up tornadoes on the leading edge of this. And that's what we're watching out for, in addition to 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. And as I take that leading edge, you can see that really that wind is starting to push from New Melly. Now, beyond that, if you're in Truxton, Warrenton, areas to the south, that's where we're actually seeing the severe weather threat come to a close. And that's why I think it's important, if you're following along, it is Easter, a lot of people are traveling back and forth across the state or around the city. It's important to note, once we can get you through that initial line, I know you can drive home safely, even if it's raining, because it's not going to take as much. But when you're talking about the potential for 60 to 70 mile an hour wind and perhaps a tornado, that's where it's very important. I do want to look at this spot near Viburnum. This is, maybe I'm letting this loop over the last few minutes, and you're starting to see where more of the red is coming into play. And that doesn't mean that we're all of a sudden seeing this specific area is going to be a tornado, but it's an area that we're watching here, because like Scott mentioned, maybe there's not as much rain. It's also warmed up a little bit more. We've had that warm front that's been clear north for a while now. And those are the areas that I want to continue to monitor here as we look at that area of circulation right about here. This is just a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, but that's an area that I'm going to at least keep a close eye on, especially as it gets off to the north and northeast here over the next few minutes. So that's the area that we're going to watch out for here specifically as we have another severe thunderstorm warning for Pike County. But Scott, it just looks like right now we are just watching a couple of those areas for some minor rotation, but you still see the entire system is working its way across the state, and it's 30 degrees colder. I mean, this is a pretty good system.
Yeah, it's a dramatic change here. We had the warm front lift north this morning, so that is up to our north. Kirksville right now still in the 50s. The warm front really made it to about or just south of Quincy. We are in the 70s here. Columbia was too, and then bam, they're back down into the 50s. But as you watch this, you see that circulation coming into western Missouri. Our storm system's lifting through. The cold front out ahead of it, we're finding this band of showers and thunderstorms and the severe weather that is rolling along with that as well. So when we look at our current warnings, we have the one tornado warning here that's going to expire shortly across Lincoln and Pike counties. But nonetheless, we're looking at pretty intense thunderstorms stretching south into western portions of the metro area in the next few minutes, to include much of St. Charles, West St. Louis County, much of Franklin County, down into Washington County, eastern Crawford County, all the way down into Iron and Reynolds County. We've been tracking these all along. They've been producing wind gusts. Most of the power outages that we're seeing, there are some up in Pike County, Missouri, but most of the more widespread or more significant outages are tending to show up back to the west of us right now, out across central portions of Missouri. Again, as this line's moving off towards the east, it's a pretty steady mover, so it's not going to get hung up. We're not going to be looking at continuous storms over the same spot over and over for flash flooding. So we can take that pretty much off the table here at this point. I don't think we're going to have to worry about that, but we will have to worry about wind gusts 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour, maybe stronger. We have to worry about some of these little storms spinning up and twisting, and that dangerous twist of the wind right at the beginning of the storm, right at the leading edge of that more intense rainfall, and the potential there that we get a tornado with that spinning up very briefly. And again, we've got the rain out ahead of these storms, and because we have the rain out ahead of the storms, you're not going to be able to see anything coming at you. It's going to be any tornado, any spinning is going to be embedded within this area of rain. All of this, the storms, the individual storms racing off to the northeast, the whole line moving off to the east, that tornado warning, I think it expires in just a few minutes here up into Lincoln and Pike counties. But as we're looking at that, northern Lincoln County, you know, there's nothing really that screams at this point that we have, you know, some circulation actually spinning at the moment. There's still some stronger winds with it, but nothing that screams we got a big problem at this point, other than you need to be inside, away from the windows and doors, just your typical severe weather safety. Warrenton, still getting that heavy rain, now down into Wright City, almost into Forestell. The rain's already moved into Wentzville. Rain's pushing in now across much of St. Charles County, but the intense wind and rain is just now moving into the Innsbrook area, just now starting to get into west of Forestell, and continues to move on to the south or move to the east as we continue to look south along this line. And along this line, embedded areas of stronger wind, potentially something starts circulating in here. We just don't know. The most suspicious part of this whole line in the last 15 or 20 minutes has started to look down here into parts of Crawford County, southern Franklin County, and then going south from there. That's the area where we start to see the storms taking on a look that we don't like the look of, right? So we know we have winds down here. This is Highway 8. Here's Potosi and Washington County. You're going along Highway 8 all the way out here to Steelville. There are pockets in here where we have winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Part of this area was hit by a tornado recently. You know, there's already still wind damage in that area. There's your tornado watch, okay? As this line advances east, we'll start to trim off the western part of this. The threat basically is along that line and to the east for the next few hours. Once the line of storms is through, then our severe weather threat will essentially end, okay? So we're getting there at this point. The back edge has made it into Columbia. So we're going to have some rain behind the intense weather, but it's the line of storms that's out ahead of it that is the thing that's causing the problem right now. Again, your tornado warning about to expire here up into Pike and Lincoln counties, but the severe thunderstorm warnings stretch all along this line. And I mean, shoot, we only have, what, 13 or 14 minutes, Gary, before the top of the hour. So here's our game plan that we'll go with. If we don't have any additional tornado warnings, we'll go to the top of the hour. But if we don't have any additional tornado warnings and this doesn't look like it's gaining intensity, we'll get back to regular programming, and then we'll just continue streaming on 5+, which you can download for free on Fire TV, Amazon, or Roku. All right, so there you go. That's the line, Gary, and it's moving.
Yeah, and as we continue to keep you posted about what's going on, we obviously have this tornado watch until 11 o'clock here tonight. And, you know, what we're going to be looking out for is the fact that we continue this stormy evening from now through 11 o'clock. Expect at the very least 50 to 60 mile an hour wind as a lot of this moves through. Now, a few brief tornadoes are going to be possible as well, and that's one of the reasons that we're still talking to you. So keep those devices charged if you're out ahead of it, just in case we see those wind gusts that affect you and power outages. So what we're going on for the next several hours is the fact that we continue to look at this area to the south here. This is another area where we're still looking at some of those winds. As I look to the north, you'll see this line. This is the reason that we've had that tornado warning that has been in place through 7 o'clock. These are the spots that we're looking at for specifically here. And like I mentioned, you see this line right about here. That's the area that we're watching for with the initial wind gusts, right? But then we've also seen bursts that have been a little higher. You see right now, just right about here. That's the leading edge of that line, obviously. But to the north, that's where we've probably seen, at least earlier, we had more of a defined circulation, which we just don't have at this point, right? So does that mean that there's not a tornado? Absolutely not. You'll see maybe right about here, that's probably the most defined circulation that we have area-wide. But those are the types of things that we're going to be looking for over the next several hours here. As you see here past New Melle and Marthasville, you're starting to see some of these pockets of wind behind it as well. And as if history has served us, if even recent history, is the fact that as soon as we think the storm is doing one thing, even though the ingredients tell us the other thing, it may spin up a tornado. So we're going to be prepared through about 9 or 10 o'clock at the very least here, because then I think we'll be able to shut the door on this. But the other storm that we're watching, which once again, I let this loop so you can see what the structure is doing and why we're paying close attention to storms like this, is the fact that the circulation is broad. It's not that tight couplet where even as I circle things right about here, you know, you're able to see where this is specifically right about here. You see the red, you see the green. The green is a little bit brighter even as we get closer to that. That's what we're looking at for, and I want to point this out now as I get this out of the way. I think I've still got to where I can put a track on this. I want to get you out ahead of this here, because as we look from Viburnum all the way to Potosi, this is moving at about 40 miles an hour. And I know it's nothing right now except a severe thunderstorm warning where you're probably getting 60 mile an hour wind, but I wanted to give you a heads up on Potosi about 7:40. Silver Springs at 8:13. Prairie du Rocher probably about 8:30 as well. I didn't extend it that far. It'll stop on me if I do it, but that's the spot that we're looking at right now in terms of rotation, right? We're on the air right now just because of the fact that we have those tornado warnings in Pike County. We continue to check with our emergency managers. We have Weather Watcher in Eolia. We'll check in with her. We have updates. We have your eyes and ears in a safe place, but it's also getting dark to where we're not going to be able to see as much, right? So this entire line of storms right now, as long as it looks like this, that's where we see a straight line wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. This has also produced a history of upwards of 70 miles an hour wind gusts in central Missouri. Now that's where the highlight, the most threat was throughout the day. But you know, when we look at the leading edge of this, all it takes is one little area where we have seen that. So that's just extending the tornado watch for Phelps County until 8 o'clock. But we're starting to watch out for that here over the next several hours, and that's going to be our main story here. As we look at the big picture, you'll see this line which has rain out ahead of it. Oftentimes, that rain can act as a cooling agent, can lose some of the instability. We're also minutes away from sunset, and I know that you don't see the sun out right now in those cameras, but anytime we have rain and the sun goes down, typically our instability wanes a little bit, and that doesn't add as fuel into the storms. Does that mean these storms are going away completely? Absolutely not. We have seen stranger things. We know better. We've seen a thing. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two, right, Scott?
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're your insurance agent, essentially. Okay, so here's the deal. As we're coming up on 7 o'clock here, we still have this line of strong to severe thunderstorms out to our west. We still think it's producing some wind damage. Right now, our spotters are telling us there's a lot of heavy rain. Emergency management's reporting that out into portions of Lincoln County, up into Pike County, and then you stretch it all the way down through portions of Washington, Crawford, and Reynolds County. So at this particular moment, all of the tornado warnings have moved just outside of our area. But we've already been with you for the last 40 minutes or so. We're going to stay with you to the top of the hour as long as these storms look like this. We don't have any new tornado warnings, but again, as Gary's talking about, there are some waves and some notches along the line that are concerning. Now, something else that's interesting to look at here, the amount of lightning. The storms that were up towards Bowling Green, really tremendous amounts of lightning there. The storms farther south, some pretty intense lightning showing up there, but we have a bit of a lull, and I think the lightning is lagging a little bit, but there's a bit of a lull here closer to St. Louis with some of these storms. However, there are still pockets where we got to watch because there's some nudges in there. Right now, east of Troy, coming into Moscow Mills, pouring, drenching rain, not pleasant on Highway 61, right? You've got 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. It's a driving rain, hard to see. This area along 47 all the way from Winfield West and then going up 79 towards Ellsbury, you're going to get in on the really heavy rain in about 5 minutes. That really heavy rain is just coming into Forestell. It's in Wentzville in 5 minutes. I know it's already raining as you get into Lake St. Louis and over to O'Fallon and into St. Peter's. Give it another 10 minutes. It's really going to come down here as we watch that rain slide into the metro area with the gusty winds. This will be wind-whipped rain, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts at least with this as it's coming in. I want to pop on the wind here. Something I was looking at just a minute ago. Let's see if I can get it to go there. Yeah, this right here. So here's your radar site in Weldon Spring. We're not that far off the ground with the beam here, looking out just west of Washington, Missouri, really from Washington, Missouri, going out towards New Haven, right along the Missouri River. So southern portions of Warren County, this is south right now. This is south of Innsbrook. And right around Washington, along 94, along Highway 100 here, there's probably 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with that. That's going to be pushing in towards Augusta, towards the wineries in Defiance, okay? We know it's Easter. A lot of folks may be in that area right now. We head farther south. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning. This is something to watch here because once again, you're kind of seeing the storm. There's surges in there. That means the storm is doing some of its own rotating. It can take advantage of this south to southeast breeze very quickly, and it can create a quick spin up here. So we have to watch that. There's a cell here just south of Viburnum. That one certainly worth watching here. That's pretty close to Codaway at this hour. There's Codaway, Goodwater. You know, you're down here, you're in pretty country down here. This is float trip country, beautiful scenic areas. But you go down into Iron and Reynolds County right now, you've got those strong winds rolling with this cell. That's going to be moving towards Farmington. You're about 30 minutes away in Farmington from getting this storm into your neighborhood. Ironton, you're starting to pick up a few raindrops now. In about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, you're going to get the heavy rain and the squally winds with that as well. This all pressing off to the east. And again, we're watching these areas, pockets in here where the winds are quite strong. Looking around the metro area and looking to the north, it's a very definitive line. And once that line goes through, a half hour after that, our severe weather threat comes to an end across the St. Louis area. So again, when we look at the big picture here across the region, we just have a line of severe thunderstorm warnings. And just outside of our area on either side, a couple of tornado warnings. One for parts of Pike County up in Illinois, not Missouri now. But severe thunderstorm warning from southeastern portions of Pike County into parts of Calhoun County, Lincoln, Warren, St. Charles, western St. Louis, down into Franklin County, Washington, Crawford, Iron, Reynolds County. All along this line is where we're looking at this intense wind and intense rain coming down right now. You can see the traffic camera there showing us what's going on. That's out there at Wentzville, I believe. Is that Wentzville or is that Warrenton? Troy? Oh, that's Troy. Oh, wow. Okay, so Troy's getting it too, which we knew. But, you know, I didn't know we had a camera in Troy. You never see that one. So there's Troy. That would be Highway 61 there. And then out here, west of Wentzville, Forestel, at the rest stop, at the truck stop there, yeah, it is pouring rain right now. Gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour in here. Watching those cells down to the south. But Gary, as we're looking at this and the rain gets out ahead of this main line, and we continue to see that rain area actually getting a little more expansive out ahead of it, that may be actually hurting the instability trying to feed into these storms.
Obviously, that's not a bad thing here as we look at over the next several hours. You know, that's going to be important to see if whether or not we see that materialize. The second we expect it to materialize, not always does that happen. So that's going to be important for us to look ahead. Now, as we look at the leading edge of where the storm is as it continues to work its way off to the east, one thing I want to point out is if you're in Herman, you're in Rolla, let's see, if you are in Gerald, your severe threat is over. In fact, you've already been removed out of the tornado warning or tornado watch, that is, in a couple of different spots. So that's important as we continue to see this line push through. And that's also, even though you may be seeing some rain behind it, we're going to be in better shape here. I do want to look at this right now specifically. You're about to see this wind pick up in O'Fallon and Cottleville. We'll probably be able to see it on our camera in Chesterfield as well. This is the leading edge of where this wind continues to push into the area as we just continue to get severe thunderstorm warnings. And that is enough for St. Louis City and County. And that's the one that you just see extend right here. And that's the one that we're going to look at right now. That's until 8 o'clock, and we're not going to stay with you for 8 o'clock, but we will talk a little bit maybe through the 7 o'clock hour as we update you on this, and then we'll go back to 5+, but we'll let you know here in a second. But this is the leading edge of where we're going to continue to see this, and that's where the gusts up to 60, maybe 70 miles an hour are possible. You're starting to see that. There was another spot, Gasconade County, like I said, it just got removed from the tornado watch, so that's good news. Like I said, you're starting to see the back edge of that. If you're in Gerald, you're in Herman, you're in High Hill, your areas in our western areas, Oak Hill, Cuba, your tornado threat is over. So that's positive. But we're still looking at the areas where the deeper shades of red are, where we have some areas that may look like they're rotating in some regard. And we're still watching this storm from Viburnum into Belgrade near Potosi as well. Still do not have a compact circulation, so that's one spot that we're going to watch. You'll see it right there. That's the spot that we continue to track here, but into Bonne Terre, St. Jean areas. Like I said, it's this spot right here which is triggered. Maybe not, it probably didn't trigger your phone, but you probably saw the update from us here as we look at the leading edge of this. And right now, it's just right about here. And I want to put a track on this for you here so you can see where we are in terms of where the storm is. I want to stretch this a little further south before I draw on this here, and when it's going to arrive on your doorstep, because it's moving upwards of about 40 miles an hour, and I think this is the right one, but I guess we'll find out in a second, right? We're going to continue to watch this thing continue to push off to the east at about 40 miles an hour right now. So that puts it in St. Peter's at 7:13, St. Charles at about 7:24 or so, North County into right about the airport at about 7:30, and then of course Florence at 7:37 and Jennings 7:44. So that's where we are right now. They continue to add another severe thunderstorm warning to the south that I'm going to update you on as well. That includes Washington and Franklin County. So I want to update you on that further to the south, and you can see where this is right now. That's another spot right now that's just been put in that severe thunderstorm warning. So let's go here, and you can see where we're going to get real weird with polygons here in a second. They're doing a really good job. Our Weather Service office in St. Louis does a really good job about trying not to make it confusing, because especially when we have the leading edge of these things, they really do. And then you add a tornado warning or two. But right now we have 60 to 70 plus mile an hour wind, and we have over 3,500 people without power, Scott. I think a lot of that has to do with the spots in central Missouri as we continue to look at it county by county, but that's where the potential is realized with these damaging winds. And like you mentioned, the fact that the trees actually have leaves on them in some cases.
Yeah, the trees now, they're budding out. If you have allergies, you know, we're getting the leaves. So now we've extended this warning basically from Greene and Jersey County down through and into western portions of Madison County around Alton, but not the rest of Madison County and not St. Clair County, but the city of St. Louis, and then going back to the west until you get to that line. And then we go south, and we'll pick up in western portions of Monroe County, Illinois, and then include Jefferson County, a good chunk of the western half of St. Genevieve, St. Francis, Washington, Iron, and now most of Madison County with this warning. Now, the thing about this is, all along this line, we're seeing what we believe are winds of 55 to 65, maybe 70 miles per hour. But we're not getting a lot of reports at this point of that from the emergency management or from law enforcement. So this was kind of like the big long warning out ahead of this, because it sure looks like the environment is favorable for these storms to continue to strengthen or at least maintain severe strength as they push into the metro area. Now, we all know if you have widespread 60 to 70 mile per hour winds that come through St. Louis, you're going to get a huge amount of power outages. While that's a possibility, what we're seeing from this line right now doesn't really scream that at us at this point. Yes, we are seeing some of that lightning across the metro area. We are seeing some of the gusty winds here and there, but it doesn't look like, here we are close to the radar site, it doesn't look like it's overly impressive in terms of the winds right now. I do want to get you into the metro here, so let's just kind of tour this, and we'll start up with the northern part of the line here as it's coming into Calhoun County. This is north of Hardin. You're getting up by Campsville. Getting in towards Eldsbury, you're picking up the heavier rain there. Lincoln County's reported some gusty winds, some heavy rain, but no reports of damage so far. But nonetheless, still seeing that heavier rain here and the gusty winds. So that's approaching Highway 79 in the next 5 minutes. And then you're going to get it in Hardin. You're already getting the rain here over towards Grafton. It's going to continue to move into Jersey County, into Greene County, from Root House all the way down to Jerseyville, to Grafton, to Elsa, to Alton. It's all sliding our way. We're starting to see the rain pick up in the metro area, but there's your line of potentially strong to severe thunderstorms coming into St. Charles County. Now, it does look like in the last couple of frames that this area close to Lake St. Louis, just south of Wentzville, that would be out there towards Prospect and 64, maybe there's a little bit of a nudge there. That's something we'll be watching to see if that takes into any kind of spinning over the course of the next 15 or 20 minutes. All right, it's this area coming in towards Wentzville right now. Not confident that that's a problem, but for sure, we're going to be tracking that and watching it. You can see that it's between New Melly, that's along Highway Z, I think, from New Melly up towards Wentzville at this moment. Let's go a little farther south. The warning extended over to include the rest of Washington County, Jefferson County, down here into St. Francis and the western portions of St. Genevieve County too. This area down to the south, these storms have a little more intensity with them, probably producing 60, 70 mile per hour winds over areas that have seen some pretty intense thunderstorms. So just kind of putting it all into perspective here for us, Gary, I think what we're looking at here is a line of strong, perhaps severe thunderstorms. We don't know because we're not getting as many reports as we normally do out of the populated areas out to the west. I did see one of our weather watchers post, I believe it's from Montgomery City out in Montgomery County, tractor trailer off of a tractor trailer blown over. I think the trailer was just sitting somewhere. Didn't look like the truck was attached to it, but you know, we know we've had some wind with these storms, right? They are moving off to the east and to the northeast. So we're coming up on 7:05. Is anybody chatting on NWS chat about anything out there? Because so far, we haven't had a lot of, looks like some minor tree damage up in Adams County. That's, you know,
well, it looks like most of those power outages are in, like we mentioned, in central Missouri. There are a few in Pike County.
Yeah.
There's about 900 out in Pike County. So that was, of course, our first tornado warning of the day.
Right, and of course, we're looking here up in Lincoln County from Silex and emergency management up there. You know, you would have thought we would have had some really strong winds, but there is wind. But you know what, we're coming up on 5 minutes after the hour here. Gary, I think we're going to continue on 5+. Although we got the emergency alert system that was popping here and there for some places. But we're gonna go on 5+. We'll keep going on 5+. We'll get you back to NBC programming as this comes through, unless we get more tornado warnings, because right now we're not even getting any reports of anything out in the counties to our west here. We haven't heard anything out of Franklin County, haven't heard anything out of Warren County or Lincoln County, and we know that the power is so far not a problem. That's usually a big indicator. So we'll be with you. We'll stick with you on 5+. We'll keep going there. And if you want to continue to watch there, you can do that. We'll keep streaming. You can also do that on your phone, too, while you watch TV. All right, you're watching 5 on Your Side. At this point, I'm kind of perplexed as to why we're not getting a few more reports than what we've seen. But the only thing I can think of is that the atmosphere is being rain cooled a little bit as that initial wave of rain is coming in out ahead of the main line. And as a consequence, that's kind of easing the severe threat for us as you look across the metro area. Just got the radar here kind of looping on the big screen, if you will. And I mean, you look at this line, and yeah, it's an impressive line of thunderstorms, but you would think it would be doing more than what it is for us at this point. So I know Kathy up in Eolia, she sent us.
I was looking at that. I figured we'd have something.
Yeah, but that was about it. There was that tractor, the trailer off the tractor trailer up in Montgomery City, but not much else. So, and as I look at one thing that's been very interesting. One of the things, we look at a lot of different things.
You want to sync it to, I'll do that. That way I can play around with that a little bit, give Scott a break from talking for a minute.
Yeah, but when I'm looking
answer
at this,
some of these questions.
Look, Gary.
Yeah.
So here's the, okay, that's not us. Where was I? The surface-based CAPE, your available energy, that's what the observed is, and that's what it was forecast to be. So there's a discontinuity there. It's forecast to be much higher than it is. So, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of because we are not getting reports of anything. And you really should be getting something at this point out of Lincoln County and out of Warren County, don't you think?
I would think so. Obviously not a bad thing.
Yeah, I know, it's
we're
good
happy
not
with
to have
that. Yeah, no problem.
I'll take this back. You can stay on one if you want.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. I can.
That's just on the wide view. I'm going to shut this part down so it'll charge a little more in case we need it.
But yeah, we're just going to talk. I got that on there. We're going to talk about what's happening here, and I'll try to look at some of your questions and see if I can give some more people the all clear here as we are prepared to see what happens the rest of the evening here. As we've got, for the most part, looks like we continue to look at and wait for any reports of anything, right? And that's kind of where we are right now as we kind of zoom in from north to south here. You can look at the big picture here as, one thing you could see, we got one side of things right now where it's quiet downtown, but it's still raining at a pretty decent clip here. Here in Arnold, and that's a spot we're going to look at as well. And let me pull up the Chesterfield camera also, because that's maybe going to give us a better idea, and I'm also going to log in to see what you guys are saying on there. Let me pull up Chesterfield. That's where the rain has just started to begin a little bit more.
I'm looking at the Moscow Mills weather station, and they only gusted to about 33.
Okay.
So 32. That's pretty benign.
Yeah. So things are obviously quieter for some reason here, even as we look at that. And then I could pull up, let me see where the wind is on this regard, see what the maximum winds that we've seen so far. And that's, I think, without any reports about what's happening, we've seen things that are relatively quiet, all things considered. There are multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, but some of the airports only, they're actually gusting lower than they were before the storm moved in, which is interesting, to say the least, here at that point. So, from that standpoint, it's interesting. So let's see what we can check in with some of the people here. Let's see. Somebody texted and said, I live in O'Fallon, but I need to go to the pharmacy. Is it okay? Let me check to see. I don't know which O'Fallon. Will you let me know which O'Fallon? can't see which O'Fallon you are in.
Well, and the pharmacy, is it a 24-hour pharmacy? Because they usually close on Sunday. Mine does at 6.
Well, hopefully they're up to date. It is Easter. I'm sure they're probably open. Right now, if you're in O'Fallon, Missouri, it is probably pouring, and you're probably aware of what's going on. I will say you're almost to the back edge of things in terms of the severity of this right now. And that's kind of where we are with this right now, at least in the moment. If you're in O'Fallon, Illinois, it may start to lightly rain here, but you probably have some time. Okay, O'Fallon, Missouri, no problem. So, I think you're in the clear for, if you want to go, let me find the wind gusts. I'm going to go find where the leading edge of the wind is, because it doesn't look like it, and maybe you can give me a better idea, but I think you're going to be okay. I'm still looking at some of these storms to the south as maybe the most robust, but we just don't know. It's simply because we haven't had too many reports. But I think if you're in O'Fallon, Missouri, you probably have some pretty decent thunderstorms, but I think you're okay. I think you're probably safe to go there. Let me see. I got another update. Traffic alert in Cuba. We have Leesburg and Bourbon Fire responding to eastbound I-44 at mile marker 212. We got an overturned tractor trailer. So the wind is impacting them in some regard. Let's see what it looks like in terms of the weather. I mean, that probably already happened because it's already through Cuba. But yeah, this is where we are with that. Let me see. I got to switch this layer. I'm playing through the wrong one. Let me switch that. There we go. Now you can see what I'm doing. So that's where that is at Cuba. So I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to pull that up on a MoDOT cam quick, but we're just going to talk about the weather anyway. Thanks for that update there. How long till Alton gets hit hard? I think that's a relative term at this point, because I'm not sure that we're getting hit hard anywhere, which is a positive thing, but we're starting to see the line of these thunderstorms settle in. And you'll see we have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings for a base of about 50 to 60 mile an hour wind. But, in terms of intense thunderstorms, we've been okay. Alton, let me put a track on this for you here in Alton. We've got probably the wind is going to pick up in Alton within the next half an hour. This tracks out at about 7:49. So right now, somebody mentioned no winds in St. Peter's at 7:12. So
tornado warnings on the way for Reynolds County.
All right, that's the one to the south that we were tracking. So we're going to transition this. Go get Eric. He's he might be listening, but he's coding for the 10.
Yeah.
So we're going to be looking at these
Eric,
storms specifically here.
We're going to have tornado warning coming.
All right, so you can hear Scott on the thing here. This is the storm in question right now that we're looking at for the tornado warning in Reynolds County, and that's what we're going to focus on right now. Like I said, the potential is there for some of these spots, and we're also going to see how does that hold together. This is going to be a pretty good idea and give us a pretty good idea of what we're going to expect the rest of the night. So you want to switch me? You ready to go?
Yeah, well,
okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, I'm going to hit this. So, multiple reasons.
Okay. We're ready, Eric. Well, we're back with your weather impact alert now. Tornado warning just issued. And that southern storm that we've been watching here, we've talked about the southern storms being the ones to watch as they had a better environment perhaps to work with. And now we're seeing this storm with some rotation as it's moving across northern portions of Reynolds County. So this is from Lesterville to the north is where we're seeing that rotation. So we have a new tornado warning for the northeast corner of Reynolds County right now. And that'll take us up into portions of Iron County and on into the southwestern portions of St. Francis County. So this tornado warning also includes the Farmington area. So basically along 221 going out of Farmington and trying to head down towards Ironton. This includes Johnson Shut-ins, it includes Elephant Rock State Park, and then of course it includes the Farmington area. The tornado warning also includes this area towards Knob Lick and up towards Park Hills. So I'm going to stop this for you in just a second here as it comes back through. So we'll get it to its current position here if it'll stop for me. And that's where we have our storm. Okay, right here, looks like we've got the circulation in there. Let's see if we can find that area that we're watching. Right in here, it looks like is where the circulation's showing up the best. If we kind of put it in a different spot, different configuration there, just north of Lesterville. So that would be heading right towards the Ironton area with that circulation right there. Let's see if this is gonna, okay, it's not, there we go. All right, so right here, just north of Lesterville. So here's Highway 21 going south. It's Highway 49 here, I think that is. And then you're looking at this in this very remote rural area. That's not too far from Johnson Shut-ins, that circulation. I do want to try to get back and see if I can find it on the Paducah radar because it may show up a little bit better. It does show up a little bit better on the Paducah radar. All right, there it is. There's your circulation showing up much better there. All right, so this is working its way through northeastern portions of Reynolds County into Iron County. I'm going to put a track on this here and show you where it is going. And you know, you've got time. If you live in a mobile home up around Farmington, you've got time to get to a more substantial shelter. I'm going to do it a little faster on the timing than perhaps the storm is moving, just because I want to give you, I'd rather you be early in your safe spot rather than not being in your safe spot. Bellevue, 724-ish. Okay, Ironton, about 728. So it's moving to the northeast here. Mineral City, 738. Farmington, about 749. So this is a new tornado warning for that circulation that is showing up right now back here down to the south of St. Louis. This is in northeastern Reynolds County. Circulation's pretty close to Johnson Shut-ins, headed for Elephant Rock State Park in Ironton, and then heading towards Farmington. Elsewhere along this entire line of thunderstorms, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. Greene, Jersey, Calhoun, Lincoln, St. Charles, St. Louis, City of St. Louis, a chunk of Madison County in Illinois, a chunk of Monroe County in Illinois, Jefferson County, Franklin County, Washington, St. Francis, St. Genevieve, Madison, Iron, Reynolds, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. And this one tornado warning here is in effect for northeastern portions for this cell right here, the one that's kind of spinning down there with all that extra cloud to ground lightning, which you see the uptick on that just in the last 10 or 15 minutes, an indication that the storm is continuing to maintain its strength or perhaps strengthening a little bit. So the potential for a tornado here is higher as we go down out of Reynolds County and into Iron County. This is very close to the Ironton area that will be in the direct path of this storm. And then as you go up, eventually that circulation is going to work its way along here. There's 221, and then there's Highway 21 there. You know, very rural area here. There's not, there are not a lot of towns in here. But again, you're down towards Elephant Rock State Park, you're down towards Johnson Shut-ins. This is the area that we're watching right now as the circulation's showing up right in this area here, moving into Iron County at this hour. It's all part of this longer line of thunderstorms. So if you're in this polygon and your phone went off, down in St. Francis County, Iron County, down into Reynolds County, although the worst of it's almost out of Reynolds County. But you want to be in your safe place. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. You want to get into a closet, maybe into a hallway, into a bathroom, but you want to put as many walls on the lowest, between you and the outside, and on the lowest floor that you can get. That could also include a basement. Now these storms, as they're going up into Washington County, and this does include just a little sliver of southeastern Washington County, this area here, these storms, they do have some rotation as they're moving in through Washington County as well. So we can't rule out the possibility that any of these storms along this line may produce not only strong winds, but also the potential of producing quick spin-up tornadoes, because that's the scenario that we're set up for. And this environment out ahead of this line is very favorable and seemingly conducive to storms spinning and dropping at least brief tornadoes. And we've seen that cell pop up and give us a tornado warning here down into Reynolds County, Iron County, southwestern portions of St. Francis County, technically northwestern portions of Madison County, but I think that circulation, the part of this storm that's problematic, most likely is going to stay in Iron and into St. Francis County as it moves out of Reynolds County, the way it looks right now. But there is a small sliver that also includes down here part of southeastern Washington County, as well as northwestern portions of Madison County. So be in your safe place if this storm's impacting you. And then right into the metro area. The strongest storms are moving right over the Weather Service office. We'll find out very quickly here as they're now moving into the populated parts of the metro, just what we're in store for around the metro area as this all is pushing off towards the northeast.
Yeah, and I think this is interesting too, because we've talked about, you and I were talking about it on the 5+ stream in between, when we talked to you in between our coverage here on air as well, is the fact that we haven't seen a lot of reports of wind from this. In fact, that you could argue even in some of these cases, we've seen higher wind gusts outside of these storms beforehand. Now that they're moving in, is it the rain that's out ahead of them that are weakening them a little bit? But we also still see the potential. So as soon as we get comfortable, we have an area of circulation, and that's what we're going to look at here. And I want to point out where this is right now just a little bit more. I want to zoom in once again and show you. This is a storm that we were tracking for you within the last 30 to 45 minutes and following its progress, right? We wanted to see if that circulation was becoming a little bit more tight, and you'll see this here from Lesterville, Ironton. Now, there are two areas specifically that I was looking at, and right now I'll show you where both of them are at the moment. Now, first one is right here, and this is the response. This is what is responsible here for that tornado warning. This is first and foremost what is responsible. And you'll see right now, this is the wind that is toward the radar here and then away from the radar here. When we see that, that creates that twisting, and that's where we're starting to see that right now. That's the radar indicated rotation, and that's where you're starting to see that here at the moment. I do want to take you a little bit further north here, and I want to look at this one right here as well, from Irondale into Belgrade. Same type of thing. There's no tornado warning on it right now, but that's an area that I'm watching for perhaps another downstream one. And this is one if you're in Bonne Terre. I know this is south of Potosi, but this is one if you're in Bonne Terre I want you to just at least pay attention to, because I know your sirens went off in Farmington and Park Hills, but right now that's an area that I really want to look at for, because you know, to me, that looks like an impressive signature at the moment, especially because we've essentially been following this storm along for the last few minutes. So I want to put a track on both of these out ahead of it, because right now, to me, this looks like the most impressive circulation. But if we're going to pick maybe two spots where there's a tornado, and before I track it, I want to circle them here. Let's pick two spots where if we're going to see perhaps a tornado that's going on right now, or perhaps two of them, and that's what happens with these leading edge circulation type of things. You'll look right here from right along Highway 21 south of Potosi. Unfortunately, we're getting pretty familiar with Highway 21 in Potosi, but I do think it's south of Potosi, but it's Bonne Terre, and it's also this one in Ironton right here. I want to circle both of these spots right there. And now I want to put a track on that, because out ahead of that in Farmington, I already hope that you've gone into those interior spaces in your home or in a safe space here, because this is, until we can get this thing out of here, I want to put a leading edge track on this here, because for the next few minutes, even if you're out of that particular tornado warning, I'm going to go just ahead of this just for radar data circulation, just because it's a little bit behind, 2 or 3 minutes behind. I want to give you guys an extra few minutes, and I'm even going to take this to St. Genevieve right across 55, especially because people are traveling because it's Easter and it's 7/24. Maybe you just had Easter dinner, you got to drive back to school, you know. That's what I want to pay attention to. Let's get this out of here first, and then you can drive home in the rain. That's fine, but we're going to find about a 30-minute window here where we got to stay inside and stay off the roads if you can. 7:35 in Farmington, so you have a few extra minutes. The sirens have already gone off. We've seen that from our emergency management partners. Bloomsdale, 7:57. St. Genevieve at about 8:10. Does this mean that these circulations are going to hold together exactly as they are right now? It does not. We don't know that until we watch the next radar scans, but I think it's very important. And to me, now that most recent radar scan south of Potosi, I really want to zoom in just a little bit more now, because that one gets my attention a little bit more now as well. South of Potosi, you can see the radar scan just a little bit more, and I'll show you what I'm talking about here, because as we look south of Potosi, you're starting to see where that color is here, and I'll take that off your screen here. south of Potosi. Here's the wind that is away right there. You'll see that here, and then here's the wind that is toward the radar, right? And in a sense that in a sense for rotation and broad scale rotation, we're starting to see that just a little bit more. That's the area that I want to circle right here. That's on 21 south of Potosi into Irondale. That's a spot that I want to look out for. So if you're in Bonne Terre, same thing that I just said still goes. I'm going to take this out just a little bit more. I still want to look at that potential for circulation there, even though you're not in the tornado warned polygon, because I know this is something that we're watching, and I know the National Weather Service is watching it as well, simply because as we look to the south, you'll see that still Pilot Knob. That's another bright area where we have the initial tornado warned circulation that is for Farmington, but I want to go ahead and bring Bonne Terre, and I'm going to go out just a little ahead of this as well, and like I said, bring both of these into it, because as we look at each passing radar scan here from Bonne Terre, that's a spot that I want to look at, and maybe I can grab a couple more cities if I do this here. Now that if you're in Bonne Terre, I know you're not in the polygon just yet, but I just want you to pay attention, and maybe just if you're on the outside of it and we don't have an official tornado warning, I want you to go ahead and get inside into the basement until we let you know about this, because I think, you know, Bonne Terre 8:30 or 7:34, that is, Kinsey at 8:12. I brought out areas out ahead of it just to be on the safe side. We'll be able to slam the door on this pretty quickly and let you know, hey, this is over, we're safe, or the cycle went back around and it cycled out of it. But I still want to look at that here specifically. It's just because that's a main area for me, and when we're talking about those areas of circulation, even in Ironton. And the other thing is, this is goes in between the St. Louis radar and the Paducah radar, and when we go back and forth, we typically circle this spot right here, and it usually doesn't find it quite as well when we get to that far to the south here. But that's one spot in Ironton. That's the reason for the tornado warning currently, which goes until 8 o'clock. And like I said, we're still looking at those other areas of circulation here at the moment, and that's what we're going to continue to monitor here over the next couple of minutes here as you look at the potential for more circulation here. You'll see that from Farmington right now. This is the other area of circulation that we're looking at the moment. Like I said, this is the tornado warning. You'll see the back edge of that right now. And that's where we're going to start to see these interesting looking features along this right now, right? This is not the line that extended further to the north like we had earlier. And when you look at the broad scale, this is the one tornado warning that's in place. Not as much of this to the north, but it's also not the straight out line like we had earlier, Scott. And I don't know if, not only is this maybe a little bit more favorable environment, and I know that we're getting close to sunset here, but I don't know if the lack of rain, it seems like there's more rain out ahead of the storms in St. Louis and the immediate metro area than there has been to the south, as these storms are more by themselves, at least initially. We'll see if that continues its trend and maybe keeps there. And then there's the additional tornado warning, right? So that's the exact storm we were just tracking. I can just go back right away, and I'll let you take it over here in a second. But, you know, that's the exact storm that we're looking at, Scott.
Yeah, so new tornado warning for that circulation that Gary was just showing you a second ago here, just to the south of Potosi. That takes us over in Bonne Terre. You're in that. Valley Mines, you're in that. Southern portions of Jefferson County, you're in that as well. Kind of a timeline on the two circulations here. Here's the one, and we just kind of put that over. That's going towards Millers. Eventually, you know, that's going to get through in here in a few minutes, Farmington, over towards Copper Mine and then New Bourbon at about 8:20. And then the other circulation here, you could see kind of the spin in that right there across Washington County. So you've got this one coming out of the Iron County area near Ironton. That's pushing towards Farmington. And then you have this circulation here that's just to the southeast along Highway 8 there, southeast of Potosi, that is headed towards the Bonne Terre area. So this circulation, Bonne Terre, obviously in the path of that, Kester over to Clement. This is going, both of these storms will eventually impact Interstate 55, south of St. Louis. So this is down into Jefferson County, the southern part of this one, and right where you split off on 67 and 55. It's basically from about that point south where you have the greatest threat potentially of seeing some kind of circulation from this part of the storm as it's coming in from the Potosi, southeast of Potosi, and then moving to the northeast. The other circulation now, you see Reynolds County's been taken out of the tornado warning. Now that circulation has moved into Iron County, and it is heading along 221 here in the next few minutes up into southwestern portions, one would think, of St. Genevieve County and perhaps far southeastern portions of Washington County in there. Let's try to get in a little bit closer and see. There's Iron Mountain Lake. So as you come out of Ironton up towards Iron Mountain Lake, there's your 221. You know, you're going through, this is the old lead mine area. You got, you know, your great minerals area down to the south and southwest of St. Louis. So this area, very remote in general, but you still have folks that live down here. Now, this will be in Farmington. The worst of the wind and the heavy rain will be in Farmington in approximately 7 minutes. Okay, just by looking at that. We go up to the north with this tornado warning. You're starting to get the heavier rain close to Bonne Terre. You've had a couple of little heavier bursts. You're about ready to get the wind and the rain in tandem together and potentially some circulation in there too as we're watching that velocity again showing up here just off to the west of Bonne Terre. So if we kind of just look where that is, we're thinking that circulation now is lifting somewhere just west of Bonne Terre. There's Pond Creek Road. This is Champs Elisa's Road, all right, and Highway E here. So you're coming out of the Potosi area. Highway 8 almost out of Washington County and into western portions of St. Francis County. And then this is going to continue to move towards the northeast. And as it does so, it's more likely than not going to clip into portions of southern Jefferson County here. So that circulation, and you're not going to be able to see it. That's the other thing with this. As we kind of take it back on a broader perspective here, we'll show you what the radar looks like all across the area. We do have rain out ahead of any circulations. So you're not going to have the opportunity to get a clear shot and see what's coming at you. It will be there embedded within the rain. And it's one of those spin-ups. You know, we're not talking, we don't think about long track tornadoes. We're talking about these circulations kind of at the leading edge of the storms that get wrapped up, spin up, do their damage, and then they tend to move on. Now, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for the entire metropolitan St. Louis area west of the Mississippi. It includes a small sliver of Madison County. It includes western Monroe County. Doesn't include St. Clair County, but it does include the city and back to the west. And then you've got your 2 tornado warnings. So you want as many walls between you and the outside as possible, lowest floor. Remember, we're wearing our shoes. We've done that a lot this spring with these tornadoes and these severe thunderstorms rolling through the area. I know most of the power outages we've seen so far have been in mid-Missouri, but we have had some up in Pike County was showing up. We've had a few down across Reynolds County too. So that's just an indication that there could be some wind damage associated with some of these thunderstorms as they move on to the east. They're not the worst storms that we've ever seen, Gary, but they are still packing a bit of a punch here as they push on to the east and to the northeast. And one more quick perspective here on what the wind looks like down here. Still can find those circulations there. One just about to come out of Iron County, just clipping into southwestern portions of St. Francis County near the Madison County line, and the other one is just off to the west of Bonne Terre right now. So those 2 circulations with the quick spin-ups, you need to be inside away from windows and doors.
Yeah, and I think it's important that you mentioned that because, you know, this is not a 314 day. And every time we, you know, you can obviously text us and you see that at the bottom of your screen, and we're doing some of these streams on 5+, and I answer some of your questions. And, you know, the most recent thing is it's going to be a 314 day. That's, you know, what everybody's kind of in the back of their mind, especially with all the anxiety of the amount of times that we've been busy. This is not what that's shaping up to be right now, but still, we want you to take these tornado warnings seriously, especially because it's getting closer to nighttime for most of us. And this is a rain-wrapped situation where you're not going to be able to go outside and see it. So don't do the Missouri, the bi-state thing, Illinois thing where you're going out there and trying to see this thing. You're not going to be able to see this. So we'll be able to give you about a 30-minute heads up. I know a lot of people are traveling for Easter. You're going to be on some of these roads. If you get on 55 and Highway 21 south of Potosi, it's going to be tough for you to see anything anyway. So let me get you through this circulation, and then A, we'll get off your TV and go to 5+, and then B, you can drive back to your house and be safe for the rest of the night when we give you all clear. And that's what we're trying to do here for the rest of the evening. You'll see right now where those circulations have been. You can watch them rotate where we have those 2 areas that I was tracking earlier for you. The first one, of course, from Ironton into Farmington, and that circulation is working its way into Farmington right now as well. But I want to circle and find out where those are specifically. You can see that right here. This has moved through Ironton. It's about ready to work its way across across 67. And then the other circulation of concern right now is from Bonne Terre, and it's just off right now to the east of Potosi. And this is the reason that I wanted you to get into your safe place ahead of time in Bonne Terre, right? Because we did not even have a tornado warning yet in Bonne Terre. And I said, let's watch that area, just get in your safe place. And then, of course, now we have that tornado warning. And as I broaden this out, I want to at least track where I think those areas of circulation are and get out ahead of it. And even, you know, they're moving fast enough. They're moving about 40 miles an hour, but they're moving fast enough where I even got to come over here and do that. Even if I can do it without the computer, I can. I want to bring some people at the leading edge of this just to where I can get you into your safe place, or at least prepared for this ahead of time. Because as we look at these circulations, they're moving off to the northeast. They're along this line. You can see them a little bit better, and I'll kind of zoom in just a little bit here. But I want to point out where some of them are as I look right about here from Farmington, and I want to take you to Festus, Prairie du Rocher, and let's take you across the river right now here as we continue to look at that. Now, overall, you'll see that from Festus to 747. You're looking at St. Genevieve at 815. You're looking at Smithton at 826. And, you know, those are the areas of circulation that I'm looking at specifically here. And once again, as I point out where I do expect that these circulations are at the moment, this is the spot right here. And as we're looking at right now, just near Potosi, this is probably the one that I would say probably looks the most impressive that we've seen in a while, especially at 736. We had our first tornado warning earlier in Pike County, which maybe looked a little bit more impressive, but given the fact that it was in a more favorable environment and it was still with the heating of the day, that didn't surprise us. This one is one of the reasons that we're always paying attention to these things, because as soon as we expect that there's no severe weather, we start to see these little circulations start to bubble up as well. And I'll go back and look at right now in Bonne Terre. This is the spot right here in Bonne Terre that we're still looking at. And so if you're in Bonne Terre, we maybe start to get an idea of what's happening here, and you'll see that even as I kind of pull this back out just a little bit, you'll see exactly where this tornado warning continues. And it looks like we've got one that you know, once again, we continue to look at that leading edge of the circulation. This goes all the way to Festus and all the way really up to the river before it crosses the river here at this moment. And you can see these are embedded circulations within this line of thunderstorms. But if you're in Potosi, I think you're safe now. And so I want to let you know that, because I know Potosi has been awful busy the last few weeks. But if you're in Potosi, I can give you the all clear. It should be just raining now. But I want to look ahead as we still continue to look at some of these spots. Ironton, same thing. I've got you the circulation through there, but let's look ahead on the other side of the river. Even though these storms may not, even though they may not hold their current structure across the river, they could look totally different. But we are looking at maybe spots like Redbud, maybe it's Smithton, even into Belleville. That may be a stretch at this point, but it's just interesting because of the way that they're moving along this line. So those are the spots that I want to point out specifically. And I think, you know, as we look at this, Scott, you know, it's these, if you look out ahead of it, right, there's not as much rain out ahead of these than there was that is impacting the metro. And the metro, it's just been raining. Actually, the wind has been less bad, you know. This may be the spot that we're looking at for the rest of the night that impacts the Metro East more than anything.
Yeah, I think so. From south and east of St. Louis, southeast of St. Louis in particular, this seems to be where the better instability is at the moment, maybe just below the levels that we needed to really inspire significant severe weather in St. Louis. I'm okay with that. You should be too. We have the tornado warning here. Southern parts of Jefferson County, northern St. Genevieve County, into St. Francis County, and into a corner of Iron County right now. But you can see this is a long line of thunderstorms. The worst of it coming into Root House, going down into Jerseyville right now. You've had the worst of it go through Grafton. It's now impacting, you know, Harvester, Weldon Spring, Chesterfield in the valley, St. Charles, North St. Louis County starting to really get in on the heavier rain right now. Some wind, but so far in the metro area, we're not seeing tremendous winds. You're looking at the cameras there. That's the Chesterfield Valley and Arnold that you're looking at. Yes, it's dark, as it should be. We're getting close to sunset or just after, and we have this heavy rain pushing into the metro area. Now, we want you in your safe place here south of St. Louis, even in areas that aren't necessarily under the tornado warnings right now, because as these storms are moving in, anywhere from southern parts of the metro, let's just say once you get to the Jefferson-St. Louis County line and going south, and from St. Clair, Madison County line and going south just across the river, we want you either ready to get to your safe place, or if these storms are rolling in now, you should be inside away from windows and doors, because these have been rotating storms as they've been sliding in. Now that one, we were tracking that just a few minutes ago. In a few minutes, that one will actually be over in St. Genevieve in about 40 minutes or so. We gave you an extra kind of long track on that, even though St. Genevieve, while part of St. Genevieve County is in the polygon for the northern storm, the southern part is not, but that storm is still working in your general direction. All right, so we've taken, looks like we've taken part of Washington County now completely out of the tornado warning, so just southern Jefferson County. That circulation that's there is kind of going towards Park Hills and up towards Red Bud. And when we look at this, kind of see another little spin here with that cell that's gone by near Lonedale. That's coming up here into southern portions of Jefferson County. That's going to be impacting Arnold. Again, not a good time to go down 55 right now. Just wait until this line goes through. Once this line goes through, our severe weather threat will come to an end. So this is it. We've got this 15 or 20 minute window where any one location's under a threat right now. And then after that, the rest of the night will be fine. They did open the storm shelters down there, I think in Fredericktown, if anybody needed to get to a safe place. But the storm's almost there right now, and it looks a little more intense farther to the north. There's one circulation right there, pretty close to Valley Mines at this point. Perhaps there's one still coming into the Farmington area, kind of remains to be seen there. But again, kind of just tracking that one that's right there along the line. The timing on that actually takes it over towards New Athens at about 8:14. So again, that's not in the warning right now. You're not in the warning in New Athens, but we went ahead and tracked it out early for Red Bud and New Athens. So, and you folks over in Maystown, so that you know across the river that that will be coming your way and to be prepared for it. Okay, so this is moving off towards the east and to the northeast. A whole line's advancing on to the east. The two tornado warnings for those two circulations that are down to the south. The one thing about these circulations is even though we can spot them, we don't know if they actually touch the ground. We don't know if, you know, how strong they would be if they did, but we can see that there was a tighter rotation there. Now, they come and go. This ebbs and flows because like thunderstorms, that's what you get when you're dealing with this kind of thing. They interact with the air around them. Sometimes they weaken, sometimes they strengthen. We still see a pretty intense line of storms here, and certainly with the tornado warnings here to the south of St. Louis, that's where these storms, as Gary was talking about, we've talked a little bit about this. Here's the main line in the metro area just coming into West St. Louis County. Look how far out ahead of the main line the rain has jumped. It's kind of jumped way out ahead of it, so you're getting more rain before you get into the main line. As we go farther to the south, you actually have less rain ahead. You still have some, but you have less. And so that means the air flowing into these southern storms is purer and perhaps more unstable. And the instability down here across southeast Missouri and southwestern portions of Illinois should be a little bit better than the instability we're seeing around St. Louis and points to the north. Nonetheless, we still have those very strong storms and the circulations down to the south of St. Louis. We want you to be inside, away from windows and doors on the lowest level. We're going to wear our shoes. We haven't had a lot of reports of trees down, but we've seen a few branches come down, and we have had some reports in mid-Missouri of some trees down earlier. So it's just one of those things that we're, you know, it's better to be proactive than not active in this kind of situation because we all need to stay safe. That is your tornado warning here. Far southern portions of Jefferson County into St. Francis, St. Genevieve, and parts of Madison County in Missouri. That'll run for about another 10 or 15 minutes here, and you see some of that lightning from the southern storm down in Arnold. Those are impressive storms, Gary.
Yeah, and those are the two storms that we're monitoring. That's the reason we've interrupted programming, because we have a couple of tornado-warned storms right now. We want to keep everybody safe, not just the spots that are just seeing some pretty loud thunderstorms, but we haven't seen significant severe weather. And as Scott mentioned, those two areas of circulation, we have to keep a close eye on them. And of course, as we look at these smaller tornado polygons, you'll notice that there are going to continue to work their way across the river here from Prairie to Rocher. I want to look at where perhaps the areas of circulation are and really show you where some of the differences are. And I got to move this a little further north here now, but as we kind of show you what's happening, this is where the one spot is to our south here, right over Farmington. This is the spot where we're looking at for the potential for rotation. We see that broad rotation that is, 10,000 feet above the surface, or in some cases, but does it lower? And that's the important part. We also look at this right along the leading edge here where we see near Bonne Terre, between Bonne Terre and DeSoto. You'll look at where this, almost like a little S here, and I can draw on this and show you where it is, right? Of course, we have wind going one way, wind going the other way. But, if it was just a straight line wind, it would just be like this, right? But you look at this little wiggle here, watch how it goes here and there. And sometimes when we see the leading edge of these types of thunderstorms, when we find that little wiggle right there, that's where a tornado may be occurring, right? This is a weak tornado. This is a brief tornado. These are not storms like we had on 314 day where we're seeing significant tornadoes. They may only last 5 minutes or less, but they cause damage, and that's what we're going to continue to monitor here as we look at some of the radar products and whether or not. But I did want to cycle this, and Scott mentioned this earlier where I want to cycle what it looked like earlier, and I'll get on this side of it so you can maybe see it as it started. And watch how it was a little bit more broad, or a little bit more tight, and we had those more bright colors of green. Not as much, right? I think you're seeing more of this one in Farmington versus the one north of Bonne Terre, which has cleared through. And once again, if you're in Bonne Terre and you're in Potosi, I really think you're in the clear now. That's moved through. It may still be storming, but this leading edge of the circulation has continued. But I still want to look at where these areas are specifically because, like Scott said, they cycle at times. Sometimes they cause that circulation, then all of a sudden it's straight line wind, and then they may pick up circulation again. And that's what we want to look out for here as we get closer to St. Genevieve and areas across the river. So this is where we're going to look at for perhaps additional tornado warning, perhaps. This is what the National Weather Service continues to look at, whether or not this is actually producing a tornado. They're not just going to sound the sirens, and they're not just going to let everybody know about that unless they expect that this is still a tornado, because we may see this become a severe thunderstorm warning with perhaps a tornado possible, right? And then they issued a tornado warning. So you're going to see a lot of these polygons. So I want to keep you up to date on this right now. But look, even just the latest radar scan, you see even just a little bit more of that curvature. It doesn't mean necessarily that there is a tornado involved in this, but you'll notice how, look now, it's even less of that straight line. It even goes a little bit more toward me. And it's right here where we're looking at the possibility. And even as I zoom in from Prairie to Rocher, I know you're not involved in this right now, but I want to just talk about the possibility that this may be. And let's treat it like it is here at this point and focus on this specific area. And I want to take it as close to Red Bud as I can, at least outside of that. It will let me get there. Yes, it will, which is rare. Usually this thing doesn't work all the time. But at Red Bud at 8:44, right? So we're getting closer to where we can get these things across the river and get more areas in the clear and more spots on the Missouri side in the clear. But that's the area of circulation that is for the tornado warning. And that's the area that we're looking at here at this point. And as the National Weather Service continues to look at this, those are the spots that we're looking at here in terms of, the rotation and whether or not it is decreasing. And I'm just checking in with some of our emergency management partners to see whether or not they continue to expect that will go across the river or extend on any of those, right? You'll still see those brighter colors from Farmington and to the south where we have those bright colors of green. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have anything right now. It's also getting a little close. It's pretty far south, so it's going to be in between the St. Louis radar and the Paducah radar. So the radar beam is not sampling quite the same, even as I kind of scan and want to get it to that Paducah radar. I can do that. That's where you can see me get a little bit closer. So that's where you're seeing that go into the Paducah radar. But right now, leading edge of this, we still have some of these little notches out ahead. And that's what the National Weather Service right now is contemplating based on your reports, what they're seeing from emergency managers, and of course, what they're sampling with some of the radar data, as we're going to see whether or not that is an inducive environment for a tornado, whether or not it still continues across the river. And I think that's what remains to be seen, Scott. The potential still seems to be there. Sometimes I would expect that this would go away completely sometimes, and then all of a sudden we have another one of those little notches, and then boop, there's a tornado warning, right?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of how it's going to go and play out for the remainder of the evening, especially in this area southeast of St. Louis where you do have better ingredients and a little more instability. Now, Just a few minutes ago, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning up into Macoupin County. That's for all of Macoupin County, for the northern part of that line, which right now is stretching across eastern portions of Greene and Jersey County. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning in the metro area, but so far around the metro, we've had about 35-mile-per-hour winds. Smartfield, St. Paul, Weather Service office had about 30-mile-an-hour winds. Out at Spirit, about 35-mile-per-hour winds. So far, we haven't had big wind problems in St. Louis. And so you would think moving into the environment that it's moving in, we would have been able to kick up more wind than what we did. These storms down here, though, have been and have had more of a punch to them as they've been rolling through here down across parts of Washington County. Kind of just watch. Let's see if we can get that to loop. It's not going to. Yeah, there we go. You can kind of see as this was moving through, you see the spin within the storms. The storms are actually rotating storms. You're looking at Festus on the MODOT camera, and Festus right in here, and that's where some of that heaviest rain is pushing in right now. So you're getting those strong winds with this storm. And here, we would think they're more like 40 to 50-mile-per-hour winds or so. You see the cameras bouncing a little bit there, and traffic really coming to a much slower pace going down 55 with that wind-whipped rain in those areas. And that gets us down into that tornado warning. Now, we're kind of jumping off to the east. You're looking at Festus. Perhaps the circulation is coming into Festus right now. Let me just pop the wind on and we'll take a look and see. But, you know, we definitely have the heavier rainfall coming in there at this point for sure. As far as there being an actual circulation there, it's kind of hard to tell. As Gary was just showing you, there is a definitive line here, but the strongest winds are actually not around Festus, they're a little farther to the south, but we're also getting up higher and shooting higher in the sky on that. But I wanted to go back and let me pull this back up as we zoom back in here. For you folks over here in Randolph County and the rest of St. Genevieve County, while we don't have warnings for you yet, and into southern portions of Monroe County, you know, these storms have a punch with them. The air that's over your neighborhood here in Redbud and over towards Evansville and Prairie du Rocher, that's been a warm, muggy air mass all afternoon long. The winds are more out of the southeast here, and that tends to create some spin in the atmosphere. Now, you're looking at the lightning flashes there on the camera as you kind of look over here. That one is Arnold, and that's Festus, and you can see the difference. You see the flashes are pretty close to each other, but look how the brake lights. You see people have really slowed down on the roads because this is, you know, bad to be driving in. And honestly, with there being a tornado warning in here, I mean, I've been storm chasing before. I'm not driving into this. I'm going to try to stay outside of it and avoid it. I don't want to get into the mess, but it's there, okay? And it's right down all along this line that we're looking at that. Southern portions of St. Genevieve, or southern portions of Jefferson County into St. Genevieve County into St. Francis County. And the northern part of some of this is starting to pick up a little steam as it gets closer to Arnold. We're also looking at that coming into the metro area right now. Nothing that's circulating, I don't think, but we've picked up some intensity here in the last few minutes, moving up into the North County area, Bridgeton, back through St. Charles. That's headed up towards Orchard Farm High School. You're back out here towards Parkway West, pouring right now along 141. And then you go farther to the south down towards High Ridge. You're getting some of that heavier rain too. So this is all in an area where the environment wants to twist. And in any spot along this line of thunderstorms, we could whip up something very quickly. And that's why we have those tornado warnings down to the south. Now, I don't think as we look at the wind data here, the velocity, the winds, this is the Doppler wind. So it's showing us how the raindrops are being whipped around by the wind. And in doing so, we can infer that if the raindrops move in 50 miles an hour, the wind's blowing it at 50 miles per hour, right? And whether it's towards the radar or away. I don't see anything that stands out as particularly intense circulations, but there is some intense wind showing up in pockets here as you go down 55, especially getting out of Jefferson County into St. Genevieve County. All right, that's some pretty intense wind there. All right, we're getting a little bit closer. We're starting to see that wind spread over into the Mississippi River right now too. So again, looking at this scenario, there's your new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Randolph County, Monroe County, and into St. Clair County. Okay, so, and I'm pretty sure, Gary, did they have a tornado possible on that tag?
Yeah, they're monitoring it, but they're not going to issue a tornado
Yeah.
warning for any of those storms downstream. So kind of like what we've been mentioning,
Right.
we're still monitoring the potential for these down the road, and when we go to programming, we may see again, right? One of those type of things.
Yeah, so, you know, this is wavy. We haven't had a lot of reports of wind damage, certainly in the metro area, as far as we know. But this southern part of the line is stronger than the northern part of the line for sure. We know that for a fact. Okay, we have seen some pretty tight circulations on radar, and not just at the lowest level. We've seen it up to about 10,000 feet, so these storms have had rotation in them through a deeper layer. Those are the types of storms that do tend to spin something up. You see there's another one in far southern portions of Reynolds County right now. That's a pretty intense storm that's may hit that Des Arc area again in a few minutes. That's an area that was hard hit back earlier this year. So there's the whole line of storms, and it stretches from north to south right through the St. Louis metro area, moving into the metro east. So now we have our new warnings, and that includes in the metro east now, that includes over here into St. Clair County, down into Monroe County, and then down into Randolph County. That's for these storms that have had some rotation. While a tornado is not imminent, there is the potential that we'll spin something up here in those areas over the course of the next hour. So just be ready to get to your safe place as these storms move in. You should be inside away from windows and doors anyway as these storms are rolling into the areas, especially south of St. Louis where they're a bit stronger. Now, the intensity is starting to pick up here as you go up into eastern portions of St. Charles County. That's going to be heading up towards some of the marinas there along the Mississippi River up towards Grafton. You're going to see that in a few minutes, that intense cell. Let's see if that's got any wind with it, because that could be a problem. It does have some. So you see that brighter pink right in there. That's indicative of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. As we kind of go farther to the south, we look to see if we see any circulations. And by golly,
Tornado warning
we just
now.
got it there. So we have a new tornado warning that takes this storm here from St. Genevieve across the river and into Randolph County. So that does include Chester. This one includes St. Genevieve. So your circulations here, right there along Highway 32. There's River Ovas. So it's right in here, close to Miller's, along Highway 32. And that's going to be into St. Genevieve here pretty quickly. So it's moving towards the northeast. That's going to take it right towards St. Genevieve, right towards Ellis Grove. It'll be over Interstate 55 in approximately 6 to 8 minutes from now. That's how fast it's moving. So this is our new circulation here, rotation showing up. That rotation indicative of a potential tornado. We don't know if it's hitting the ground, on the ground, we don't know. But we know there's a circulation there. And it's right at the leading edge of where this is nudging out, where the heavy part of the rain is nudging out from the southwest, right in that area. So it's right along and south of Highway 32 here as you go down into St. Genevieve County. So this is where it starts to get busy with all of the different polygons that are on here. Let me see if I go back. I don't know if I can take it back and take that off, but the whole line basically has the potential for severe weather. The tornadic storm potential is for storms that are down to the south and southeast of St. Louis right now. And our MODI cams been showing you the folks down in Jefferson County, looking also at Arnold and looking south. And you've been seeing the lightning and the slow traffic in those areas right now. So, Gary, that's the area to watch down to the south of St. Louis here for the next hour or so as the new tornado warnings are coming out.
Yeah, and of course, now that we've got the sunset, we've seen what these storms are still capable of, right? This is a still very favorable environment. You can see a lot of red on the map. That's not even the polygon. We're just talking about red from the radar. So it hasn't diminished much, and as a result, these storms, as they hold their strength and structure, still have the ability to produce a tornado. And that's what our current tornado warning is for. As these are the same storms that we've been monitoring for the last couple of minutes here as we look outside. So These are the spots right now from Festus all the way to Prairie du Rocher right now across 55. More of these circulations are as we look at a different spot on this. I want to point out where these are here from St. Genevieve as well. And you can see the main reason for this circulation is right here. That's the spot that we're looking at the moment. That is the reason for the tornado warning that has been extended into St. Genevieve. So in all likelihood, the sirens are going off and you're seeing that. There are also a couple other spots here along this leading edge of this line which are responsible for this, but these are the spots that I want to track for you and put give you an idea of when we're going to see this push through the area. Because if you're in St. Genevieve, this is imminent for you. So let's talk about what, let's go the leading edge of this a little bit further so that I can give you maybe a couple of more minutes heads up. That didn't click for me. Let's see if I can get it. Maybe I can get it now. That's okay. We'll see if it didn't. If not, we're just going to give up. And right now, I'll go to the cone, so we'll do that here. It usually works a little better there. It was too close to the end of the screen. I want to talk about St. Genevieve in particular here as we go all the way to Sparta and Steelville. This is the timeline from where you are. St. Genevieve, 8:11. I put up ahead because, like I said, this is moving about 40 miles an hour. We did this just ahead of where the circulation is. That maybe gives you about a 5-minute heads up. This circulation, which we're looking at right here, that has not crossed the interstate just yet, but it will. And so I know when you're on I-55, it's tough for you to find any spot to stay safe. So if you're in St. Genevieve, if you're in Chester, you're in Steelville, you're in Sparta, even into Prairie du Rocher. I know this is south of where the main circulation is, but that's what we're going to be looking at here as we find this main area of circulation right about here. That's what we're looking at. And like Scott mentioned, all the polygons are going to start to get all wonky as we see some circulations that are about to expire and then others that have been added. Plus we had the severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to get you through this, but we have the possibility for this to be a tornado, and it is radar indicated rotation, and that's why I want you to take this seriously here as we go through the 8 o'clock hour. This particular system right now, this is until 8:45, and just for the counties that are included in this right now, like I mentioned, you're going to be able to see this is included right now. This is Randolph and St. Genevieve. This is till 8:45, and we're going to look at this area for circulation as it moves off to the northeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So as I pull this back out, watch how over the last few minutes you'll still see these areas where, like I said, this is not a straight edge line. It wants to be, in some regards it is, but the fact that we have these little areas of circulation along that, even from Festus, even in between Prairie du Rocher, even though this is not a tornado warning, it's a severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility that this could produce a tornado. So at any time we may see that extended. This, as you start to see these brighter colors here, that's where we have the active tornado warning, and it's right about here. That's what we're looking at right now. I also want to look at this spot here, and this is something that just right now, I'm going to go take a quick look at this right now. That's on the other side of 61 from Festus. That, to me, is going to be something we're paying attention to. So let's find some cities in the path of that here as I'm going to go back to this, get rid of my drawings, and I'm going to go out and up first, and then I'm going to get a little bit closer because that's an area, at least of concern for me, that is going to be something that we're going to take a look at for maybe New Athens and Belleville. So let's look at this here with the most recent scan. I can zoom in one more time here, providing that it works. You never know, right? But I want to zoom in to where I think that could be something right about here. This has just moved through Maystown and Waterloo. And this doesn't mean that it's going to be anything, but it's something that I want to pay attention to in terms of maybe giving a few more spots a heads up downstream. So let's move this a little further out, and so that I can pull things out and maybe draw a few more locations on where perhaps this could be. Right? These are spots we want to give you an extra heads up here to pay attention to as I step on this side of it so you can see where the circulation is. It's right about here from Maystown to Waterloo, and while there's no active tornado warning, it's a spot that we're going to look at, right? And the leading edge of this, as it enters this favorable environment, I want to point out where this is right about here. Let's go to Freeburg, let's go to Mascoutah, let's go to New Athens and take this clear across 64. That puts it in Hecker at 829. That puts it in Fayetteville at 857, Mascoutah 905, and New Baden at 920. Like I said, there's no tornado right now, but this is an area that we'll watch. And I know, Scott, as we look at the leading edge of this, you're going to see probably more of these types of things here. As you can see right now, this is holding its strength. And I think that's the most favorable thing that we look at this point. As you mentioned earlier, Scott, and we were talking about, this is the most favorable environment for this, thus the tornado warning, and a couple more spots that continue to want to develop rotation on the leading edge of this system.
Yeah, it's that leading edge that we're looking at the potential here as we go through the next hour or so. Now, areas west of St. Louis, the tornado watch has been cleared out farther to our west. The severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire in St. Louis. But Gary, you were just talking about it, and I believe they just did it. That's the new tornado warning there that was just issued into Monroe and St. Clair County for that circulation that Gary was just telling you about right now. So let's get in here and look at these circulations. That's the one that they just issued on. Okay, east of Festus, just to the southwest of Waterloo. That's the one Gary just tracked for you moments ago, all right? There's your circulation showing up there. Seems to be tightening a little bit. Here's the other one. This one looks pretty tight too. This is just to the southwest of St. Genevieve right now, and that's moving northeast. So if it were on the ground, it's, again, these are at the leading edge. So your radar's weavy in here. You know, it's kind of weaving, winding along. And so when you get to the leading edge there, here's the timeline of what we're looking at. St. Genevieve, you got about 3-4 minutes before that circulation's close to you at this point. Might be in your backyard. Over in Evansville and Walsh, on the other side of the river, you're looking 8:21, 8:26 for that time frame. All right, we bring it back out to the wider view, and there, once again, there's your little nudge. Anytime these storms start to nudge out, when they start to nudge out, that's when it kind of pulls in a little extra inflow, a little more of that twist, and you get those south to southeast breezes kind of feeding into that, and the air aloft, as it's getting sucked up, it automatically just starts spinning. That's just the way it goes. So these storms are primed moving into this area here across southwestern Illinois, including St. Clair County. So this tornado warning goes all the way up to include Belleville. It includes O'Fallon. Goes all the way up just to the west of Breeze, right? And right there to the Kaskaskia River at the Clinton-St. Clair County line. Look at your hammer right now as you look down. I think that's in Arnold, and that's pretty intense there. That's Arnold you're looking at. The rainfall in Arnold right now, incredibly intense. And there, you know, there's another little surge just coming into South St. Louis County here towards Oakville, right on Lee Ferry Road, looks like. I mean, that's something, we got to watch this area too. Let's see if we see anything in there that looks suspicious on the winds. I wouldn't think we would see anything dramatic. No, it's not nearly anything like what we're seeing right there. Okay, so that area just southwest of Waterloo. Let's kind of go over there and get in a little bit closer. So our circulation here, okay, so this is the Wartburg, Burkesville area. So you're coming up out of the floodplain here and up towards Highway 3, towards Waterloo. This circulation that's in this area, that's KK Road, that's going to head up towards 156 Floraville Road. You're over here now into portions of Monroe County, and then you're going to cross over into St. Clair County, and that potential circulation is going to go across southern portions of St. Clair County, Millstadt, Freeburg, perhaps Hecker, in that area, the farm fields over here, Cal Swede headquarters in this general vicinity over here. So again, some of the people, Waterloo Road's there, there's Robinson School Road, Smithton's also there, Douglas Road, Illinois 159. So you get the picture. Southeast of St. Louis is where most of these rotations are showing up now that look like they're pretty impressive. Let's see if we can get another shot. There's St. Genevieve from the St. Louis radar, okay? Now we're going to go and see if we can get it from the Paducah radar. Kind of gives us a little different perspective, right? We kind of switch it around. That circulation somewhere just to the southwest of St. Genevieve. So if you're in St. Genevieve, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, okay? Lowest floor, you're wearing your shoes. We're going to be safe. These would be spin-ups that are fairly brief, probably don't stay on the ground for very long, but still can cause damage. And as you see from the camera, that is some wicked wind-whipped rain right now down in Arnold. You can see it on the camera. That's our weather camera on top of the Drury down there in Arnold. All right, so here we are, 2 storms, 2 circulations. There's one, you know, very close, just south of Waterloo. Here's the other one, knocking on St. Genevieve's door right now. So we need you in those 2 circulations to be in your safe place inside, away from windows and doors. Let's go back to the beginning here, and we'll kind of just start you on the home view, just so you can see a north to south view. Our line of thunderstorms, intense, moving through the metro area. The strongest really are in the metro area and then points to the south. The spinning storms, the storms that have that capability of perhaps producing tornadoes, they're located down to the south of St. Louis. One now in Monroe County, Illinois, very close to Waterloo. Another down here just approaching St. Genevieve right now. When we look at this line, you see how weavy and windy it is as you go down to the south here. You got a lot of little waves along there. At any time one of those storms nudges a little bit out, it tends to kick up its potential to produce a tornado. It enhances that spin that's already existing naturally in the atmosphere just based on the way the winds are set up today. So this is the area of greatest threat into St. Clair County, Monroe County, Randolph County, and eastern portions of St. Genevieve County. This is where we have the tornado warnings in effect right now. Potential for severe weather, the potential for spin-up tornadoes, and 60 to 70 mile per hour winds outside of that as these storms continue to advance onto the east, along with some pretty heavy rainfall. Now, once we get right along the front here, I'd say from Warren County, western Franklin County, going west out to mid-Missouri, you're pretty much done. You'll have a little more rain, but you're not going to have any more severe weather. The severe weather concentration is going to be pretty much now shifting to the Illinois side or south of St. Louis. I think once we get these storms that are in St. Genevieve and down towards Madison County, once we get them through Perry County and into Illinois, then everything will be focused east of St. Louis through the evening. And, you know, Gary's talked about this a couple of times today. We're now past sunset. So we've lost the heat of the day. And even though it's still warm and unstable and there's a generally favorable environment across southern portions here of Illinois, it's not as favorable as peak heating would be. So say 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon versus now it's after 8 o'clock. So these storms, while they still have a favorable environment to work with, it's not as favorable. And there's the potential that as they continue to drift east, we'll see what happened in the metro area here happen farther east, where they tend to weaken below severe limits altogether. That's within the realm of possibility. It's also within the realm of possibility that enough ingredients still exist over in Washington, Clinton, up to Bond County, over to Marion and Jefferson County in Illinois, where some of these storms persist and remain strong to severe for the next hour and a half or so until they clear our area. So Gary, we got to be on our toes here this evening. Those two storms south of St. Louis with the tornado warnings right now.
Well, and right, it feels like we went from one part of it where we had that first line that settled in to our area right about 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then all of a sudden it started to rain itself out, and we looked like there was an in-between, and now we're looking at multiple leading-edge tornado warnings in a spot where we weren't sure if we even had any damage reports, right? And so we've kind of been in between that, and that's why we're always paying attention to that, even as we look ahead to a couple of these different spots. So I want to point out where a couple of these lines of storms are as we look at the big picture, and you can see where this is here at the moment, right? You have this leading edge of storms that stretches all the way from the city of St. Louis, which is not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but you also look at spots from Belleville with these 2 tornado warnings from Chester into Sparta, and that leading edge with those deep shades of red in between. That's the embedded line that the leading edge is creating some of those weak disturbances which are rotating, and that's where we have these tornado warnings right now. And I want to circle them specifically here in St. Genevieve right now. You'll see that right about here. That's where we have that first circulation right now. That's responsible for one of these tornado warnings. The other one, as we look to the north, you'll look at this one in Waterloo, you'll start to see them rotate on the leading edge as well. That's the one that I was tracking for you before we had that tornado warning earlier, and that's the main line right now of those tornado warnings. So let's put this into motion here as I go a little bit further, and you'll see this right here. That's the one from St. Genevieve here, and I want to zoom out just a little bit here as we look at this one in Waterloo. Now I'll zoom out just a little bit, and I want to show you these spots that are going to be impacted here. Because as we talk about some of the spots downstream, even from the leading edge of where these 2 areas of circulation are, I want to track where this is right about here and go all the way out, even past the polygon where you're in that tornado warning right now. And these are the spots right now from Hecker at 829, from Lebanon from 842, Trenton at 849, Belleville even at 8:23. So for the next 10 minutes here. And if you want to do it just individually so I can go a little further, you can start where the leading edge of where this is, maybe specifically here. Now we have a confirmed tornado right now, Scott. So there's confirmation here where you'll have to check on this for me because it didn't bring my phone over, which is one of the rare times here for me. But we're going to zoom in a little bit more on that. I'm going to let you get dialed in
flashes,
on that.
yeah.
Usually, so they've got power flashes, so that's the confirmed tornado reason. So we're going to zoom into that one and make that our biggest priority here at this point here, because as a reminder, it seems like we have these all the time, but as a reminder, when we go from confirmed tornado, that becomes that pink polygon area, and that's where we're going to look at for specifically. So let's track the leading edge of this here, because we do
just
see
east of St. Genevieve.
Just east of St. Genevieve right now. So let's get this right about here. And I want to talk about Sparta, Steelville. These are the areas right now. And right now that's Sparta, Coulterville, 851. And I know Scott's got this zoomed in a little bit more. You can see it right there. That's the spot that is now the confirmed tornado, Scott.
So right in here, it's just east of St. Genevieve at this point. So it's almost into Roots. There's Evansville, Illinois. Here's Sparta, Walsh at 824, Coulterville at 844, and then over towards Swanwick. I mean, you're talking over here getting into portions of Perry County in Illinois. So this is now confirmed. They've had power flashes reported around St. Genevieve with this storm. So that is your timeline on where this storm is going in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Just kind of backtracking here. We've got 2 tornado warnings. That is a confirmed tornado where the National Weather Service says spotters reported when this went through St. Genevieve, which right in here, when it went through St. Genevieve, they reported power flashes. Now that circulation is off to the east of St. Genevieve and is working across portions of Randolph County. So now a confirmed tornado. So you should be in your safe place here. Again, Evansville and going up to Sparta. You got a few minutes in Sparta. The other storm that we're still tracking, still has rotation with it, that circulation right now looks like it's very close to the Hecker area. So again, this one's actually looking like it's strengthening a little bit here as we go down into this area just east of St. Genevieve. This is where you've got the circulation running right in here, okay? And that's moving to the northeast. So it's going northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So I'm going to give it a little bit ahead, but this is kind of really close in. So you're not going to get a huge number of places. But again, the same sort of spots here, Riley Lake, Ellis Grove, and up through Walsh. So you can expect a brief, quick hitting tornado to drop some trees, drop some power lines in this area as it continues to cross over Highway 3, Great River Road down in this area. And really our circulation's kind of in this spot. These are some of the Dewdrop Landing and Dewdrop Drive, Union Hall Road. So you've crossed over the Mississippi now and you are into Randolph County in Illinois. That's where we have this confirmed tornado on the ground. Now, the other storm, and we actually have 2 circulations showing up here. So I'm going to get them pretty close because these are headed towards the Belleville area. So you've got one that's here along Douglas Road, north of Bowleysville. There's a circulation there. And then there's another circulation here down Floraville Road. Okay, so we're south of Millstadt. So there's 2 distinct circulations showing up on here. Now, that could be radar artifacts. Maybe only one of them really exists. But it looks like that one, they just trimmed that tornado warning up. So that is for this storm moving to the northeast. So Millstadt, you're in the path of this in about 3 minutes. Smithton, that circulation is going to come probably just to your north in 3 to 5 minutes from now, okay? And we're talking by 8:20, 8:23. And then this is going up towards Belleville, all right? So we're going to have the potential for tornadoes to get into a populated area. Now, they're small spin-up tornadoes, but you still need to be inside, away from windows and doors as these move through. Let's track these 2. All right, there's one that's going to go pretty much over downtown. That circulation is going to go right over downtown Belleville, and that's in about 10 minutes by about 8:30 or so, and then into O'Fallon at 8:40, if it holds together. Okay, let's get you another circulation in there. Let's get this second one. See where this one's going. Perhaps that one's the one that's more impressive. That may go east of downtown Belleville, but still impact Belleville here at about the same time, and then over towards Shiloh by 8:35. And that's headed towards Interstate 64 as well. So these are two circulations there that we have to watch. That's the tornado warning that's in effect for St. Clair County right now. And Gary, if I just pull those two out, kind of take this and go a little farther out, if those storms head together, Trenton up to Highland, Illinois, up to Perron, those would also be spots of concern. And then with this storm that's now right over top of Ellis Grove, if we take that and we go out a little farther, potentially here, that's going to get up towards Coulterville at 8:35 and then Cordis by 8:45. So it's an ongoing situation with these storms east and southeast of St. Louis. And a new tornado warning down south of Fredericktown now. I don't know if you see that. That's Madison County.
Yeah,
But
that
that's
one
south of
goes till
Fredericktown.
9 o'clock now.
Yeah.
So multiple areas, and that feels like that's the back edge of things where it's already rained there, right? I mean, this is all pushed through there, and it still has enough instability
to spin.
To
yeah.
spin, right? I think that's where it really didn't impact the city very much because it rained first, it seemed like. And, now we're seeing this really impact the Metro East, which, in all honesty, this is the total opposite of what the Storm Prediction Center had outlined, or at least, when we were talking about, right? I mean,
yeah.
It doesn't mean that's, it's not on them or anything. We're just talking about the from a messaging standpoint, we've been talking about some of our live streams and throughout today is, about how the greater tornado threat was in central Missouri, the potential for EF2 plus tornadoes, updating on that. And then they got a couple of stronger wind gusts. And then as it got closer to us, we saw it weaken. And now we're starting to see the leading edge of a couple of these spin-up tornadoes, one which has been confirmed by spotters to produce that saw those power flashes in the distance, right? And that doesn't, but one thing to talk about the differences, right, is the fact that we still have the instability, which is holding together at 8:21 at night, which is something that perhaps we weren't expecting it to hold together quite as much. But the other thing to differentiate is there was a lot more potency for those storms in central Missouri. There's not much potency in terms of making those EF2 plus tornadoes. These are very brief, weak tornadoes, but enough to cause damage and enough to get your attention, and that's why we're still on the air at this point. So let's focus on a couple of these, one being that confirmed tornado, and we broaden this out just a little bit more.
I think that's going to be for Madison County.
We got another one from, okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk about a couple of these because I'll go out just a little bit here in a second. I want to find these areas of circulation here as we talk about this. Right about here, I want to at least put a track on this through Sparta, the leading edge of this through Sparta and all the way, really Sparta within at 8:34. And that's the spot that I want to look at here. This is still in Belleville. This is south of Belleville. This is really right now on the east side of Millstadt at the moment. And this is what we're looking at right here. This is the area where we're starting to see that at least toward and away from the radar. And keep in mind, if you're just following along, I know it's been a busy storm season, but if you're just following along with us, the green and the red indicate we see toward the radar and away from the radar. And right now we're looking at one area of wind right about here, right? This is where we're seeing that inflow of wind on that side, and then we see the inflow, the other side right here. And that's where we see the wind, and that's the twisting that is created right here, right? That's where we're seeing this area of rotation, and that's where the possible tornado is. And the radar picks up on these things, and that's how we denote where we have that radar indicated rotation. So as we kind of at least broaden this out just a little bit, now I can put a track on this for you here. Because if you're in Belleville, if you're in Mascoutah, I hope that you're already in the basement or an interior, but let's look at the leading edge of this here. And I've got this on the draw, so let's make sure that is. And one of my Millstop friends just asked me if a barn was considered a safe space, and as long as it doesn't have any sharp objects in there and you got some interior spots, perhaps that's what it is, right? So they're keeping a close eye, and they're sheltering in place here as well. Let's look at this from an O'Fallon perspective, and I'll go two spots here because 8:39 or so. So let's just say the radar data is just a little bit behind. Let's call it 8:35. That's when I would expect that to be there into Summerfield by 8:54 as well. And then the leading edge of this from Freeburg into Mascoutah, and let's take it all the way to Trenton and Germantown as well. You're at 9 o'clock in Trenton and 9:08 in Aveston. So That's what we're looking at here from that perspective, right? The back edge of things, much more quiet now. But as we look at the big perspective here, we have that tornado warning, and then we look at still this wide area of red continues to hold steady. Notice the city of St. Louis not involved in anything. We don't have the rotation in the city of St. Louis. We don't have the winds quite as strong. This is in the Metro East. This is south and southeast of the city. If you're in Arnold and Festus, things are quieter. You're done. We can count this off. If you're in Potosi, you're in Farmington, things are quieter now. But there is another tornado warning to the south in Madison County. And you can see where this storm that kind of works its way around. And I'll have to pull this back out here because that, of course, tornado warning was further to the south. You'll see this here in Madison County, and that's the tornado warned storm from Madison County until 9 o'clock here, as it is on the very southern fringe of our viewing area. But we want to make sure that we keep our viewers on 5+ and, of course, on the air safe here. But if you're in Potosi, you're safe. You'll notice where the reds are. Our main area of concern here, as you can see, that tornado warning is back red. That means that is either we have seen the rotation weaken a little bit, or there is no confirmation that it is still on the ground. So there are ways to do that, and the National Weather Service and our emergency management partners have done so. As we continue to find these two areas, you'll see now it's polygon zone where they're going to see a bunch of them on here. Two of them right now. Let's point out, we have this one right here, which is the severe thunderstorm warning, that indicates at least 60-mile-an-hour wind, right? And that's mainly what we're looking at as a baseline. The tornado warning is for, of course, a radar-indicated tornado or a confirmed tornado, and it's for this circulation that is right here. That's the one that we're looking at here. That's the circulation that we look at. So you're going to see several polygons now as we continue to see these storms work their way into the Metro East. The leading edge, where is that red, that's where we have these little areas right along this, right here, as we look at that potential for rotation. And that's where we're going to continue to take you up and down where the storm is and try to find some of these spots. It still holds together at this hour here from Evansville into Baldwin. This is past Hecker. This really from Belleville right about here. And Scott, I'm not looking at some of these quite as tight as they were particularly, but there's still some of these notches as they work their way into the Metro East. And you know, at the very least, you're probably looking at some of the cameras that we've seen, because we've got more cameras over there now. These are some pretty good storms.
Yeah, they have a lot of heavy rain. They certainly have 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. That's what we've seen across most of the metro, which of course has not resulted in big power outages in the metro. But down to the south, we did see the power flashes believed to be associated with the tornado. That's why it was a confirmed tornado coming out of St. Genevieve and going over into Randolph County. Now, that one's not, but this one just is. And so that right now is the one that we're watching there in St. Clair County. They just confirmed that as a tornado. And I'm not sure exactly why, but we're going to find out. And we'll look into it. Because, Gary, it was looking like just a split second ago when you were showing that radar and the winds, the circulation actually looked like it had weakened a little bit.
Millstop police are reporting that there's a tornado on the ground.
Okay, so Millstop police reporting a tornado on the ground. So that's why that has been colored purple or pink, because it's now a confirmed tornado. So when we kind of look in there and look at the winds, again, this is what was coming up there. That circulation looks like it's made it almost onto the south side of Belleville. And, you know, that may be a delayed report, would be my guess, based on what we see right here. But assuming, you know, in Millstop, if the police are reporting that, then this is going to be going right over downtown Belleville. So we look at that. You know, there's Frank Scott Parkway. Here's Illinois 158. So it's coming in towards that Royal Heights, right into West Belleville, on the east side of Belleville. It looks like it would come right up 158. So the circulation probably moving right over the city of Belleville. Now, we're going to find out real fast if there's a circulation that's still on the ground. If we have a quick tornado spinning up here, we will know very quickly, because we will have damage coming in from the Belleville area. But that path of this takes it up towards O'Fallon, takes it into Shiloh. So this is going to be right along 64 too. You're talking St. Clair Square. You're talking over here towards Scott Air Force Base. They're in the path of this. Mid-America Airport's in the path of this. But again, it looks like the path where there's a circulation's more along this line on the western side of the polygon versus on the eastern side of the polygon. But having said that, these circulations are transient. They move. One will die, another will bubble up. And so we could see something else bubbling up over here towards Freeburg as time rolls on. Again, this is an area where you need to be in your safe place with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Here's another spot. This is that circulation that's showing up here. It is west of Sparta right now. And if we look in just a little bit closer as to what we're talking about, that area is right south of Baldwin and almost on top of Baldwin Road, and that's moving towards Doza Creek Road. So you still have that tornado warning there for that storm. Now, for this storm, back into the Metro East, we're going to do a couple of things here. First of all, we're going to flip it back over to see what kind of storm we're looking at here, because these have been interesting storms in their signatures. And when you look at, kind of the last few frames of this, you say, well, that doesn't really look like a tornadic thunderstorm. And, you'd be right. It really doesn't look like it, but that doesn't mean it's not. So we still want you in your safe place over here around that. So that was Millstop Police reporting a tornado on the ground?
Millstop Police, yep.
Okay, so that would be on the back side of this now, because that has surged up towards O'Fallon. You're already getting the heavy rain along 64. I don't know if we've got our camera. I have the O'Fallon, Illinois camera pointed back to the west and southwest, so it should have some pretty heavy rainfall on it at this point as we continue to track that off to the northeast. So let's just track where this is. The leading edge of this storm, and again, not looking as impressive as it was. Let's pop on the winds here. Yeah, let me do this just so that looks perhaps a little better. Gonna have to watch that area here in and around just west of Mascoutah too. That may surge out depending on how this goes. But just kind of tracking that, if we track this out for you, the leading edge of what could be problematic is actually going to run out of this tornado warning pretty quickly. Mascoutah at 8:31, Lebanon, Illinois at 8:35, St. Jacob at 8:43, over to Aveston at 8:51, and then St. Rose about 8:59. Again, that's assuming it stays on its current trajectory and maintains its strength. That's somewhat questionable. This storm down to the south is looking less impressive than it was. We kind of broaden that view. That rotation seems to have widened out quite a bit and is not nearly as tight. Actually, both of them are not as tight of circulations as they were a few minutes ago. So if we go back and just look at the entire line here, and the other tornado warning, far southern portions of Madison County in Missouri. So we look down here, and again, most of this is kind of on our southern fringes of our viewing area here, but that should stay mainly south of Perry County in Illinois, any tornadic part of that storm. But that's the side of that. Marquand, 8:39, you're in the path of that. So it eventually gets over, potentially towards Cape Girardeau, but that's going to be for Cape Girardeau's them to figure that out. I want to go back to the broader perspective here. Let's just get back home. Let's take this whole thing. Let's just put a track on all of it. If we can see where the back edge of this is. So the back edge of any rain here, and this is moving off to the east and northeast. This is your end time. By midnight, the back edge of the rain will be out of Florida. So this is the end of everything. So by midnight, all the rain is over. All right? But for right now, what we're dealing with is these storms that are off to the south. And Gary, I don't think they look as impressive.
No, I don't think
as
so
they
either.
did a few minutes ago.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that, and then of course it changed a different color. So we really piques our interest. It means that they've seen something. But I think you were right on the money about it. They probably saw it. It got reported. Then it got changed, and then we've started to see it cycle out because, like you mentioned, we see these things happen all the time, not only with any tornado, but especially these types of tornadoes, where we look at, yes, it looks impressive, and then all of a sudden it's changed its structure a little bit. Doesn't mean that we're done with it, because even as we look and try to find where the circulation is within this, and that's what I want to look at right now. Let's find where the velocity is within this here as we kind of focus on this over the next few minutes. Let's try to find some of these spots here as we have a new tornado warning now from Randolph and St. Clair County. So
And Washington.
that's going to be something that we look at here shortly. But let's find this right now, because this was the confirmed tornado that we had from Muscuda. Let's try to find that area of circulation within this as we kind of x-ray this storm. And I'll take it to the normal level that we've been looking at, but you see that from Muscuda, that's probably the spot right now, because even as we look back to Belleville, you'll see that we don't quite have that red color here. When we look at the red and green together, that's the one spot that we probably are going to find. But to me, that doesn't look as impressive here. But even as we look and probably do the same thing in Sparta, you'll start to see there's nothing that looks as impressive, right? This just looks where there's none of that tight area of rotation. And even as I take the radar off and show you once again where we have that extended area of that tornado warning, which we'll have for you here shortly as I zoom in. Like I said, it doesn't look quite as impressive, right? There still are areas of rotation, but I'll look at that other one here and we go further to the south. And that's where I'll be able to put a track on this for you here, because let's get to the south where we can try to find that area of rotation for you and update you on that next tornado warning, which is for Nashville, New Minden, Oakville, just to kind of give you an update so you can see it on your screen here. We have this new tornado warning that is Randolph, St. Clair, and Washington. That's until 9:15, so that means we'll be tracking this till 9:15 at the very least. And we're going to find where probably the most likely area for rotation is, and we can really let's go through this together and try to find it here, because you'll see, and this was, I would bet it's this area right here near Baldwin that we're looking at right now, Scott, and that's what we're looking at here. I'm going to circle this for you because this is to the point where now all these storms kind of get together and they kind of look a little funny. And let me get this on here on the draw mode again. All right. So now I want to find this right here, and you can see right about here. That's the area that I'm looking at for the potential for rotation. That's the reason for the tornado warned storm. Now, as I drag this back out so I can track this for you and bring more spots within, let me drag this back down to where you see more of the tornado warning, and you'll see these storms are moving at about 40 miles an hour. So let's switch that back to tracking here and find that one spot. So keep that spot in mind right now. So let's find this right here and get just ahead of Marissa so that I can draw this for you and get all the way into Plum Hill, Lively Grove, and even into Pilot Knob. So Plum Hill 907, Oakdale 902. We're at Hoyleton by 940. So Nashville, you'll see that as well at 921. So you know, this is what we're looking at for, right? So these are the spots that are within this, at least polygon here at the moment, that we're keeping a close eye on. And perhaps maybe they're speeding up or slowing down. That's what we're looking at, though. This tornado warning is in place until 9:15. So as we pull this back out once again to show you a couple of the other spots, you'll see that's the most extended, the longest tornado warning of all of them. And it's all because of the leading edge of this right here that you'll see. And this is it's not bowing out, but it has these little bit, these notches within it. And that's what we're going to be looking at. Let's see if this one has cycled back in a different fashion here as we look in Muscuda, and this is past Belleville now at the very least. So now we can zoom in just a little bit, and that's still, even in O'Fallon, that to me is the spot that we're probably looking at, and whether or not that is the reason for the warning right now, that's the spot that I want to look at right now specifically, because even if it's not a warning or a tornado at the moment in O'Fallon, it's certainly an area of concern as we look ahead, simply because we're still seeing maybe more rotation here along the leading edge here, and it's this spot right here. That doesn't mean that it is, but it's just a spot I think that's worth noting here as we go into Fairview Heights in O'Fallon right across the interstate. As we just get the most recent radar update scan, it still doesn't look like a bunch, but still, that's the area that's of concern here. That's the reason for that tornado warning that's in place here further. But like I said, areas to the south, as we continue to monitor that to the south, this is the spot that we have our newest tornado warning that's in place. And like I said, these colors are going to start to get funky here as we get further away from the St. Louis radar site, closer to this radar site, right? I can just switch back and forth to radars. And so when we get in between those radar sites, you start to see the funkier colors, but you also see the radar site is sampling at a higher level, right? So if it's closer to the radar site, it's sampling at a lower level. That's where the tornadoes and storms are formed. When it gets farther away, that tilt goes much higher and it's sampling higher up. So they're maybe rotating 5,000 feet above the surface, but if it's not at the surface, it's not a tornado. So that's why it's important that when we see all these weird colors, that's what we're trying to find and trying to combine all these radars. And the National Weather Service is doing a great job of that and finding that out. But that's why you're going to see all these weird colors here, especially as we get further and further away from the radar. So that's why I'm doing my best here to point out where some of this stuff is. Let me switch this back on here.
Comes a new
now.
warning for Madison, Bond, and Clinton.
Okay, so it is that same circulation there, and that's they didn't text me, so Scott's even ahead of it, right? So let's get back to that one here, Madison, Bond, and Clinton, and you'll see that that's just been extended. So let's figure that out right now. First and foremost, Madison, Bond, and Clinton, my guess is this goes till either 9:30 or 9:15. So there's 9:30, Bond, Madison, Clinton, St. Clair, until 9:30. So let's zoom in back into some of those spots, and I know I can get even a little bit closer here. And that's that same circulation here that we continue to keep a close eye on right now. Like I said, if we were picking a spot right there on that specific one from O'Fallon, it was probably right about here. That was one of them. That doesn't mean it's the only one, because we also see a couple of these other spots in Trenton. And it's these little leading edge areas that we always have this concern with for the potential for tornadoes. And we've seen at least 2 potential tornadoes, whether it be power flashes or confirmed by law enforcement. So this has a history of producing them. So you're more likely to get these warnings ahead of that as well. So let's focus on this one right now, and I'll get down to street level when I can, but I want to point this out right now. There's one perhaps in O'Fallon, or at least an area of circulation, and then here's maybe another one near Trenton. Those are probably the 2 spots and maybe one of the reasons for such a large warning as we continue to look at that. So let's find some of the spots downstream, and then I'll get into the details here at street level as we pull this back out. I want to be able to put a track on some of this here at a far standpoint. That one never works right now, so we're going to give up on it. But I want to point out right about here. So let's take that one from O'Fallon and get to Highland. Let's get to St. Rose and Mills and pause there. That is, we're at 9:07 in Highland. We're at Pocahontas at about 9:30 here. So those are the spots that we're looking at for specifically downstream. Let's get a little closer to that, and I want to find maybe into street level to where we're able to look at some of these storms here, as I know Scott's going to get into street level here and look at some of these as well. But it doesn't look like as well defined of a circulation here at this point, but you know, it's something even as we zoom in, and we're trying to see if we can see it on the cameras. Most likely, as we so often do, we tell you it's tough to see these because they're either rain wrapped or, you know, unless you're out and about, it's going to be tough to see them. This right here about Illinois 4, this is a brighter shade for me that is worth looking at, and perhaps either, you know, Emerald Mound School Road here, right across Illinois 4. Perhaps that is an area of circulation that we're looking at. So if we want to pull out just a little bit there, as we look at our new tornado warning now for Perry County until 9:15. So multiple areas that have seen rotation or already seen a tornado warning, and another one as well. So that's an area of circulation here as I pull this back out maybe just a little further. And I want to be able to show you where this is here, specifically here, as we get back to St. Jacob and try to find where some of these little areas from Trenton into O'Fallon, and really on the north side of town in O'Fallon, we see the leading edge of where these little circulations are. Once again, as we continue to draw them, I know they don't look impressive on this particular radar, and that's the way that these storms set up. But, you know, right now, maybe this is an area of circulation here, right? It's too close to me, that's why I did that. Maybe that's an area of circulation. I want to watch maybe this area here as well, just based on the radar sampling, and then here. Those are the areas that we're looking at ahead of this, as this storm moves off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. I do want to pull this back to the south as well, and I know Scott's going to be tracking this also, but, you know, as we were talking about, you know, the leading edge of where some of these are near Lively Grove and also into Pilot Knob, this is the spot between Marissa and Sparta into Coulterville, and they're just killing off some more of those tornado watches behind, which is good news. So once we get past the Metro East, we're going to be able to check this box. I can get you to sleep at a quiet pace, and you can be about your Monday. But we're going to have to get through this right now. And it's this spot from Sparta into Coulterville into Lively Grove. That's what we're watching here in between there and Pilot Knob. So right about here, that's the spot that I want to look at. And keep in mind, when we look at the radar and the Doppler wind, you'll see the key at the top. It's toward and it's away. You'll see that toward, there's one way. That's where one area of rotation is. That's the direction that the wind is moving, right? And then you have the away portion of it right here. And that's where the wind is moving. The radar beam is able to sample that and able to see, right? So when we watch those two things, that's where we have the area of rotation. And when we find those on radar, that's where if we see that getting, and we think it's getting to the surface, it's starting to get tighter, that's where we find the potential for tornadoes. And that's what we're looking at on the leading edge of things. Keep in mind, this has been a favorable environment. We've had a warm front, we've had a southeast breeze, and we have this gust that's coming in from the west along this cold front. So that's where we see the twisting of this wind, Scott, in this big area from north to south. The positive is it looks like a lot of spots on the Missouri side are starting to be checked off. We're able to be clear. It may still be raining there, but we're getting rid of some of that. But we're also having some issues here in the Metro East.
Metro East and in southeast Missouri too. So you have southeastern Madison County in Missouri stretching over to south central portions of Perry County in Missouri with a tornado warning down there. Again, that's on the fringes of our area, this closer to our area here as we look right now at around St. Louis. And let's see if that does that. The back edge of this coming in through St. Charles County into West St. Louis County. So as you go over the western parts of our area, your severe weather threat is over. It's done. But we still have our tornado warnings here into parts of Madison County, Bond County, into Clinton, Washington, eastern St. Clair, and northeastern portions of Randolph County on the Illinois side. So we go in here. The latest one was for that circulation, and a storm spotter reported a tornado near Lebanon. And so that's the storm that's now moving up towards St. Jacob. Then we go south, and we have that circulation that came out of Randolph County that's now pushing into Washington County and southeastern portions of St. Clair County. Now this is the storm that, as it's coming in towards Highland right now, looks like it's nudging out. The circulation, as this went over O'Fallon, it looks like there's still some potential rotation in here close to Lebanon, but that was a few minutes ago that we were looking at that report. And since then, as you broaden this out, you know, there's nothing that's really, what we're looking for is green up against red really tight. And you're not seeing it. Yes, you're seeing the red surging out here, but you don't see a really tight away and towards up against each other, which would indicate a tight rotation. We're not seeing that at this moment. And I got to tell you, as you go here north of St. Louis and at the time frame that we are now, here it is coming up on 9 o'clock, the environment is less favorable for tornadoes in this area. Nonetheless, we have the tornado warning that does include the Highland area. It does include that chunk of Interstate 70 from about Troy, Illinois, all the way over in through Greenville. So if we have to give you, just kind of putting a timeline on that, let me see if that's my next thing on here. I'm going to go ahead and do it now. If we do it, if it's about 40 miles per hour, I'm going to kind of give you a really broad scale view. This is a wide thing because anywhere along this surge of wind that's showing up here that's bulging out, potentially there could be some rotation. So that would be Highland at 9 o'clock, so about 14 minutes from now. St. Rose in there, Aveston's in there, all the way over to Tamalco. And that's going to, you know, take you right on up here into the Greenville area, Bond County too. So you're in that as well. If it holds together, it very well may not. I mean, the reality is we're getting out of the environment that's more favorable for something like that. Now, this is a different story. The environment's still a little more favorable here as we go farther to the south. And this area here that's coming in through Lively Grove, approaching Plum Hill, this area is surging out a little bit in that region. So potential there that we have some circulation. But again, you're looking at it with me. As we explore this, there's nothing that screams, and we had some earlier that really were, yeah, boy, this is something we got to watch for. This isn't as much so. It doesn't look as impressive to us. But having said that, we still want you inside, away from windows and doors, as these storms push on through. Now, I'm going to give you a long track on this one too, so that you can kind of, you know, assuming that it's right in this area here, moving northeastbound. And maybe my times are a little early, but I'd rather have you in your safe place. But just after 9 o'clock in Nashville, Oakville at 8:56, so you're less than 10 minutes away. And then Irvington at 9:22 after that. Okay, so that is an area to watch, but again, it's not an overly concerning area for us at this time. Here's the other one that we're continuing to track as we look down. You know, that one's coming into Nashville. We almost have all the circulations out of Randolph County, and for that matter, I think we could pretty much say St. Clair County, you're out of a tornado threat at this point. St. Clair County, pretty much out of it. Any storm that would be capable of producing a tornado has pushed to the east. We're close to being able to say that down in Randolph County as well. As we look a little farther south, this is the storm that's coming out of the Marquand area. It has the rotation there. That is mostly going to stay south of Perry County, and so that's not as much of a concern. Again, these storms in the Metro East. Tornado warning, eastern portions of Madison County. The environment here, perhaps not as favorable, but we still got to watch that potential for some quick spin-ups here along the leading edge of this line. We haven't had a whole lot of power outages reported in the last 10 or 15 minutes, and because of that, actually, we haven't had a whole lot reported in the last couple of hours as this whole line's been moving through. So because of that, we think damage so far has been fairly limited and fairly contained. This area down here, a little more favorable going towards Nashville, Pilot Knob, eventually towards Covington, but that's going to be that good swath of 64 here from the Kaskaskia River all the way over to Centralia, Illinois, with drenching rains, and you really don't want to be traveling through this right now. But again, west, everything is looking fine. So if you've got friends that need to head back out and they're leaving the St. Louis area and they want to go west, we're looking good now for travel back along 70 and 64 west, Gary.
Yeah, and like you said, the tornado watch has been trimmed for a good majority of the Missouri side. This tornado watch remains in place till 11 o'clock for the exact areas that we're talking about, right? So we're going to be able to, if you're on the Missouri side, for the most part, you can go to bed safely. And if you need to travel that way, you can do so safely. Let's talk about what's happening here with these multiple areas of tornado-warned storms. Like Scott mentioned, there are some cycles, and this is also heading into a less than favorable area for a lot of reasons here. And that's important to note because, you know, as you start to get further into central Illinois, you know, especially at 8:50, 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, things are really going to dwindle. But there still are some areas of rotation which are worth noting here as the reason for that a tornado-warned storm here. You'll notice that from Nashville into Carlisle. I'll zoom in just a little bit more. And let's talk about that one specifically here as we note what's happening here from north to south. You'll see here as we continue to look from Breeze into Carlisle and try to find those tornado-warned storms, you'll notice that it becomes a little bit more murky. There's no more of that really tight rotation that we had seen. We call that broad rotation, where it is not tight and circled, and that's generally what we see when we have some of these storms, right? So you don't really have much here. And if I put a track on some of this for you, you know, from the most part here, the leading edge of this from Breeze into Carlisle, you're talking about upwards of, you know, pretty much over the next few minutes. This is in Bartelso at 8:53, Carlisle at 9:02. So this is moving about 40 miles an hour. And really, I just want you to be prepared for the possibility of a tornado. I know that, you know, these are weak tornadoes, but you'll see that there has been at least an update to that one as it just changed a little bit here. So that's what we'll look at here as we kind of zoom out just a little bit here. And I want to show you the broad perspective of where this one is here. As you can see, this continues from St. Jacob. And I want to point out where some of this is specifically here as we look at the leading edge of perhaps where we're seeing the most likely scenario of where a tornado is. And you'll see that here. Like I said, this doesn't look like much right now simply because it's running into a less than favorable environment here at this point, but also the fact that we're going to continue to see this move on into Kaskaskia by 9:36 here, Carlisle at 9:02. So as that continues to get closer to Kaskaskia, I'm not as concerned this is going to hold together in its current structure. But areas to the south, notice how, and I'll zoom in and show you in just a second, notice how, you know, these areas are a little bit more pushed together where we don't have those tighter circulations, but those areas between Nashville and Sparta are continuing to be an issue here when we look at, what's happening here. And that's what I want to focus on right now as we zoom in just a little bit more. Let me get down here. This is where I think near Oakdale, that's our most likely circulation at this point, where we have to watch out to see if that holds together. And I'll point out where this is, right about here. That's near Oakdale. So if you're in Pilot Knob here at this point, if you're in Nashville, those are the spots I want you to at least get into your safe spot, interior basement, away from windows and doors, whatever it may be. That's the most likely scenario where we're having any sort of a tornado at this point, right? And when we get out of the way of this, so I can put a track on this for you, and let me click this button again before I do so here. But what we're going to notice here is it's this area right here from Oakdale. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in from Pilot Knob, and we'll include Nashville, but we'll get into Richview as well. Let me do this again so I can get Nashville in this, just to be on the safe side and get into Richview here. Because you're looking at Pyramid by 910, Ashley at 913. That's where the most likely scenario of any sort of a tornado is. And let's check in with some of our updates from, emergency management partners about these storms. So, they're talking mainly about the Washington County storm, looking a little bit unorganized, but still, this is a more favorable environment. So this is one I want to point out here. So just as a reminder, this is a tornado warning that still remains in place for this area. I believe, and you'll still see that right now, that's that latest update here. This is the storm that they're talking about. This is through 9:15. This still, to me, looks like the best setup, the best environment for storms. And while this looks like a little unorganized, right? And we talked about the differences. So if you're just kind of following along or need an update when we talk about these things, when we show you this wind product here, which as it gets further away from the radar, doesn't look quite as great. But when we show you this wind product, we have toward the radar right here, right? And then we have away from the radar here. And so those two areas, that's when we start to see those rotating thunderstorms, and that's where a tornado is possible. And that's what we're looking for. The leading edge of these types of storms here, as we look at them, that's where we looked at those. And as we were talking about the potential for rotation, that's where we look at them. Now, they've looked more impressive throughout the entire part of the storm, and the entirety of the storm has continued. But that's one of the spots that we're looking at. As I pull this back out, you can see from this entire storm system, watch how, to me, this is the first time in a while that we're seeing maybe less reds as a whole. And as I let this loop, you'll look at a pretty solid line that stretched from even St. Louis all the way south into New Athens, Sparta, and Chester. But look now, Scott, there's still some intense thunderstorms, but there's not as much red overall, and that line is diminishing. Does that mean there's not rotation? Of course not. But that's better for areas that are upstream, and of course, as we get onto the tail edge of our area in the Metro East.
Yeah, we still have the warnings in effect right now, for sure. But the northern part of this line, much less intense than it was. And even the areas under the tornado warning here from eastern portions of Madison County, St. Jacob over Madison County in Illinois, all reporting 10 to 15 mile per hour winds with this cell as it was working on through. There is still technically a tornado warning here, but again, we've seen some breaks here in this, and it's not as particularly ominous looking as it was. Now, having said that, this part's a little wavy, so from Germantown to Breeze up to St. Rose to Burgess, this is becoming more of that system that you got to watch. Maybe it's one of those that does kick off a brief tornado. It's certainly possible. Moving northeastbound, time frame on that, 9 o'clock in Marydale, to Malco, 9:05, over to Patoka by 9:15, 9:16 in Kaskaskia. Now, will this maintain intensity? Will it be able to keep something spinning? Who's to say? At this point, the environment here, as you go along and north of 70, is getting to be pretty marginal. Now, a little farther south here along 64 and going farther south, the environment's still somewhat favorable. But again, we're getting past the point of which it's most favorable for this kind of thing. But again, as Gary was just talking about, where you've got this surge coming out here between Nashville and Lively Grove, that's certainly an area that we're watching here. That includes this Oakdale area where you just got out of some torrential rain and some gusty winds. But the way this is wavy like that, that little bit of a wave is potentially something that creates spin in the atmosphere, and maybe those brief spin-up tornadoes. So you're talking about the area from Ashley over to Irvington, to Grand Prairie. So we stretch this out. I mean, it's right now coming into Nashville with the heaviest rain. Your gusty winds and heavy rain picking up in the next minute or two in Nashville. Also notice we only have 9 lightning strikes within this area. That's also down a little bit. So that's an indicator that maybe some of these storms are losing a bit of their punch right now as they continue to move on to the east. The environment over towards Interstate 57, not as favorable for severe weather and tornadoes as the environment was back across southeast portions of Missouri and back across mid-Missouri earlier in the day. So there's nothing that really stands out there, but this was certainly something worth watching approaching Nashville. The area that's coming in towards Carlisle Lake, that's a little wavy. But I think what's basically from about St. Jacob up towards Highland going north, I think that one is losing a lot of its gusto at this point. Heavy rain continuing here across Randolph County. We do know in Monroe County, Illinois, I think they're up to about 2,000 power outages in Monroe County. That's about the highest we've had anywhere. So something did happen there. How directly related to the storm system or to a storm in particular remains to be seen. Everything's lifting to the northeast now. We still have our tornado warning down here for the southern portions of Perry County. Again, this is staying pretty much out of our viewing area and not overly a big concern for us. There is still rain in St. Louis and points to the west starting to dry out, but the severe threat is over from the backside of this heavier area of rain, which now Belleville going west, you don't have a severe threat. Granite City, Alton, you're out of the severe weather threat. It's only right along and ahead of this leading edge of storms that there is somewhat of a severe threat that lingers tonight. And I got to tell you, it's a pretty limited severe weather threat. Again, the storm coming into Nashville at this point, that's one to watch just because this area is a little more favorable, still has a little more of the ingredients available to maybe kick something up. And the fact that this part of the line's kind of jumping out a little bit ahead of the other part, it kind of starts creating that twist. You know, you start the wind twisting and it's going to keep twisting as it goes up into the cloud. And so that's where we have the problems. Again, a little bit of a waviness here as it's coming across Carlisle Lake, right along the Bond-Clinton County line. Probably some pretty good gusts going across Carlisle Lake this evening. I don't know, it's 9 o'clock on Sunday night. I'm not thinking too many people are out on Carlisle Lake right now. So I think most everybody's either on the roads heading home for Easter and have avoided this hopefully, or you're inside waiting to ride it out, and once this line goes through, we're in the clear. So for St. Louis and back to the west, the severe weather threat no longer a problem. Right here on the leading edge of this, still have tornado warnings, but the environment's becoming less favorable, especially as you go north of Highway 50 up towards Interstate 70. That's not to say over in Salem and Centralia, you're not going to have some stronger storms and you're not going to get maybe an inch of rain. That's certainly a possibility here as this rolls on in, and it'll happen fast. But the better chance of seeing the storm that might produce a spin-up tornado is going to be here over Washington County and then well down to the south, down towards Perry County and Missouri. So this is all continuing to press on to the east. And Gary, I'm not seeing anything that at this point looks especially gnarly or concerning.
I'm not particularly excited about much of it, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the storms here. We still have the tornado warnings in effect, which is why we're still with you. But this is Washington County, Clinton County, up into Bond County, and really I think we can pretty much take Madison County out of that too now. But these are our spots where there is at least a little bit of a potential. It looks like they just trimmed up part of that warning there. But they're still keeping the tornado warning going here across parts of Bond and Clinton County and into Washington County. So Breeze, you're still technically in it, even though the strongest of storms now coming through your area at this moment. And it doesn't really look like there's anything. Here's the wind. And I'll try to back out here and get another view from the radar out of Evansville. And, you know, there is some circulation there towards Nashville. It doesn't look overly impressive. There's also something that looks like it exists there around the Breeze area, but nothing that we see here is anything to me that looks overly impressive. So these storms have the capability of producing some brief spin-up tornadoes. If you're inside, away from windows and doors this evening, as these storms go through, I think you've done everything you can to keep yourself safe, and you're in good shape. Gary?
Yeah, we're getting close to that, right? As we see the back edge of things. Things are improving here behind it. Of course, as we look from Herman into Rolla, you'll notice that almost everywhere just south of Perryville, we still have that one that one tornado warning, but we're almost to the point where I can say the Missouri side is clear. But certainly, if you're most spots in the St. Louis area, St. Louis metro area on the Missouri side, you're all clear. You can go to bed just fine. You're safe. Things are all better. But as we look ahead into the Metro East and as we get further into Illinois, watch how this thing has become less intense looking from a perspective of no more little bursts of red out ahead of it. And that's what I want to point out. You'll notice that as I zoom in just a little bit, there are a couple of spots here right over Nashville. And this is a pretty good thunderstorm that you're still involved in here of this tornado warning, but it's not as impressive. This is the one lone spot that I really want to pay attention to, that I want to take seriously south of New Menden into Nashville, and is right about here. That's the area of circulation, and that's the only spot that we look at right now that really has any sort of potential to me of being a tornado. So as I talk about this going across 64 and seeing south of New Minden, I really think that's the one that I want to look at here in terms of favorable environment and the storm structure, right? Those are the two things. And to keep in mind, once again, the storm is getting the wind toward the radar and away from the radar, and that's why we have the rotation there. I want to go a little further north and compare it, and let's, as I loop this here, notice how it was a little bit more, we saw the greens and reds that were brighter, and then look at it. It's not that impressive, right? I really have to find any sort of, if I'm going to find a spot of rotation, it's going to be right there. And that's not impressive. That's where we talk about the broad rotation where it's not as tight. And when we see that tight rotation, that's where we see the potential for rotating thunderstorms. This may be rotating in some regard, but it's losing its strength and it's headed into a less than favorable environment. It's not as unstable. It's also 904, right? So that's a positive thing for that area, even though you're in the tornado warning, and I want you to take it seriously. I am optimistic that it is a little bit better here. So as we look behind it, you can really see that. This is the one spot into Nashville, and I'm actually seeing more wind on the back side of it now here. You'll see that here in between. I do want to track this for you here as we at least go ahead and get this south of New Minden into Irvington, into Richview, 9:14. So you have another 10 minutes or so as they continue to trim this tornado warning here. And as I go back out, watch this storm cycle here from Highland. You'll see where we had areas that were brighter. We had the greens and reds that were put together, and that really is indicative of storm strength, I think. This is the one remaining tornado warning that at least has my attention, simply because, it still has storm structure that we could at least look at and think, well, this is still probably going to at least have some opportunity, right? So Washington County within the next 10 minutes, I don't see them extending this. And obviously this is on the very fringe of our area anyway, but I want to pay attention to it in terms of as we head toward Mount Vernon. But I'm honestly looking at it from this standpoint, I don't think that this is going to be a tornado warning in the next 10 minutes, which does a couple of things for us, right? If we look at that, once we get the tornado warnings out of our area, then maybe we stream on 5+ and we are prepared for the 10 o'clock show, and we have an update for you there. But right, like I said, this is weakening to me. So if you're in, I had some messages from the 314-425-5355 line that I was checking in with in between, since things have settled down a little bit. And there were a couple of people that were checking in from Greenville into Mulberry Grove and asking about their tornado potential. And I said, stay in your safe place for another 10 minutes to be on the safe side, but I do think things are improving here. As I go back to the full radar scan, I want to show you what this looks like here from just a radar standpoint, right? We have a pretty good thunderstorm here as I zoom in, and that's really the only spot as I look from north to south, right? This storm structure is not quite as impressive from Greenville, right? We have some greens in between, which doesn't mean that there's no tornado embedded in this, but it is showing signs of weakening. So while you're still seeing a pretty decent thunderstorm, if you're looking to drive from Greenville to St. Louis or vice versa, I think you're going to be on the safe side here within the next 15 minutes. As I go down from Breeze and Carlisle, you're also seeing obviously a pretty good thunderstorm that's getting your attention, and you're still involved in that tornado warning. But within the next 10 minutes, I can at least clear you, and I think you're going to be on the safe side here as well. Same thing, but like I mentioned, this one storm in Nashville, you can see, even as I zoom in right now, and you can look at where this is. This is still the one lone storm that has the most robust category, where you'll see how red it is with every radar scan, right? That doesn't mean that there's a tornado there, but it also means the storm structure is still intact in some regards, so we can at least get an idea of the fact that this is probably still holding together. So when we have this, you see this from Hughley and on the south side there, from Richview, it's starting to lightly to moderately rain, but as this starts to work its way across, that's where we're going to try to find any rotation. And when we look and we switch products, you'll see that overall this is really weakened over the last hour or two as we continue to monitor that trend. Right now, like I said, there's not that tight rotation. If we just kind of show you what's happening here from a toward standpoint, when you look at this wind here, well, look at where this wind is going here, right? We have the wind that's going here, right? And we also have the wind that's forcing in here behind it. And now we have another tornado warning for Perry County, which I'll get to in a second. And so I want to show you where that is. This is where we have the wind coming in from that direction. This is not very tight. If we're going to find where that storm structure is, right now I'm sure you're probably seeing a pretty good gust of wind, at least 50 miles an hour. But from a standpoint of, is this holding together and producing a tornado? Let's act like it is, but I'm optimistic that things are getting better here. So that's what we're looking at here in the short term as we pull this out. I do want to show you where that one tornado warning in Perry County is that goes until 9:45, and I suspect it's on the very southern edge of our area, but I know a lot of people are streaming on 5+ and want some updates as well. This is the very southern edge of our area near Grand Tower, Apple Creek, really right about here, and let's see what we can do here in terms of finding where that rotation is. And I would bet that it's right about here. That's what we're going to continue to look at and update you here as we've got still looking at the potential for rotation. I'll switch products on us so we can go and find that a little further south, right? I see this one in New Minden. Still, this is not all that impressive, but this is the strongest storm on radar to me at this point. And that's saying something because it's not very strong. So that's a positive thing here as we continue to work our way further to the south and try to get to that tornado warning. And this is going to switch radars here because we're getting into Paducah's radar. But this is the one area south of Perryville. This is, once again, this is probably a more favorable environment, but we've already seen this area rained over right now near Sedgwickville. That's where the rotation is. Otherwise, Scott, I'm optimistic that those areas in the Metro East are starting to settle down and come to a close, and we might get a little bit of a break here before 10 o'clock here where we talk about some of the damage perhaps.
Yeah, if we can find some of the damage. I think we have had some in St. Clair County along Highway 15, and we know we have some power outages here in Monroe County, Illinois. About 2,000 customers there without power. This is the broad view. Again, as you get back into now for St. Clair County, Madison County, into Monroe County, it's still raining, but the severe threat is over. The severe threat west is done. It's really right along the leading edge. We still have the tornado warning here across eastern Bond County, eastern Clinton County, but those storms are looking kind of, I would say, less than impressive, as Gary just told you. The one here in Washington County probably has the greatest chance of being something that is going to be more problematic than anything else as it continues to push on towards the east. So again, we're tracking these storms for you. We're looking at what's going on here, and really the storms that at this point are the ones that are problematic are focused east of St. Louis at this hour, and that's where we're going to be dealing with those, any kind of problems. And I don't think it's really much of a problem here. This has weakened considerably along 127 going across Clinton County and up into Bond County. Could there be something in there? Well, there's, we're tracking it out for you, but that's when the heavy rain gets there. Kaskaskia, you'll probably have 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some heavy rain, and that would be about it. It's in about 20, 30 minutes. All right, we come farther south. There's still some rotation here, but it's not tight. This is broad rotation. So imagine being on the merry-go-round and you're at the edges and you're just kind of swinging versus when you get in tight and you're swinging a lot faster. We're not swinging this a lot faster now. That doesn't mean it won't, but right now the worst of that has gone east of Nashville. Really haven't had much in the way of reports out of that, but as this tracks over into portions of Jefferson County, Illinois, and over into Marion County, we can put that into Irvington at 9:16. We can put it into Rome at 9:34 and into Haines at 9:40. Okay? Again, a different radar perspective. There's some circulation here. It's not very impressive, very broad circulation. So we probably, well, I think we just got it. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning here for eastern portions of Washington County, southeastern Clinton County, and over into Marion County, to include about Salem and Centralia. That's the storm we were just tracking on. They're probably going to keep that tornado possible tag with the severe thunderstorm warning in case it spins something. But again, the rotation is not impressive with that at all. And then when we go to the south, this is just rain. I mean, there's not a whole lot of wind. I think the winds outside of the storms today were more impressive than the winds we've been seeing this evening. Now that storm moving across southern Perry County, again, that's about ready. That circulation's probably crossing the Mississippi River in about 10 minutes, but that's on the very fringes of what we would consider our viewing area and more for Cape Girardeau. So around the metro, our severe weather threat has ended for most of the metro. It's just this little line, that segment right over there, stretching from just east of Greenville down through about Carlisle to just east of Nashville, that's nudging towards the east and northeast. And the worst part of that is the one that is along 64 that's working its way towards the Mount Vernon area, towards Centralia, and eventually towards Salem. You'll probably get an inch of rain out of this. We know Salem's had some flooding problems recently, so that's an ongoing thing there. This tornado warning here down into south of Perryville, again, it looks like that's right along the county lines down there and less of a threat as you get close to Perryville. And really, we start our coverage in about Perryville and then come north. We have had some reports of damage. I believe it's on Highway 15 over in St. Clair County. Some reports of damage there. We know there are about 2,000 power outages reported outside of Monroe County in Illinois. Now on the Missouri side, the power outages have been extremely limited, and we've had very few reports of any damage on the Missouri side. We did get a report earlier when that cell that's over there by Greenville, Illinois, was up here around Lebanon. That actually produced spotter reporting a tornado there. I think is that ending that tornado warning, I hope. And so that was earlier. Since then, the storm really weakened quite a bit, and I think that's where we are right now. So based on what we're seeing right now, and I don't know, Gary, do you think we go to 5+ and finish out the program tonight?
I believe we should do that. I think at this point here, especially let us catch, do it for another 15 minutes, catch our bearings before the 10 o'clock program.
Yeah, so I'll stick, Gary's going to work on the 10 o'clock. I'll stick with you on 5+, but we'll get you back to most of your NBC show here so that we can get you at least some programming tonight. All righty. So let me go back over here. All right, there's our radar. You know, and with the lack of reports across the area, I don't think this is a big deal in terms, or it looked worse than it was. Let's put it like that, which is okay. I'd rather it look worse than it be worse than it looks. You know what I'm saying? So let's look at the last hour here of how this has all been evolving. And you can see the northern part of this line really kind of fizzling on us here. Our tornado warnings have expired there in eastern portions of Washington County. Now we have the severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County spreading over into Marion County, Illinois. You still have a tornado warning down in southeastern portions of Perry County in Missouri. As I'm looking, the northern part of this line really kind of fizzling on us here. Our tornado warnings have expired there in eastern portions of Washington County. Now we have the severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County spreading over into Marion County, Illinois. You still have a tornado warning down in southeastern portions of Perry County in Missouri. As I'm looking there's not really much here to hang a hat on for severe weather. The storms off to the east of St. Louis for sure have a little, they still have some rotation in them, but it's broadly rotating storms. It's not like they're tight storms. And the best environment for these things, you look at it, you can tell. It's this area here, eastern portions of Washington County, from approaching Irvington to Richview to Ashley. That's a pretty good storm, sure. I don't know that there's a whole lot of lightning even with it. And I'll add the lightning in there. I mean, you got 2 lightning strikes. I mean, that's not much. Now, the storm down to the south, we pick up a little more lightning down here. The number of strikes is up to 17, but still, that's a really low number for a convective kind of thing. We would like to see that number a little bit higher. So, we're almost done with this tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's been done with us. For a while, but it's still raining in St. Louis. We still have these storms off to the east of town. Let me see if we can get you some of the pictures, what it's doing around here. It is still raining in downtown St. Louis. It's still kind of murky. That's what it looks like in downtown right now. Let me get you out to the airport maybe. Yeah, we'll see what that looks like. So here's the airport. Still raining at Lambert. I'm sure there were some flight delays this evening because of that. We saw the wind and the rain down in Arnold earlier. It is still wet there, but it's certainly not raining anything like what it was. As we look over towards O'Fallon, Illinois, where we had the stormy weather go through, that was some heavier rain, but I'm not going to see that. I don't think let's get over to O'Fallon. Yeah. I mean, it's not pouring there now. We have reasonably good visibility. Chesterfield, the back edge of that rain seems to have moved east of the Chesterfield Valley, but we still have some slower traffic tonight. And here's a look at downtown St. Louis. I wonder if we got any tree branches or anything. Sometimes you get the leaves blown off the trees, so let's look into downtown Edwardsville and see if we see anything there. Nope, it looks like the trees are all in great shape there. Kirkwood is offline. How about up in Florissant? Looks like our trees budding out there, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of trees or a lot of leaves on the ground, so that is also good news. In Main Street in St. Charles, looks like it's pretty quiet there too. Nothing amiss. So I think at this point we're looking pretty good around the metro area from our standpoint of stormy weather. I think we do have one intense cell here off to the east of St. Louis. That's in eastern portions of Washington County, and that's about ready to move into northern Jefferson County and the southern and central portions of Marion County in Illinois. And so I think once that gets over there and moves off to the east, I mean, it's really, we got 3 more counties to clear out of this, and that storm down in Perry County. You look down at Perry County, and these storms down to the south have a much better environment. I'm kind of surprised we don't have a tornado on that storm there. It kind of looks impressive there, but maybe not as much as it could be. But even when we look up here into Perryville, that's not especially that's not an especially tight circulation there. We'd like to see it a little tighter if you were going to try to kick off a tornado. So I think we are getting to the point now where we're looking at rain. We're not looking at a lot of wind here compared to what we were looking at. I mean, outside of the thunderstorms this afternoon, the winds were pretty gusty. I don't think we're looking at a whole lot of everything at this point. So we've had no confirmed tornadoes so far today. Very few severe weather So that's an event cancellation of the tornado watch. So they're canceling it for more counties now as this line moves off to the east. So we're getting it out of here. We're going to stay with you here on 5 Plus until, another 7 or 8 minutes. And then we'll just put the looping radar up and let that carry you through until 10 o'clock. I don't think we have a lot of damage to talk about. Let me go check my power outages over here. We were looking the other day at some of the stuff. Yeah, they just canceled the tornado watch into the Metro East, so that's great. All right. I'm going to look at the power outages in Missouri are actually down considerably from where they were. Most of them were actually in mid-Missouri. Look at Illinois. We still got about 2,000 customers in Monroe County without power. Randolph County has about 600. But it's not going to be too bad given the power outages. I got nobody without power in Washington or Clinton. So they did have a report of a collapsed shed with a power line down on Schwab Road, southeast Millstadt. What you looking for? He walked off.
I was going to let him know that Ari is probably his wife. He's doing headlines.
Oh, okay. 9:51. Okay. Okay. And they canceled the remaining tornado warning. It lost pretty much all of its structure. So. Yes, we will. I'm just going until 9:30 on 5 Plus, and then we're going to be done. So, this actually could have been much worse today than it was. But I'm always glad if it's not as bad. Oh boy. All right, let's see. Well, that was a pretty picture. I'm just looking here through social media to see if I see anything that's important. Anybody did anything. I think most of those are going to be down in Arkansas. So it looks like, as best I can tell from the damage reports, very little. We are now all clear in St. Louis. No more potential for severe weather. So that's good. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of damage reports either, which, in some cases you kind of wonder if you should or if you won't or what. But anywho, let me see what we've done at Lambert. Well, it looks like in the last 6 hours we've had almost an inch of rain and close to 2 inches in the last 24 hours. So that's significant. How about Smartfield? Smartfield in St. Charles. In the last hour, really? Wow, that seems like a lot. About 1 inch, 6 hours, 44 hundredths of an inch. That seems like a lot. And it did rain hard. And the Spirit of St. Louis, that updated, over an inch in the last bit. So we did have some good, we've had, well, we don't really need any rain. I shouldn't call it good rain. We had rain. It rained hard. So as I continue to just kind of look and check on everything, I don't see any big power outages. I mean, Lincoln County has about 1,000 customers without. Pike County, Missouri, 424. You got a few random ones here and there around the metro area, but nothing really dramatic. The biggest outages are over in Monroe County with about a couple of thousand folks without power, but St. Clair County, not much there. So, and I'm looking on our Weather Watchers, our 5 on Your Side Weather Watchers Facebook group, and we don't have too many people that have anything going on at this point, have shared any updates. We don't have damage reports from there. So that's really great news. I mean, it's we will see. We will see what we hear from. I know the morel mushrooms are coming out, so I wonder how folks are after another round of rain. Maybe go mushroom hunting for the upcoming week. All right. I'm just kind of scrolling through. Don't see anything there that's probably a warning cancellation. Whoops. Let's go down. So just Marion County right now. Our severe thunderstorm warning is just Marion County and northern Jefferson County in Illinois. So you're on the Illinois side. So that is it. We don't have anything really dramatic. You know, the severe threat has pretty much diminished, with the exception of that one storm down there towards Perryville. And, you know, that really doesn't look like a tornadic thunderstorm. I think once we get this little batch out here that's in Centralia right now, once that exits, we should be good to go as we go through the evening hours. So there's that. I think we're good. I'm going to leave this on the broader perspective. Actually, let me get this. We're going to switch over. I'm going to switch you over. Get you over to Gary's radar. I can't do that here. Okay.
Right now on 5 on Your Side at 10.
I'm putting you into one. I just, yep, you certainly will.
If there is an emergency, we are still going to respond up to, through, and during the warnings. That's just one of the things we do. You know, you raise your right hand and you vow to serve and protect, and that's not just when it's sunny outside.